Chapter 992. Countless praises rang out. Xiao Chen's expression turned solemn and dignified as he continuously burned his magic energy, storing up divine might. When the spatial wave arrived before Xiao Chen, he finally succeeded in gathering divine might. The deity statue became 1,000 times larger, radiating a bright light and radiating divine might. Xiao Chen leaned over and smashed down with a palm strike. Bang! He blocked the layers of spatial waves. The waves stirred, and a spatial storm spread out in all directions. The deity statue behind him slowly cracked and returned to nothingness. Xiao Chen's body shook, feeling dizzy. The Jiang clan elder flew back, blood flowing out of his mouth, making him look even older. Roar! Right after the wave passed, the Lin clan first elder used the 10,000 beast cauldron. The 100 ancient mutated beast images that he summoned instantly arrived before Xiao Chen, drowning Xiao Chen within. A ruthless expression flashed on the Lin clan first elder's aged face. He raised the 10,000 beast cauldron, wanting to control the 100 ancient mutated beasts to tear Xiao Chen to pieces. These 100 ancient mutated beast phantoms weren't something that the Lin clan's scion had summoned with his replica could compare to. They already possessed simple intelligence and were even more ferocious. Their bodies were already infinitely close to the physical bodies of the ancient mutated beasts. When 100 ancient mutated beasts appeared, they could even injure the blue-robed emperor. However, Xiao Chen happened to not be afraid of this. With a flip of his hand, the holy beast medallion appeared in his palm. A strand of azure light shot out and instantly intimidated the 100 ancient mutated beast images around him. Xiao Chen continued burning his magic energy, wanting to use the holy beast medallion to suck in these 100 beasts. However, Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped. An even stronger aura came from the 10,000 beast cauldron. It was like formless chains firmly binding these 100 beasts. The holy beast medallion's suction could not break the chains at all. While Xiao Chen was distracted, the 100 ancient mutated beasts started to struggle. The holy beast medallion wanted to break free from the deterrent force of the holy beast medallion. Decisively withdrawing, the wind howled as Xiao Chen took the opportunity to escape the encirclement of the 100 ancient beasts. The old man from the Lin family widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Xiao Chen intimidate the mutated beasts before calmly jumping out of their encirclement. Damn it! He wanted to continue controlling the exotic beasts to attack, but summoning these 100 exotic beasts had already cost him quite a bit. If he wanted to continue controlling it, he would have to rest for a while. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to take it. Xiao Chen paused in the air and glanced at the three who were heavily injured. This was a great opportunity. He could kill the three of them and even take the opportunity to snatch the 3 emperor-grade secret treasures. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen rejected this decision. His current body was also not optimistic. In the first place, he had not fully recovered from the battle at Strange Fire City, so he decided to take a risk. The might of the 3 emperor-grade secret treasures surged into Xiao Chen's body at the same time, but he managed to suppress the injuries he suffered. The first elders of the 3 clans sat cross-legged on the ground, quickly recovering from the injuries from activating the emperor-grade secret treasures. Their expressions were extremely unsightly. This time, they had made a huge joke of themselves. Bringing 3 emperor-grade secret treasures to kill Xiao Chen. Not only did they fail to kill Xiao Chen, but the scions of the 3 clans that accompanied them all died at Xiao Chen's hands instead. The deaths of scions were not a big deal. The sovereign noble clans had many descendants and many outstanding talents. With the intense competition, there was never a lack of successors. Although it was rare for the scions of the sovereign noble clans to die at a young age when they went out on experiential training, it was not unheard of. The most important thing was the face of the sovereign noble clans. This time, the face of the entire world would be completely thrown away. In the distant horizon, Ying Zongtian and the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun stood side by side. They peered through space and saw everything that happened. Lu Xiaoyun hugged a sword and smiled. This fellow is really ruthless. I wonder if those old fogies of the Yen clan, Jiang clan, and Lin clan can sit still. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "It looks like my sovereign's tribulation has gained a few more problems." "What's wrong? You don't look worried at all." "Those old fogies of the three clans are not weak," Lu Xiaoyun said with a smile. "With me, Wu Xiaotian, around, is there a need to be afraid?" Space tore open, and the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian, walked out, wearing tight robes and holding a treasure saber. Buzz! The moment Wu Xiaoyun appeared, the sword in Lu Xiaoyun's embrace trembled uncontrollably. A surging sword intent waited to be unleashed. "The void sword's temper is still the same as before," Wu Xiaotian said softly with a smile. The void sword was forged by Situ Leihong. It was a divine weapon ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. Lu Xiaoyun suppressed the void sword's sword intent and smiled coldly. "Your time saber has not changed, either. It is still the same as before, like a dead ghost." The time saber was also ranked 5th on the divine weapon ranking. For the sake of his sovereign's tribulation, Ing Zongtian actually managed to get the profound domain saber sword 2 sovereigns to come. No wonder he was confident that he would succeed in his tribulation. "Let's go. If you want to fight, wait until I undergo my tribulation. There will be a chance for you two to make a move then." Clearly, Ing Zongtian had already guessed this would happen. He smiled, not surprised at all. Although the two did not like each other, they knew what was more important. They both snorted coldly and ignored each other. In a desolate mountain range, Xiaoqin sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, regulating his breathing. By now, the battle with the 3 sovereign noble clans had already lasted for half a month. For the past half a month, the other party's pursuit had not stopped. Xiaoqin fought as he moved, getting closer and closer to the central province. During this time, several people from other factions joined in as well. During this life-or-death chase and all sorts of enemies, Xiaoqian's comprehension of the martial Tao deepened. After shaking off a group of pursuers, there were less than 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. Finally, Xiaoqin made his decision. He would break through the bottleneck of peak superior grade martial sage and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one step. Xiaoqin opened his eyes and stretched out his hand. 10 peak spirit veins origins appeared. He intended to use this to break through the bottleneck. Then, he would consume all 10 peak spirit veins in one go and advance to great grandmaster level martial sage in one go. What kind of concept was this? Xiaoqin cultivated for half a year before consuming 1 peak spirit vein to advance to peak superior grade martial sage. Such a horrifying speed was already shocking enough. Now, Xiaoqin wanted to consume 10 peak spirit veins in one go, all for the sake of advancing to great grandmaster level martial sage. There were 2 ways to be conferred king. One was to become a sovereign martial emperor and become a king, having their own title. If the king title that one wanted already had an owner, one would have to challenge the other party. Only by defeating them could one obtain it. For example, after the Thunder King became a sovereign martial emperor, he immediately challenged the Thunder and Lightning Palace's palace master, who held the title of Thunder King, for the sake of obtaining the title of Thunder King. However, the result was rather tragic. The Thunder King, who was of the same generation as the Qing Emperor, won in the end. As for the Thunder King, Sang Mu, he died mysteriously. The other way was the king conferral ceremony that the Bushan Palace was about to hold. The title of king was conferred by the Bushan Palace based on military merits. Below king were the marquis, nobility, and duke. Compared to the former, the latter were definitely less important. However, they were no less solemn and dignified. In fact, they might even surpass the former. Only with 1 million military merits could one be conferred king. Accumulating 1 million military merits was not an easy task. One could exchange military merits for all sorts of rare spirit pills, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques in the Bushan Palace. It would be very difficult for regular cultivators to not use them. Furthermore, it was not easy to obtain military merits. In the past 1,000 years, no more than 20 people had been conferred the title of king in the Bushan Palace. No more than 10 had been conferred the title of king before the age of 100. None had been conferred the title of king before the age of 50. Now, the White Emperor City's young city lord, Xiaoju, had already accumulated 1 million military merits at the age of 35. He inherited his ancestor's title and was conferred the title of White Tiger King. One could easily imagine what a grand event this was. The 3 vice-palace masters of the Bushan Palace worked together to send out invitations to the world to hold a king conferral ceremony in the central province's Tianwu city. Who were the 3 vice-palace masters? They were all sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, they were the masters of the 3 holy masters' holy lands, the Vermilion Bird Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate. It had been many years since the 3 holy lords worked together to send out invitations. This time, the 3 holy masters sent out invitations together. This showed how important this matter was to them. Given the prestige of the 3 holy masters in the Tianwu domain, if there were no surprises, all the sect masters of the various sects or famous cultivators who received invitations would show up as promised. In fact, there would even be the phenomenon of selling invitations. Outside the Tianwu domain, the reputation of the 3 holy masters as holy lands would no longer be as useful. In the eyes of the cultivators of the other domains, the strongest of the human race would definitely be the Thunder King. The main reason why the cultivators of the other 4 domains took time out to participate in this king conferral ceremony was a very short and insignificant sentence at the bottom of the invitations. With one glance, 99% of the people would automatically ignore this sentence. Xiao Chen, 1 million military merits, conferred king on the same day. There were only 10 days left until the king conferral ceremony. No matter how close the cultivators who received the invitations were, they would have to make a move now. Tianwu domain, Haotian sect, when Shui Lingling saw the invitation, she revealed a playful smile. The invitation introduced Xiao Hoju's background in detail, as well as the various things he had done since he made his debut. There were hundreds of words in total. Xiao Chen's name was clearly written in gold. The picture on the back of the invitation was also exquisite. Xiao Hoju rode the holy beast White Tiger, standing on a tall peak and looking into the distance. His cloak fluttered in the wind. At the bottom corner was the news of Xiao Chen's conferral of king. There were only 10 simple words, written in the same color as the invitation, written in a place that was easy to overlook. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice such a sentence. This was indeed the case. The strong publicity from Bushan Palace also made many ordinary cultivators of the Tianwu domain forget about Xiao Chen's conferral of king. They all forgot about Xiao Chen being conferred king. They only knew that Xia Hojue was conferred king. Shui Lingling closed the invitation and asked the first elder, Han Qinghe, Uncle Han, how has junior brother Xiao Chen been? Han Qinghe replied, there has been bad news recently. After he barged into Strange Fire City, 3 sovereign noble clans using their emperor-grade secret treasures blocked him. Originally, he would have died. However, for some reason, he managed to force his way through and even killed the scions of the 3 sovereign noble clans. However, he is severely injured as well. In the past few days, he has been hiding from the pursuers, disappearing without a trace. Worry appeared on Shui Lingling's gentle face. She did not know how Xiao Chen managed to get so far. There were still 10 more days to the king conferral ceremony. If Xiao Chen died on the way, then all his efforts would have been for naught. Chapter 993. Xiao Chen only hoped that Xiao Chen could appear safely at the king conferral ceremony. At that time, even if he could not be conferred king, at least no one would dare to touch him openly. After hesitating for a while, Han Qinghe said hesitantly, there is another piece of bad news. I'm not sure if I should say it or not. Shui Lingling's heart sank as she had a bad feeling. Speak, then. The deity race has made a move as well. 10 great Grandmaster level martial sages with temporary deity statues have already set off. They need to block Xiao Chen at the last moment. No matter what, they cannot allow him to appear at the king conferral ceremony. Casting a deity statue meant having a statue of oneself in the deity race's sacred hall. Then, one could receive worship from the crowd and absorb the power of faith. The deity race claimed to have 3,000 deities. In reality, most of them only had the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor. However, the strength that they could erupt with far surpassed that of a regular blue-robed emperor. They relied on the power of faith. If these 10 deity race great grandmaster level martial sages found Xiao Chen, the consequences would be dire. Shui Lingling's expression changed slightly. No, we cannot let junior brother Xiao Chen continue on alone. We have to help him. Han Qinghe sighed softly. The sect master already said that we are not allowed to make a move. This path can only be walked by Xiao Chen himself. Shui Lingling's expression changed as she calmed down. She understood in her heart that this path was chosen by Xiao Chen himself. Back on the Haotian star, Xiao Chen had withdrawn his sharpness and was not famous. However, Xiao Chen had already seen the true dragon hidden in his eyes. After the battle on the proud son of heaven ranking, everyone in the world knew about Xiao Chen's identity as a descendant of the Qing emperor. From that moment on, Xiao Chen had already made preparations to bear everything. Xiao Chen had to walk this path of king conferral alone. Eventually, he would appear at the king conferral ceremony and inherit the Blue Dragon King title that belonged to him. Let's go and participate in junior brother Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony. He will definitely appear in Tianwu City. The worried expression on Shui Lingling's face disappeared and was replaced by confidence and determination. At the king conferral ceremony, the white figure that had never disappointed her would definitely appear with pride. Kunlun Realm, Kuafu clan's residence, young master Kuafu Zhu, Renkongjiue looked at the small words at the bottom right corner of the red invitation letter, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He smiled coldly and said, I hope that you will show up. No one has ever dared to humiliate me like this before. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen had gone to ask for Lord Jiu's hand in marriage. In the end, Xiao Chen had used Lord Jiu to make fun of him. Xiao Chen had always remembered this great humiliation. He had been waiting for this king conferral ceremony to deal a fatal blow to the other party. In the Azura clan, which was also a powerful ancient clan, Lan Xiaobai, Yu, and the others were taking turns passing around an invitation. Yu's face was filled with doubt as she said, Xiao Chen's name, Brother Xiaobai, how come I don't see it? Lan Xiaobai smiled helplessly and pointed to the bottom corner, where the words were the same color as the invitation letter. It's here. Why is it so small? I can't see it clearly, Yu said gloomily as joy flashed on her face. The person beside her said to Lan Xiaobai, Xiaobai, what are your plans? Lan Xiaobai sighed. In the past year, he had traveled everywhere. In the end, he discovered that his reputation could not move anyone. It was practically impossible for him to organize a heroes' convention to compete with Diwok. I will make a move against him. If he can survive and successfully conferred king, I will be willing to stand on his side. At the same time, in the Ghost Domain, the descendants of 3 sovereign martial emperors had already set off for Tianwu City in the central province under the lead of the heaven-punishing corpse god's personal disciple. In the chaotic demonic sea, the merfolk race Queen Yao Yen received the invitation letter. A bright light flickered in her eyes as she looked at the unremarkable words at the bottom right corner. It has begun. I have to send someone to deliver the congratulatory gift. After crossing the chaotic demonic sea, in the headquarters of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance, First Young Master, the king conferral ceremony that you told me to keep an eye on will be held in 10 days. Yiqin said with some disappointment, I'm afraid there is no time to go. However, it should not be a problem to get father to prepare a congratulatory gift. In the Fiend Domain, Bai pestered the Fox King with a smile on his face, urging the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent to personally go to the king conferral ceremony. Outside the Tianwu Domain, there were many other places. Many people who received invitations paid attention to the most unremarkable words on the invitation. The expressions on their faces were either anger, smiles, or so on and so forth. The three holy masters probably would not have expected what kind of storm this king conferral ceremony would stir up. The king conferral ceremony would be held in 10 days. In the central province's Tianwu city, some famous cultivators started to appear in the streets. The liveliness of the city increased by the day. In the tea houses and restaurants, all the topics were focused on the upcoming king conferral ceremony. However, the topic was not Xiao Hoju. Instead, it was the name on the invitation that no one would notice if they did not take a second look. There were some things and some people that could not be hidden even if one wanted to. Perhaps an ordinary cultivator would not notice Xiao Chen's situation. However, a cultivator with a certain level of strength would not overlook this subtle change. The three holy masters intentionally suppressed Xiao Chen, not letting the world pay too much attention to him. However, the more they did this, the more curious people became. Did you hear? Xiao Chen will not be able to attend the king conferral ceremony. In a certain bustling tea house in Tianwu City, someone brought up the hottest topic of the day. Immediately, someone replied with a smile, "I heard about it long ago." The rumors are everywhere. Since the moment Xiao Chen left the profound domain, he has been under constant attack. First, he destroyed the Purple Knight Sword Sect's attack. Then, he forcefully barged into Strange Fire City. After that, he was blocked by the three sovereign noble clans. Ha! The three sovereign noble clans really made a big joke this time. They even used their emperor-grade secret treasures. In the end, Xiao Chen killed the scions of their three clans and forced his way out. However, Xiao Chen's situation is not very good now, either. The people of the three sovereign noble clans are looking for him. Some strong loose cultivators who want to take advantage of him also ran over. It's not just not good. He is practically in danger. The latest news is that the great grandmaster level martial sages of the deity race have already charged over. This is forcing Xiao Chen to his death. Right now, there is no news of Xiao Chen. We do not know if he is dead or alive, or how he is doing. I think he is in danger. Even if he barely survives, he will not be able to rush to the king conferral ceremony. At the end of the discussion, everyone felt that it was a pity. The name white-robed Xiao Chen quickly spread throughout the Tianwu domain after that famous battle on the proud Son of Heaven ranking. After that, people started digging out information about Xiao Chen's experiences. The various things that happened after that made Xiao Chen even more famous. Everyone slowly accepted the title of the Qing Emperor's descendant. Originally, everyone thought that this king conferral ceremony would straighten out Xiao Chen's name. The title of Blue Dragon King would be rightfully given to Xiao Chen. Who could have imagined that there would be so many twists and turns? First, it was delayed by half a year. Then, the three holy masters played dirty tricks in secret. Now, the situation worsened, directly interfering with Xiao Chen on the surface. They were just short of shedding all pretense of cordiality and personally making a move on Xiao Chen. Anyone with a brain would be able to guess the reason behind it. 10,000 years ago, when the Dragon's Gate flourished, and the Qing Emperor shone dazzlingly, the three holy masters were suppressed to the point where they could not raise their heads. The title of Holy Land existed in name only, completely ignored. Now, the three holy masters naturally did not want to experience that again. Amid such discussions, the king conferral ceremony approached day by day. However, all news about Xiao Chen stopped. It was like he had vanished completely. There was no news of the 10 great grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race either. Whether they found Xiao Chen or not, what was the result of the great battle, was like a stone sinking into the sea, silent. He can't make it. The king conferral ceremony is starting. On the day the king conferral ceremony officially started, there was still no news of Xiao Chen. The cultivators in the city who held expectations for Xiao Chen all sighed. How unfortunate. If we do not confer him a king this time, he will have to become a sovereign martial emperor if he wants to obtain a king conferral in the future. It's difficult. Let's not talk about whether he's alive or dead. This setback will leave a shadow in his heart. Whether he can advance to martial emperor or not will be a problem. I wonder what the king conferral ceremony will be like. Unfortunately, there are no invitations. Some people looked in the direction of the Tianwu Plaza in the city, revealing curious expressions in their eyes. The Tianwu Plaza was where the king conferral ceremony would be held. However, one needed invitations to enter. Those who could enter to watch the king conferral ceremony were either people from the 9 ranks of the great families or famous experts. There were many people who met the requirements. Nearly all the people who were invited were present. Nearly all the outstanding talents of the younger generation of the Kunlun realm were present. Some of the factions that had a good relationship with the White Emperor City would even send the blue-robed emperor, giving the White Emperor City a lot of face. As for Emperor Wu, he was too far away. Unless there were great benefits, he would not be able to attract them. At this moment, the White Emperor City's Xiaoju stood on a tall platform in the center of the flower-filled Tianwu Plaza. He had a wide smile on his face, looking very spirited. Many golden statues stood behind the tall platform. All of them were cultivators that the Bushan Palace had conferred the title of king, representing great glory. However, behind Xiaoju's smile, he still felt somewhat nervous. When he looked around, he saw a huge crowd. The people who came were all famous major characters of the Kunlun realm. All the famous outstanding talents of the younger generation had rushed over. Xiaoju felt somewhat fearful of a certain person suddenly appearing and completely overshadowing his brilliance on this day when he should be in the limelight. However, Xiaoju also felt some anticipation. Now that his strength had soared, he really wanted to compete with Xiao Chen in front of everyone. Xiaoju's emotions were conflicted and complicated. The black-clad old man presiding over the ceremony smiled reassuringly and said, "Young city lord, don't worry. I received news that the 10 great grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race found Xiao Chen 5 days ago." Xiaoju rejoiced in his heart. He suppressed his excitement and whispered, "Xiao Chen is dead." The black-clad old man replied, "I don't know about that. Right now, no one can find any news from either side. However, young city lord, don't worry. Even if he managed to escape, he would be severely injured. If he still dares to come to the king conferral ceremony, he. Chapter 994. At the end, the old man smiled sinisterly. Xiaoju also revealed a smile. Participating in the king conferral ceremony in such a state was definitely seeking humiliation, becoming a foil for him. The Azura race's young clan head, Lan Xiaobai, comes to offer congratulations. The Kuafu race's Ren Kongjue comes to offer congratulations. 2 genius experts of the ancient races handed over their invitations. Immediately, someone called out the names of these people. This immediately attracted the gazes of many people. These 2 could be considered the peak outstanding talents of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, they came to the Bushan Palace's king conferral ceremony as well. After that, many other famous outstanding talents came. The heavenly starry ocean's Xianshui sect's young sect master and even a mysterious person from the Zodiac Hall came. After that, the Fiend Domain's Peacock King's descendant, the Fox King's adopted daughter and disciple, came personally, attracting everyone's attention. Congratulations rang out endlessly. More major characters from the Ghost Domain, Corpse Domain, and Profound Domain arrived. The descendants of several sovereign martial emperors came one after another, setting off waves of startled sighs in the plaza. Even Xiaoju, who was on the tall platform, frowned slightly. Xiao Chen was still aware of his own limitations. Given his fame, he could not attract so many people. That fellow's fame is truly resounding. However, this is good as well. Today, I can use your fame to support my king conferral ceremony. In the Haotian sect's VIP stands, Yu Chenxi and Gong Yangyu looked around, trying to find that familiar white figure. However, they withdrew their gazes in disappointment every time. Shui Lingling, who sat in the middle, bit her lip and frowned slightly. Why is this fellow in such a rush? If he still does not come, it will be too late. In the other places, the people on good terms with Xiao Chen saw that Xiao Chen was not on the tall platform. They could not hide their disappointment and worry. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the square. It was Diwuk and goddess Tianyu Shi who came to congratulate them. Under everyone's gaze, Diwuk had a confident smile on his face as he arrived at the Protoss VIP seats with Tianyu Shi. The fact that Diwuk would actually come was out of many people's expectations. Glancing at the high platform, Diwuk did not see Xiao Chen's figure. He calmed down a little and went to the VIP seats of the Protoss with Tianyu Shi. After about 15 minutes, when the black-clad old man hosting the ceremony saw that all the guests had arrived, he said eagerly, "Thank you, honored guests, for coming from afar to witness the king conferral ceremony of my Bushan Palace's new White Tiger King, young Master Xiaoju. Now that the auspicious hour has arrived, I hereby announce the official start of the king conferral ceremony." Right after the black-clad old man spoke, the huge ceremonial cannons placed in the plaza gave off loud rumbles. Clumps of light shot out and exploded, turning into 7-colored heavenly flowers that rained down from the sky. This was a man-made mysterious phenomenon that consumed a lot of resources. Normally, they were 5-colored heavenly flowers. This time, for the sake of this king conferral ceremony, the White Emperor City's Holy Lord did not hesitate to expend a lot of resources to create such magnificent 7-colored heavenly flowers. The heavenly flowers rained down, too beautiful to behold. However, several people showed anxious expressions and did not have time to appreciate the scene. "Who is it? How dare you barge into the Tianwu Plaza?" Just as Bai Shui Lingling and the others were about to lose their patience, something strange happened. 3 explosive shouts came from outside the plaza. 3 Bushan Palace Grandmaster level martial sages with extremely strong auras soared into the air, radiating killing chi. They wanted to kill the person barging into the plaza on the spot. Peering through the sky full of petals, one could vaguely see a white figure. The heavenly flowers rained down in a rainbow. Who was barging into the Tianwu Plaza? Did this person not know that the Bushan Palace, which was filled with experts, dared to cause trouble here? How bold was this person? The roar immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. The geniuses and the leaders of the sects all directed their gazes in the direction of the roar. The 3 Bushan Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages attacked ruthlessly, showing no mercy. The 3 of them executed their martial techniques, causing the sky to tremble and light to spread everywhere. The tremors caused the heavenly flowers to fly everywhere, and a strong wind blew. An indistinct white tiger image appeared behind them. That was the holy beast martial spirit. These 3 people were White Emperor City's Grandmaster-level martial sages. This person is going to die. Amid the boundless heavenly flowers, the strong wind covered the person's face. Only a vague silhouette could be seen. Although the crowd did not know who these people were, the 3 Bushan Palace Grandmaster-level martial sages were from the White Emperor City, a holy land. When they attacked, their demeanor and aura showed that they could kill an ordinary great Grandmaster-level martial sages with one strike. Based on this person's age and aura, he did not seem like a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. How could he survive? Clang! However, just as the 3's martial techniques approached that person, a saber hum resounded in the sky. A bright saber light covered the blazing sun in the sky. Night suddenly fell. Only a saber light as resplendent and bright as the moon remained. The night was flawless, and the moon was perfect and flawless. There was an explosion in the air, and the moonlight vanished. The 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages were knocked back 1 kilometer. The entire place was set abuzz. One person faced 3 great Grandmaster-level martial sages alone. Not only did he not lose, but he even knocked them back. Who exactly was this person? The white figure moved gently. His clothes fluttered, and his hair fluttered. Then, he crossed the sky full of flower petals and landed on the tall platform. Stop him! Whoosh! Many figures shot out from the ground. The weakest of these people were Grandmaster-level martial sages. There were also many great Grandmaster-level martial sages. If an outsider dared to barge into the king conferral ceremony, it would be a big joke. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The white figure's hair fluttered, and saber music rang out like zither music. A wondrous zither song played in the sky. Boundless saber intent reverberated in the sky. One by one, the figures that shot into the air were lightly brushed by the white figure. Xiao Chen. As the crowd approached, they could clearly see the appearance of that white figure. Several people's expressions changed as they cried out in shock. After passing the final great grandmaster level martial sages blocking his way, Xiao Chen landed on the tall platform. Then, he tossed out his identity medallion and handed it to the old man beside Xiao Hoju. In a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Xiao Chen said in a calm tone, "I am the Haotian sect's Xiao Chen, conferred king conferral. Sorry for being late." When the black-clad old man saw the name on the identity medallion, his expression flickered. Back in the Bushan Palace, he was the trusted aide of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord. Otherwise, he would not have been the one to host this king conferral ceremony. These simple and indifferent words confirmed Xiao Chen's identity. A loud commotion resounded in the plaza. It really is Xiao Chen. He really came. Wasn't it rumored that the 10 great grandmaster-level martial sages of the deity race severely injured him? That doesn't seem like it at all. In the Haotian sect's guest stands, Shui Lingling revealed a gentle smile as she heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xiao Chen came. As long as he was alive, there was hope for everything. Bai, who stood with Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, squinted his eyes like a pair of crescent moons. His face filled with a joyful smile. The ghost race's Qing Qing smiled faintly. In the end, this fellow did not disappoint her. In the end, he still came. The Full Moon Pavilion's Feng Xingsheng, the Shiman clan's Shiman Bao, the Battle Realm genius Niu Dang, and the others were slightly startled, not having expected this. Despite so many traps and layers of obstruction, Xiao Chen still appeared at the king conferral ceremony, arriving as promised. Some were shocked, some were disappointed, some rejoiced, and some were strangely furious. The deity race's Diwuk showed a sullen expression. Xiao Chen appeared alive, and the deity race's great grandmaster-level martial sages were nowhere to be found. That meant only one thing. The great grandmaster-level martial sages who forged the deity statue all died at Xiao Chen's hands. In the corpse race's VIP seats, Xing Ju, the personal disciple of the corpse god palace's heaven-punishing corpse god, said to Wei Hua, the underworld fire sovereign's descendant, "This person is Xiao Chen. He is the one who defeated you and Long Fei on Dragonwood Star, as well as the Iron Hand sovereign's descendant, Kue Do." Aside from the corpse god's bloodline, the corpse god palace had 4 other sovereign martial emperors, each of them in charge of a faction: the Underworld Fire Sovereign, the White Bone Sovereign, the Death Fire Sovereign, and the Ghost Fire Sovereign. In the past, there was also the Iron Hand Sovereign, who cultivated the physical body. However, the Iron Hand Sovereign had already betrayed the corpse god palace and was not counted. A murderous intent flashed in Wei Hua's eyes. He said through clenched teeth, "That's him." Xing Ju's gaze was frivolous, and his lips curled up slightly. He remained silent, thinking about something. Xiao Chen's appearance was unexpected, catching that black-clad old man off guard. He did not know what to say. "Senior, is my identity fake?" The black-clad old man recovered his wits and handed his identity medallion to Xiao Chen. "Your identity is not fake." Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "In that case, can we begin the king conferral ceremony?" Xiao Hoju, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "You speak in such absolute terms. Whether you can be conferred king or not is not decided yet. During the king conferral ceremony, experts of the same generation can challenge each other. If someone beats you half to death, there is no need for you to continue being conferred king." Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. Then, he turned his head to look at Xiao Hoju and smiled. "Brother Xiaoho, since you are so confident, how about the two of us exchange moves first before being conferred king?" This provoked Xiao Hoju to agree. However, the black-clad old man at the side quickly said, "Young master, don't be rash. Confer king first. At the same time, Xiao Hoju sent a voice projection, don't fight with him first. Someone will deal with him later. Later, when everyone comes to offer their congratulations, the Holy Lord has already made arrangements. Let him make a fool of himself first. Xiao Hoju snorted coldly and ignored Xiao Chen. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, it was a competition of connections. When everyone came to offer their congratulations, Xiao Hoju was confident that, given the White Tiger Holy Lord's status, no one in the Tianwu domain would dare to not give him face. Under the Holy Lord's pressure, aside from the Haotian sect, no one in the Tianwu domain would send a congratulatory gift to Xiao Chen. At that time, there would be an endless stream of people coming to offer their congratulations. This would be a sharp contrast to the cold and cheerless scene of the other party. The king conferral ceremony began. The black-clad old man started to recite Xiao Hoju's military merits, speaking in an excited voice. Xiao Hoju, 1 million military merits, a great contribution. Bushin Palace specially conferred the title of White Tiger King, 100 bottles of sage-grade medicinal pills, 1 heaven-ranked cultivation technique, 1 king-grade secret treasure, and 1 set of White Tiger King armor. After detailing Xiao Hoju's military merits, the black-clad old man started to announce the rewards that Bushin Palace gave out. The long list of rewards was all worth cities. Music rang out, and beautiful girls on both sides of the tall platform stepped forward to help Xiao Hoju put on the White Tiger King armor, which shone with a bright light. Qian Yun of the Flowing Clouds sect is here on the orders of the sect master to congratulate young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby present a peak spirit vein. Chapter 995. After Xiao Hoju put on his clothes, he looked very awe-inspiring. Immediately, the sects sent their congratulatory gifts. The gift they gave was a top-grade spirit vein right off the bat. The generosity of a 9th-rank sect was indeed extraordinary. After accepting the gifts, Xiao Hoju smiled faintly and gave Xiao Chen a playful look. The Thousand Mystery sect congratulates young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of black-patterned gold. The Clear Water Gate congratulates young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send 50 tons of 1,000-year-old profound iron. The Blood Saber Pavilion congratulates young master Xiao Hoju on being conferred king. We hereby send a peak king-grade secret treasure. Given the connections of the White Emperor City's Holy Lord, the 9 ranks of the great families of the Tianwu domain, aside from the Haotian sect, all sent their gifts. The scene was extremely majestic. This continued for 1 hour before the Tianwu domain's gift-givers slowly stopped. Xiao Hoju smiled endlessly. He purposely waved his hand and said to Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, there are too many gifts. My hands are getting tired. If Brother Xiao does not receive any gifts, you can come to me to choose a few after this." The black-clad old man smiled and said, "This is the difference between a holy land and an ordinary sect. Some people are really bold, daring to be conferred king together with young Master Xia." Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He did not understand what was there to be proud of. He only cared about the title of the Blue Dragon King. Aside from that, everything else was meaningless. As for the congratulatory gifts, Xiao Chen did not care much about them. Right now, he only cared about one thing: what was his title? Xiao Hoju was the White Tiger King. In that case, would he be the White-Robed King or the Blue Dragon King? If it was the former, there was no need for him to remain in this king conferral ceremony. Xiao Chen would beat up this Xiao Hoju and vent the frustration he suffered along the way. Then, he would flick his sleeves and leave. If it was the Blue Dragon King, he could endure it for a while and vent his anger in the future. Xiao Hoju's title had been read out. Next, he would be awarded the badge and sworn allegiance to Bushin Palace. Then, he would be the real Bushin Palace's White Tiger King. He could announce his title to the outside world and receive special treatment within the jurisdiction of Bushin Palace. However, before that, they had to announce Xiao Chen's title and wait for him to accept the congratulatory gifts before they could award the Xiao Hoju the emblem. Somewhat reluctantly, the black-clad old man took out the Bushan Palace announcement and read, Xiao Chen, 1,000,000 military merits, title Blue Dragon King, personally appointed by the Thunder King. Compared to Xiahou Ju's lengthy announcement, the black-clad old man's announcement of Xiao Chen's king conferral was clearly much simpler. His tone even seemed a little reluctant and perfunctory. However, these few words, especially the last 4 words, were personally appointed by the Thunder King. This made everyone present take a deep breath. To think that the Thunder King personally appointed Xiao Chen's title. The strongest human expert, a legend from the same generation as the Qing Emperor, actually participated in something that was not worth mentioning to them. When Xiahou Ju saw everyone's reactions, he felt displeased. He thought to himself, just you wait. Let's see what congratulatory gifts you can receive. When you receive a pile of trash, let's see how you can still be pleased. The Haotian sect's Shui Lingling congratulates Xiao Chen on being conferred king. After the black-clad old man finished reading, Shui Lingling floated up. Holding a wooden box, she walked over to Xiao Chen and said with a smile, Junior brother, congratulations on being conferred king. This is my gift. Xiao Chen received the box but was not in a rush to open it. He raised his head and said with a smile, Thank you, senior sister. Aren't you going to open it and take a look? Shui Lingling blinked. At the side, Xiahou Ju sneered, It is just trash. How could I be embarrassed to open it? Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had long since resented the 3 holy masters, especially the White Emperor City's city lord. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen's path to being conferred king had been fraught with death. Fortunately, the Thunder King stood up for him, helping him obtain the title of Blue Dragon King. Right now, Xiao Chen did not want to cause too much trouble. Xiao Chen gently opened the wooden box, and cold qi poured out. Snowflakes drifted down from the sky. A translucent frost pearl slowly flew out from the box. Instantly, snowflakes flew everywhere, dancing in the air above the entire Tianwu Plaza. Someone stretched out his hand and grabbed the snowflake. Then, his expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, This is the long-lost ice Immortal Pearl. It is said to be a treasure from the Immortal epoch. After refining it, one can directly comprehend the will of ice to great perfection. This thing actually exists. It is a treasure that can directly allow one to comprehend an additional will. Exclamations resounded in the surroundings. Everyone looked at the wooden box in Xiao Chen's hand with envious expressions. Just this ice Immortal Pearl surpassed all the gifts that Xiahou Ju had received. Xiahou Ju's face darkened slightly. He had not expected that Shui Lingling would give him such a precious item. Earlier, Xiao Chen called it trash. Now, he was slapping his own face. He really wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Xiao Chen put away the ice Immortal Pearl and smiled at Xiahou Ju. Brother Xiahou, your horizons are really extraordinary. I wonder how many of such trash you have in your hands. Xiao Chen purposely emphasized the word trash, angering Xiahou Ju so much that his expression turned sullen. However, he could not find anything to rebut. Don't get cocky. I will be watching from here in the Tianwu domain. Who else will come to give you a congratulatory gift? Xiahou Ju was very frustrated. After holding it in for a long time, he could not think of anything else to say. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not argue with him. He performed a cup-fist salute and thanked Shui Lingling again. This was an important gift that even Xiao Chen found hard to reject. He. Bai is here to congratulate elder brother Xiao Chen on being conferred the Blue Dragon King. Just as Xiahou Ju was waiting to see Xiao Chen make a fool of himself, he saw a young girl hopping over. She was also carrying a wooden box. The girl was very beautiful, charming and enchanting. However, she also had a youthful and lively air. Her enchanting face did not look tacky. However, Xiao Chen had never heard of the name Bai before. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, someone came over to slap his face with a gift. Furthermore, it was a name that he had never heard of before. After being embarrassed by Shui Lingling earlier, Xiaoju could not help saying, "Where did this wild girl come from?" "Xiao Chen, only such an unpresentable character would give you a gift." Bai directly ignored Xiaoju. She looked at Xiao Chen happily and said, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, open it and take a look. I pestered adoptive father for a long time to get this. He said that you would need it soon." When Xiaoju saw that Bai ignored him, he could not help feeling even angrier. What was his status? He was the holy son of the Tianwu domain, the White Tiger King, an outstanding talent of the younger generation. Unexpectedly, this girl dared to ignore him, treating him like air. Xiao Chen could not help but get angry. He circulated his energy and pushed off the ground. A formless energy caused the wooden box to shatter with a bang, and cracks appeared on it. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he laughed loudly. Indeed, an unpresentable character. A box containing treasures cannot even withstand a gust of wind. Such a wooden box is definitely trash. Bang! The wooden box completely shattered, and a golden light flashed. Then, a golden dragon circled the sky. Whoosh! 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 A drizzle fell, and golden spiritual rain drifted down from the sky. The spiritual energy in the entire Tianwu Plaza suddenly became 10 times denser, 100 times denser. Someone opened his mouth and sucked the golden spiritual rain into his mouth. That person immediately felt refreshed, and his law energy improved significantly. His expression changed dramatically, and his eyeballs nearly fell out. He said in a trembling voice, "This is a Holy Spirit vein." It really is a Holy Spirit vein, second only to a King Spirit vein. Even for most of the 9 ranks of the great families, there was only one Holy Spirit vein. It was used to stabilize one's luck. In fact, there was an unwritten rule in this world that only sects with Holy Spirit veins were worthy of the 9 ranks of the great families. With a Holy Spirit vein, it would be an exaggeration to say that establishing one of the 9 ranks of the great families would not be difficult. The entire plaza burst into an uproar. Several people directly circulated their energies and opened their mouths, sucking in the golden spiritual rain in large mouthfuls. Among the 9 ranks of the great families, only a few inner sect elders could enjoy a Holy Spirit vein. Furthermore, there was a time limit. If it exceeded the time limit, it had to stop. At this moment, a Holy Spirit vein leaked out. Naturally, the cultivators who had never seen a Holy Spirit vein before could not contain their excitement. Xiaoju's complexion turned ashen. His mouth gaped open, and his face turned red. He was so shocked that he could not say anything. Whoosh! 2 figures shot out, each holding a seal. They quickly subdued and suppressed the Holy Spirit vein. Then, they shouted at Xiaoju, "Xiaoju, how bold of you! To think that you dare to boast shamelessly before the Fox King's adopted daughter. Who gave you such courage? In your eyes, even the Fox King is a minor character." The moment these words came out, the uproar immediately stopped. Everyone looked at Xiaoju, revealing expressions of pity. Who could have imagined that aside from being pretty, this girl with an unsophisticated name was actually the Fox King's adopted daughter? Who was the Fox King? He was one of the 5 great experts of the Kunlun realm. He was as famous as the Thunder King, Emperor Forsaken, and the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. In terms of status, prestige, and strength, the Fox King was much stronger than the White Emperor City's City Lord, the White Tiger Holy Lord. The White Tiger Holy Lord was an absolute peak character of the Tianwu domain. Even when the Thunder King came out of closed-door cultivation, he did not dare to call others minor characters. Yet, he, Xiaoju, actually said such a thing. This joke, in front of all the heroes of the world, was really too big of a joke. Xiao Chen had slapped his own face too ruthlessly. Bai put away the Holy Spirit vein and smiled. Don't bother with bad people. Today is elder brother Xiao Chen's big day of being conferred king. There is no need to be angry. The black-clad old man, who was already somewhat frightened, heaved a sigh of relief. If the other party had not let it go, this matter would have blown up. Hee hee. Elder brother Xiao Chen, do you like it? If you do, I'll get adoptive father to give you a few more. Bai looked at Xiao Chen in anticipation. When the others heard this, they could not help but vomit blood. The Fox King's adopted daughter was indeed extraordinary. Holy Spirit veins were like buns. If he liked them, he would give her a few more. Xiao Chen accepted the Holy Spirit vein, feeling helpless in his heart. He did not know how to answer. If he said that he liked them, the Fox King would probably have the urge to chop him up. How could a Holy Spirit vein be like buns? Giving him one was already a great gift. If he said that he did not like them, Bai would definitely be disappointed. Fortunately, Kang Yuan and Yuan Su were here. They quickly tried to smooth things over, pulling Bai away. Shichen, let's go down first. There are still gifts to give later. Don't delay. Chapter 996. Bai saw that there was indeed a group of people below the platform. They had arrived early but had waited for a long time. Bai Qin stuck out his tongue and smiled embarrassedly. Then, he quickly went down with the other two. After that, there were a few people. The leader was an old man who did not have a high cultivation. He was barely a peak superior grade martial monarch and looked very ordinary. A group of people behind him carried a 200-meter-long metal box as they followed the old man with some difficulty. The old man performed a cupped fist salute and said, "On the orders of my clan's young master, Yi Chen, we are here to congratulate you on being conferred king. We have prepared a small gift as a token of our respect." Yi Chen. Xiao Chen had never heard of this name before. Xiahou Ju learned his lesson and asked the black-clad old man for guidance. The other party shook his head, indicating that there was no such person in the Kunlun continent. None of the leaders of the major powers in the Kunlun continent had the surname Yi. Xiahou Ju was now confident that this person's invitation was definitely bought to support Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not help but smile coldly to himself. I don't believe it. Your friends are all major characters. How high can a servant, who is only a peak martial monarch, be? Originally, Xiao Chen thought that with so many people coming to congratulate him, he would embarrass Xiao Chen greatly before he was officially conferred king. However, who could have imagined that only the Haotian sect of the Tianwu domain would send a big gift? However, this big gift surpassed all of Xiao Chen's gifts. Then, the Fox King's adopted daughter came to send a gift, embarrassing Xiao Chen even further. Since when had Xiao Chen ever lost so much face? Furthermore, he had lost it in front of all the outstanding talents of the world. How could he endure this? Xiao Chen raised his hand and pushed, circulating his law energy. Then, a beam of energy containing holy might shot out. The old man was caught off guard. How could he have expected Xiahou Ju to attack him? He vomited a mouthful of blood and got knocked back. Men. Carefully check this person's invitation and verify his identity. Does he really think that any random person can sneak into my king conferral ceremony? What a scandal! Xiahou Ju's expression was gloomy, but he was secretly pleased with himself. Xiao Chen, let's see how you're going to get out of this situation this time. You're just a character who got in by buying an invitation, and you still have the nerve to come up and give me a gift? Today, I attacked him in front of everyone. What can you do to me? Pa! A resounding slap rang out. Xiao Chen's eyes were overflowing with killing intent. In the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint, he slapped Xiao Chen. Intolerable, no need to endure anymore. The Holy Lord of White Emperor City secretly made a move on me on my way to being conferred king, causing me to have a narrow escape from death. I almost couldn't make it to this king conferring ceremony. It hadn't been easy for him to rush over, but this fellow had still provoked him time and time again. He had tolerated it time and time again for the sake of the big picture, but this fellow had gone from bad to worse. He had even touched the person sent by his friend to congratulate him. This was a move that no one expected. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen sent the bona fide Holy Scion flying with one slap. Not only was Xiao Hoju stunned by the slap, but everyone present was stunned as well. At the foot of the Bushin Palace, Xiao Chen directly slapped Xiao Hoju into the air before everyone. The slap was very loud and heavy. Everyone in the entire Tianwu Plaza could hear it. Di Wuk, who was sitting with Tian Yushi, was somewhat stunned. He said softly, "He is too sharp. We need to stop him this time. Otherwise, he will really grow stronger." Several people thought the same as Di Wuk. Xiao Hoju clearly wanted to embarrass Xiao Chen, purposely injuring the person who gave him the gift, putting him on the spot. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would be so decisive, using the most intense method to react? "If you dare to hit my person, then I dare to hit your face. If you want to see who is more ruthless, then let's see who is more ruthless." The corpse god's personal disciple, Xing Ju, originally appeared calm, but a murderous intent flashed on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. Some of the people who had conflicts with Xiao Chen and were preparing to cause trouble for Xiao Chen at the king conferral ceremony all showed unsightly expressions. "You dare to slap me?" Xiao Hoju showed extreme rage on his face. He stretched out his hand, and a tiger roar resounded. The clouds came from the dragon, and the wind came from the tiger. With this roar, a boundless strong wind blew. Wild wind. What kind of wind could truly be called wild? It had to have momentum, boundless momentum, taller than the sky, wider than the earth, vaster than the sea, and more ferocious than the river. The wind that Xiao Hoju gathered with his finger could definitely be called wild. When Xiao Chen pointed, wind blew from all directions. A black whirlpool appeared out of nowhere and sucked Xiao Chen in. Rumble. A strong wind blew, and bolts of lightning streaked across the sky. The clouds pressed down, and heavy rain poured down. Wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The wind was in front, and the rain was behind. Thunder and lightning flashed and rumbled. The power of this finger used the wind as the foundation, materializing a complete mysterious phenomenon. This instantly increased the might of this finger tenfold. In a rage, Xiao Hoju made his move, materializing the mysterious phenomenon of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This mysterious phenomenon directly sucked Xiao Chen in. A wild aura spread out from Xiao Hoju's body. Everyone in the Tianwu Plaza could feel the sharpness and will of Xiao Hoju. There was only one word for it: wild. I really underestimated Xiao Hoju. Unexpectedly, the power of one finger is so strong. He is the Holy Land's scion, after all. I wonder how Xiao Chen is doing in there. He probably isn't having a good time. Xiao Hoju's finger gathered momentum too quickly. The wind blew, the rain arrived, and lightning followed. There is no way to dodge within 100 meters. The sudden berserk Xiao Hoju changed the situation in the plaza. It seemed like a fierce battle was about to begin. When Xiao Chen attacked, the strength that he displayed startled everyone. Unexpectedly, he instantly sucked in Xiao Chen. Everyone wondered what was going on with Xiao Chen in there. Bright moonlight flew out from the black whirlpool. A full moon hung high in the sky. The sky slowly turned dark. A perfect night, a perfect moon, lonely, cold, and calm. A cool breeze blew, and the saber sounded like music, like a zither or a flute. It rang out continuously as if the cool breeze was echoing at the top of a mountain. Calm and collected, unflustered in the face of danger. If he was wild, let him be wild. The bright moon illuminates the river. If he was wild, let him be wild. The cool breeze blows the mountain. One's aura will eventually run out. Look at him being wild. I will not move. When I move, the wind scatters, the rain shatters, the thunder shatters, and the lightning shatters. Xiao Hoju's expression changed slightly. The might of this finger was tyrannical to the 9 heavens. However, it was like he had struck a ball of cotton, grabbing nothing. The might of one move was, after all, only one move. If he wanted to continue, he would have to change moves. With a thought, Xiao Hoju formed a hand seal with one hand, wanting to change moves again. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen's finger's might ran out, a saber light shot out from the black whirlpool. The violent winds suddenly dissipated, and the thunderstorm that was triggered by the wind naturally collapsed along with it. The seemingly berserk attack broke when a strand of saber light appeared. Just as Xiao Hoju was about to launch his second finger attack, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and took the initiative to attack. The bright moon in the sky turned into a strand of saber chi and launched a sneak attack. Xiao Hoju could only scatter his energy to defend. This strand of saber light knocked Xiao Chen back again. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips, he was significantly injured. Young Master Xia, the invitation is real. The young master of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Northern Sea Alliance's alliance chief personally sent people. Just as Xiao Hoju raged in his heart and got to his feet, preparing to fight Xiao Chen. The Bushin Palace's people had already checked the old man's invitation and announced the results. How can this be? How can this group of people be from the Northern Sea Alliance? Xiao Hoju felt somewhat dizzy. All his fighting spirit vanished, replaced by a chill. To think that he was from the Northern Sea Alliance. The Northern Sea Alliance was far from the Kunlun continent. No wonder Xiao Chen had never heard of the name Yi Chen. However, Xiao Chen had heard of the Northern Sea Alliance before. It was a super faction of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. In terms of strength and accumulations, it was weaker than Bushin Palace. However, it was much stronger than Xiao Chen's White Emperor City. Misfortune truly did not come alone. First, Xiao Chen offended the Fox King's adoptive daughter. Then, he offended the Northern Sea Alliance's people. What kind of demonic existences were Xiao Chen's friends? The gazes of the others on Xiao Hoju turned from sympathy to pity. With the various factions coming to congratulate Xiao Chen, White Emperor City had made ample preparations. The various major factions of the Tianwu domain had come out one after another, putting Xiao Hoju in the limelight. However, when it was Xiao Chen's turn, Xue Lingling immediately defeated Xiao Hoju. Not only did Xiao Chen lose face, but he also offended the Fox King and the Northern Sea Alliance, two major factions. Old sir, are you alright? After slapping the other party, Xiao Chen had vented some of his frustration. He could not be bothered to waste time with the other party anymore. He quickly walked over to the old man that Xiao Hoju injured. The old man smiled and said, "The injuries are not serious. After recuperating for a while, he will be fine." Young Master said that young Master Xiao is a loyal person. Indeed, it is true. This big gift is worth it. Open the box. Young Master Xiao, please appreciate this big gift. My young master's gift will not embarrass the Northern Sea Alliance. Even with 10-odd peak martial monarchs carrying the 200-meter-long metal box, they still found it hard to do so. What exactly was in the box? Many people had long been curious about this mysterious metal box. It seemed like each of Xiao Chen's friends was more incredible than the last. The Fox King's adopted daughter already gave a Holy Spirit vein. Could the things in the metal box compare to a Holy Spirit vein? Upon hearing the order to open the box, the cultivators carrying it all heaved a sigh of relief. With a flip of their hands, they opened the mechanism. The huge metal box's lid sprang open. Roar! The instant the box was opened, a dragon roar that had been suppressed for a long time came from the metal box. The surroundings trembled, and a surging dragon might spread out in all directions. This was different from the dragon might that ordinary cultivators imitated. This was the most primitive dragon might. It gave off an ancient and desolate aura, as if it had been many tens of thousands of years. The voice of a true dragon. What is in there? It has such a horrifying dragon might. Could it be the spine of a true dragon? A 200-meter-long true dragon spine. That is too exaggerated. In that case, how big was the true dragon when it was alive? The bones of a true dragon were worth cities. Their rarity went without saying. Among the bones, the spine of a true dragon was the most precious. Chapter 997. Back then, Anjuanshi had obtained a rare spine and forged it into a subdivine weapon, the true dragon lightning whip. That spine was no more than 10 meters long, but it was already extremely rare and could be made into a subdivine weapon. The true dragon spine before Xiao Chen was 200 meters long. How horrifying would its value be? As the saying went, dragons lurked in the depths. This saying was true. Probably only the Northern Sea Alliance could find such a long true dragon spine in the world. The large metal box quickly closed. Xiao Chen felt somewhat startled. This gift was too heavy, so heavy that he did not dare to accept it. Young Master Xiao, there is no need to worry. You saved my clan's young master's life in the heavenly ruin wasteland, so you deserve this gift. Furthermore, my clan's young master values his friends the most. Since young Master Xiao is conferred the Blue Dragon King, you should be worthy of this King of Dragon Spine. The black-clad old man spoke leisurely. From his tone, it was clear that he had a good impression of Xiao Chen. Clearly, Xiao Chen's earlier slap had helped this old man vent his frustrations. Not far away, Xiao Hoju's eyes popped out. He thought to himself, trash, a pile of trash. This trash was not a gift that Xiao Chen had received. Instead, it was something that he had received himself. Compared to Xiao Chen, it could not even be considered trash. Now, Xiao Chen seemed to understand what a friend was. The White Emperor City's holy lord stood at the peak of the Tianwu domain. He relied on his reputation to get the 100 sects of the Tianwu domain to congratulate him. These people were not related to Xiao Chen at all. They only came because of the holy lord. How could they really give him a congratulatory gift on the level of a charming treasure? However, although Xiao Chen's friends were few in number, they were all friendships that he had obtained with his life on the line. In the future, if these friends were in trouble, Xiao Chen would definitely help them, not hesitating to go through water or tread on fire. Of the many people who came to congratulate him, one was a casual acquaintance who congratulated him for face. The other was a friend who had gone through life and death with him. Even if Xiao Chen's friends only gave him a pile of junk, it would still be 10,000 times better than his pile of flashy but impractical things. The people of the Northern Sea Alliance withdrew. The young master of the Muddy Sky Gate, one of the 3 peak sects of the Primal Chaos Domain, Qi Wuxue, sent someone to deliver his congratulatory gift. Xiahou Ju was no stranger to the Muddy Sky sect. Its strength was almost the same as the current White Emperor City, but it lacked some resources. These were the people sent by the 3 overlords of the Primal Chaos Domain. Xiao Hoju did not dare to underestimate them. But now, even if an ordinary person came, Xiao Hoju would not dare to do anything excessive. His face was trembling, and he didn't dare to look at the gifts that the others had given to Xiao Chen. The more he looked at them, the sadder he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that what he had accepted was a pile of trash, and that he was just finding trouble in his heart. What Qi Wuxue asked someone to deliver was the beautiful mountain and river painting. Back in the heavenly ruin wasteland, the few major factions had worked together to fight over it. In the end, the Muddy Sky Gate ended up winning it. This was another valuable treasure. When everyone saw it, their eyes turned bloodshot with fervent expressions. Following that, the corpse race White Bone Sovereign's descendant, the Dragon Man, delivered his congratulatory gift. However, this Dragonman's gift was rather special. It was a note. This note recorded the traces of the Despair Throne, which the Dragon Man had found in the heavenly starry ocean. This was useful and practical information to Xiao Chen. Congratulations. This lady does not have much to give, so I will give you a soul-gathering pearl. The ghost race's Qing Cheng stepped forward and delivered her congratulatory gift. Although Qing Cheng spoke casually, it still caused a significant commotion. What was the use of a soul-gathering pearl? When a person died, their 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls would immediately scatter. A soul-gathering pearl could ensure that the soul would not scatter for 7 days. If one's physical body did not deteriorate within 7 days, it could create a heaven-defying miracle of resurrection. At this moment, everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Xiao Chen. It was like they were looking at a human-shaped treasure trove. If anyone managed to rob Xiao Chen, they would obtain boundless wealth. Young Master Xiao, a stranger asked me to pass this painting to you during the king conferral ceremony. Congratulations on being conferred king. A fiend race cultivator that Xiao Chen did not recognize stepped forward and handed him a painting. Xiao Chen unfurled the painting, feeling somewhat confused. The painting was only black and white. It depicted the scene behind the bridge of helplessness in the 9 layers of purgatory. Behind the headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, an azure-clad man was looking at the fragments of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Xiao Chen could only see his back, not his appearance. Aside from this, there was nothing special about it. It was just a very simple painting. With so many people, Xiao Chen found it strange. However, he did not show it on his face. He carefully put away the painting and said to the person who came, "Many thanks. This painting is very important to me. An old friend of mine gave it to me." The person who came smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao is too polite. It was just a slight effort on my part." Not many people came to give congratulatory gifts to Xiao Chen. Compared to Xiao Hoju's many sects, it was much more deserted. However, at this point, everyone knew that the main character of the king conferral ceremony had already changed from Xiao Hoju to Xiao Chen. Or rather, the main character had never changed. This was Xiao Chen's king conferral ceremony. Just when everyone thought that the shock was over, a congratulatory gift from the chaotic demonic sea shocked everyone again, flabbergasting them. The newly crowned empress of the chaotic demonic sea's merfolk race sent a congratulatory gift for Xiao Chen's king conferral, the emperor-grade secret treasure Neptune's crown. This was a bona fide emperor-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it was a secret treasure that Neptune used back then. As Xiao Chen received Neptune's crown, he knew that Yao Yan already had the Thorn Sovereign Circlet and that this Neptune's crown was unnecessary. However, this was an emperor-grade secret treasure, an emperor-grade secret treasure that Neptune used in the past. Yet, Yao Yan gave it away just like that. It looked like Xiao Chen felt guilty about what happened in the Neptune Palace. The segment of congratulatory gifts finally came to an end. Compared to the two, Xiao Hoju was utterly embarrassed, like a joke. In the distant honored guest stands, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's Nuan Muyun and the Divine Martial Gate's Feng Wuji both revealed expressions of lingering fear. Back then, the 3 holy masters intended to send out one person to suppress Xiao Chen. Because the two did not have much ambition, they did not care about it, so they gave it to Xiao Hoju. If they had not rejected it back then, the one standing on the platform would have been them. When they thought about what happened to Xiao Hoju today, they all trembled in fear. Nuan Muyun sighed softly. Xiao Hoju is a little too obsessed with these external things. He places too much importance on these external things. If his heart is a little more relaxed, with his talent, his strength can go a step further. Feng Wuji shook his head and said, he has always been the strongest person of the human race's younger generation. When he met with Xiao Chen, who appeared out of nowhere, his mentality became unstable. Actually, this is understandable. Today's matter might not only be bad for him. Nuan Muyun looked around and said calmly, this Xiao Chen is indeed strong. However, he has made too many enemies, and his sharpness is too strong. There might be variables in his king conferral. What variables? Nuan Muyun pointed in a direction and said, look over there. That pale-faced youth in black is the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's personal disciple, Xie Zixuan. From the moment Xiao Chen arrived, the killing qi in his eyes never disappeared. Look over there. That is the Corpse God Palace's heaven-punishing Corpse God's disciple, Xingju. He is the strongest person of the corpse race's younger generation. When Xiao Chen made his move earlier, I also noticed the killing qi in his eyes. There is also Diwuk. Even now, I still cannot see through him. I wonder what he is planning. The backers of these 3 are the strongest experts of the Kunlun realm. They are the most ambitious. How could they just watch as Xiao Chen is conferred king? As for the descendants of the other sovereign martial emperors, there is no telling if he can successfully obtain the Blue Dragon King's insignia. Feng Wuji looked in the direction Nguyen Muyun pointed. When he heard what she said, surprise appeared on his face. Clearly, he had not expected Xiao Chen to have so many strong enemies. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, Emperor Forsaken, and Xingtian were all experts who were as famous as the Thunder King. Before Di Wuk and the other two came, they might have received instructions from them. Next was the conferment of the king's insignia. With this insignia, Xiao Chen would gain the Bushan Palace's recognition. Xiao Chen's conferment of the Blue Dragon King would be thoroughly acknowledged. Xiao Hoju should be able to obtain this insignia very easily. However, if Xiao Chen wanted to obtain it, it would be somewhat difficult. Before obtaining the insignia, the Bushan Palace allowed cultivators of the same generation to challenge the conferment of king. Under normal circumstances, on account of the Bushan Palace, they would stop at a certain point and exchange pointers. However, right now, the Bushan Palace, which was under the control of the three holy masters, clearly did not support Xiao Chen, nearly shedding all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chen could no longer rely on the big tree that was the Bushan Palace. He could only rely on himself now. A pretty maidservant stepped forward, carrying a tray with the White Tiger King's insignia on it. It flickered with a silver light, giving off a treasured light. This was an extremely high-quality secret treasure in itself. After the oath of loyalty was completed, the pretty maidservant picked up the White Tiger King's insignia and prepared to pin it on Xiao Hoju's chest. Once it was pinned on, Xiao Hoju would be able to openly call himself the White Tiger King from now on. Chi. When the insignia was completely imprinted on Xiao Chen's chest, it turned into a white tiger and merged with his clothes. His white tiger battle armor also underwent some changes, seeming to be filled with more spirituality. As expected, he was successfully conferred king, and no one came to challenge him. Standing at the side, Xiao Hoju glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Please, according to the Bushan Palace's rules, once you fail to be conferred king, all the congratulatory gifts will have to be returned. I look forward to your exciting expression at that time. This kind of person would always wait to see you make a fool of yourself. As long as you stumbled slightly, they would hit you while you were down and mock you with all their might." The maidservant brought the Blue Dragon King's insignia. The insignia was green in color and had the image of a dragon engraved on it. It gave off a faint green light, misty and dreamy. Under the guidance of the black-clad old man, Xiao Chen completed the oath of loyalty ceremony. After the old man recited some cumbersome words, he said, "Time has passed. The Blue Dragon King's insignia has been covered in dust for tens of thousands of years. Now, I bestow it to you. I hope you cherish it and take care of it." Humph! How noble is the title of Blue Dragon King. To think that the Bushan Palace would so casually bestow it on a nobody. I, Ren Kongjue, will not accept this. A cold shout rang out, and a tall and sturdy figure landed heavily on the platform. It was the Kwafu clan's Ren Kongjue. Bang! When Ren Kongjue landed, it was like a mountain crashing down, creating a loud sound. Dust flew up, and a shock wave split mountains. The compressed space rippled like water as it surged out. "It's here," Xiao Chen thought to himself as calm as still water, "it's here. The one that should come finally came. I will settle all the grudges of the past in this king conferral ceremony. Anyone who obstructs me from being conferred king will be defeated by me. No one will be able to escape my defeat." Who was Ren Kongjue? He was an outstanding talent of the ancient Kwafu clan. He had appeared in recent years. The moment he appeared, he shone brightly in the starry heaven's silver lake, daring to compete with Di Wuk. The sand and dust that Ren Kongjue kicked up could split mountains. One could easily imagine how strong he was. Chapter 998. Bang! Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. A saber light flashed like the moon, easily splitting the sandstorm surging over in half. Ren Kongjue was tall and stout, with a thick waist and strong legs. Just by standing there, he gave off an intense pressure. When the black-clad old man saw the situation, he rejoiced. He smiled and said, "My Bushan palace has always been fair when conferring kings. We never fear challenges from others. Xiao Chen, if you embarrass the Bushan palace, then there is really no need for you to wear the Blue Dragon King's insignia." Shui Lingling bit her lip, showing a grave expression. The most crucial hurdle had finally arrived. The other party used the righteousness of the Bushan palace to suppress Xiao Chen. He was clearly a vile person, but his words were righteous and dignified, making it impossible for Xiao Chen to find an excuse to rebut him. Although there had been challenges in the past conferring kings, the Bushan palace had always used its strong influence to inform the various experts in advance. All they needed to do was to stop when necessary, and there would not be any major chaos. Now that Xiao Chen was being conferred king, the Bushan palace naturally would not stand up for him. If they were not careful, they would not be able to continue with the conferring of king. The three holy masters could not openly stop Xiao Chen from being conferred king. They could only use some underhanded moves in secret. However, it had to be said that this move was very effective. First, they sent people to block off Xiao Chen, not letting him arrive on time. Even if he managed to arrive, he would still face the challenges of various enemies. Eventually, they would run out of manpower. Then, they would exhaust Xiao Chen, forcing him to give up on being conferred king. I, Wei Hua, am not convinced, either. Seeing the black-clad old man's clear attitude, the underworld fire sovereign, Wei Hua, made up his mind. He leaped up and arrived at the platform. I, Kue Do, am not convinced, either. Xiao Chen, you are not qualified to be conferred king. The Iron Hand sovereign's descendant's figure flashed and arrived at the platform as well. Immediately, three outstanding talents stood on the platform. All of them had very scary backgrounds. Behind them stood sovereign martial emperors. The cultivators in the surrounding spectator stands were all startled. Xiao Chen's friends were all ridiculously monstrous, but his opponents were also all terrifyingly valiant. If an ordinary person offended one of them, they wouldn't have a good life in the future. However, Xiao Chen had offended three of them in one go. Now, Xiao Chen's path to becoming a king would be somewhat uncertain. So. It was not over yet. Two people flew over from the sky. They were the Primal Chaos Domain's Heavenly Music Sect Xia Dongyang and the Frost Moon Palace's Xiao Qinghan. The two stood side by side and said simply, "Not convinced," expressing their stance. The Heavenly Music Sect and the Frost Moon Palace were peak factions of the Primal Chaos Domain. These two sects had sovereign martial emperors. Even in the entire Kunlun realm, they were extremely strong factions. F***ck, isn't this a little too exaggerated? 5 absolute geniuses appearing at the same time. Who among the same generation can withstand such a lineup? This is too extreme. It looks like the Bushan Palace did not intend to let Xiao Chen be conferred king from the start. Otherwise, they would not have sent these people invitations. The Blue Dragon King's title will probably continue to be covered in dust. Such a conferment of king is probably the most difficult in the history of the Bushan Palace. In the next moment, Xiao Chen, who had enjoyed boundless glory, fell into dire straits before everyone's eyes. Many people sighed softly, feeling that it was unfair for Xiao Chen's situation. In the distance, the disciples and inheritors of the East Mountain Ghost Monarch, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, and the East Mountain Ghost Monarch, the corpse god Xingju, and the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign did not make a move, watching coldly. These people had very sharp eyes. They could tell that Xiao Chen was somewhat different today, so they did not rashly make a move. However, once they saw an opportunity, they would not hesitate to kill. If the people outside knew that these three people were dissatisfied with Xiao Chen being conferred king, who knew how shocked they would be? When Xiao Hoju saw this scene, he could not help but rejoice. Heaven is helping me. In the end, I, Xiao Hoju, am still the main character of today's king conferral ceremony. Xiao Chen, no matter how many friends you have, no matter how impressive your congratulatory gifts are, you still have to return them if you fail to be conferred king. If you fail to be conferred king, it will probably be a shadow in the other party's heart, preventing them from advancing to martial emperor for the rest of their lives. The black-clad old man was slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected so many people with powerful backgrounds to be dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's conferral of king. The black-clad old man could not help thinking, although the Thunder King does not care about anything and is in closed-door cultivation most of the time, if the Thunder King really kills the person that the Thunder King appointed, it will be hard to explain to the three holy masters. Xiao Chen, it looks like you do not have enough prestige. So many people are not satisfied with you. You should leave the Blue Dragon King's insignia to the Bushin Palace for now, the black-clad old man said after some thought. The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice as he put away the Azure Dragon badge. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he retorted rudely, "It is just a few nobodies barking here and there. It means that I do not have enough prestige. Old mister, I think you're either senile or blind." Xiao Hoju berated, "Xiao Chen, how bold of you. You are not conferred king yet, and you already dare to speak rudely to the seniors of the Bushin Palace. The old sir could not bear to see you beaten to death by others, so he advised you kindly. However, you do not appreciate it. Instead, you insulted him. How bold of you." Xiao Chen could not help guffawing. "What a great, I do not appreciate it. You know the truth in your heart. If you think that I am bold, then I will be bold for once. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of being conferred the White Tiger King." Bang! Ignoring the 5 people at the side, Xiao Chen turned around and charged at Xiao Hoju instead. Xiao Chen's body was like a saber, its sharpness changing. His simple palm strike was like a saber everywhere. The wind blew in all directions, and the saber's edge was endless. Xiao Hoju felt that Xiao Chen's palm strike was filled with killing intent. There was nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. However, Xiao Hoju's cultivation was deep. He was already a Grandmaster-level martial sage, so he did not panic. He believed that he would not have any problem exchanging 100 moves with Xiao Chen. After 10 moves, the 5 people at the side would definitely not be able to resist attacking. At that time, they would be able to cripple Xiao Chen. Xiao Hoju pointed, and a strong wind blew. A strong light shot out, trying to block Xiao Chen. However, something strange happened. While Xiao Chen's palm strike looked ordinary, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It swept away all of Xiao Hoju's attacks. By the time Xiao Hoju reacted, Xiao Chen had already stretched out his hand and grabbed his wrist. Instantly, thousands of sabers flew over. Xiao Hoju's white tiger battle armor flickered with light, riddling it with thousands of holes. The White Tiger King insignia that Xiao Chen had just imprinted on fell off with a ka-ca sound. Xiao Chen swung his hand, and 25,000 tons of force burst out. Xiao Hoju flew back like a meteor. Before he could react, he was flung away, disappearing without a trace. As the crowd watched, it seemed like Xiao Chen flew past the vast Tianwu city, continuing to fly forward without stopping for a long time. Xiao Chen crashed into a mountain 50 kilometers outside the city, splitting it in half. Xiao Hoju vomited a large mouthful of blood as he struggled to push aside the heavy rocks on his body. Then, he looked around in confusion. Strange peaks rose up in the desolate mountains, stretching out endlessly. Grass and trees supported the sky, but there was no one in sight. After coughing twice and vomiting a few more mouthfuls of blood, Xiao Hoju cursed, "Damn it! What is this place?" 1 second ago, Xiao Chen was still in the bustling Tianwu Plaza filled with flowers. How did he end up in a desolate mountain range in the next second? This was a completely different world. Xiao Chen could not think straight. Xiao Chen turned his gaze back to the Tianwu Plaza. Although Xiao Chen's attack was short, when he used his full power, his cultivation was completely exposed. Great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen is already a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. No wonder he could defeat Xiao Hoju with one palm strike when he was caught off guard. Everyone was startled. A great Grandmaster level martial sage. Xiao Qin actually reached great Grandmaster level martial sage without anyone noticing. Even the peak of the younger generation was only a Grandmaster level martial sage. How exactly did this person cultivate? The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Hoju, who had been tossed somewhere. He trembled in anger and said, You are really bold. You even dare to make a move on the newly advanced White Tiger King of the Bushin Palace. Xiao Qin held the White Tiger King's insignia and said calmly, The Bushin Palace has always been fair and does not fear challenges from others. Is old sir's words just nonsense? The black-clad old man felt stifled. He was indeed the one who said those words. However, who could have imagined that Xiao Qin would immediately challenge Xiao Hoju and even toss him away in one move? Xiao Qin could not be bothered with this black-clad old man. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in his grasp. Then, he stabbed the scabbard into the ground. Bang! The top of the scabbard struck the ground heavily, and cracks spread out. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered as he grasped the saber hilt. A boundless aura surged out together with this heavy sound. Ren Kongjue and the others could not help but take a step back. Who still dares to say that they are not convinced? Xiao Qin said indifferently as he looked calmly at the 5 people before him. Who still dares to say that they are not convinced? Xiao Chen's words were very casual. His gaze was as calm as still water. He only looked at the 5 people before him indifferently, not showing any sharpness. However, that flash of the aura of a great Grandmaster level martial sage easily broke Xiao Hoju's finger wind. All of this put a huge pressure on them. Ren Kongjue and the others felt a sense of oppression, like something was stuck in their throats. They could not say that they were not convinced. Silence. When they looked around, no one said anything. Nearly everyone was shocked by Xiao Chen's words. One person, one saber, and one sentence pressured the 5 outstanding talents to the point that they broke out in a cold sweat and lost all their sharpness. Isn't it just a great Grandmaster level martial sage? It's not like I have never killed great Grandmaster level martial sages before. This old man is not convinced that you are the Blue Dragon King. What do you dare to do? The Kwafu race had always had a fiery temper. Ren Kongjue could no longer endure this oppressive aura, so he roared loudly. All outstanding talents had the ability to fight above their cultivation realm. As a peak superior grade martial sage, Xiao Qin could fight against great Grandmaster level martial sages. Ren Kongjue was a Grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, the Kwafu race had a horrifying physical body. Naturally, he could kill some great Grandmaster level martial sages. Ren Kongjue's words were not false. However, he seemed to have forgotten. Perhaps he had forgotten on purpose. Like him, Xiao Qin was a demonic genius. Xiao Chen's talent, comprehension ability, and luck were higher. How could he compare to an ordinary great Grandmaster level martial sage? Even if Ren Kongjue had not advanced to great Grandmaster level martial sage, Xiao Qin would still be able to hold his own against him. Now that Ren Kongjue had advanced to great Grandmaster level martial sage, he would not stand any chance of victory against Xiao Qin. After Ren Kongjue cursed, he charged at Xiao Qin. Ren Kongjue's body was like a mountain. When he moved, it was like a mountain was uprooted. Loud rumbles resounded in the air. Chapter 999. The momentum of Ren Kongjue's charge caused space to tremble, forming lake-like waves. Regular opponents did not even need to get close. Just this momentum alone would be enough to defeat them and cause them to vomit blood. The strong ancient races did not have any innate abilities. How could they be called a strong ancient race? Xiao Qin was not surprised at all. He had been waiting for Ren Kongjue. These people before him were just appetizers. The true powerhouses were seated behind, watching coldly. If Xiao Qin could put in less effort here, he would have a higher chance of victory. If these 5 people attacked together, even though Xiao Chen was a great grandmaster-level martial sage, he would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with these prepared outstanding talents. It would be much easier to deal with Renkongjue alone, a raging Renkongjue at that. The wave-like space pressed down on everything. However, it did not have much effect on Xiao Chen's rank 4 sage body. He did not move at all. His eyes focused on the trajectory of Renkongjue's attacks. With a flip of Xiao Chen's hand, the lunar shadow saber under his palm spun quickly. A strong wind blew, kicking up sand and rocks on the platform. The calm Xiao Chen suddenly burst forth with a torrential aura. As the lunar shadow saber spun, this aura slowly expanded. The compressed space before Xiao Chen reversed. Renkongjue, who was charging over like a tall mountain, paused. He was clearly caught off guard by the reversed wind. Bang! The instant Renkongjue paused, less than a tenth of a breath, the spinning lunar shadow saber under Xiao Chen's palm stopped spinning as well. Then, a saber light lit up, looking as resplendent as the sun. The entire platform was encased in white light. When the light vanished and everything calmed down, everyone saw that Xiao Chen was holding the sheathed lunar shadow saber. The tip of the scabbard tapped Renkongjue's forehead. Blood flowed out of his forehead and covered his face. In the time it took for a spark to fly, aside from a few people, no one could clearly see when Xiao Chen's saber stopped spinning and when he attacked. Renkongjue only saw a flash of saber light and then extinguished it. The insufferably arrogant Renkongjue did not even dare to move a single step. He panted heavily, his complexion pale. "You don't even have the right to make me draw my blade, and you still dare to be dissatisfied?" Xiao Chen's voice was cold, like the god of death. "Go back." The lunar shadow saber pressed down and pressed against Renkongjue's chest. Renkongjue spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He landed on the ground and rolled a few times before falling off the king ceremony stage. Kue Do, Wei Hua, and the other three, who were still standing on the platform, felt like they were standing on pins and needles. This was especially so when Xiao Chen shifted his gaze to the fore. They were in a dilemma. Who could have thought that Xiao Chen had advanced to the great grandmaster level martial sage realm? Who could have thought that Renkongjue would be defeated in one move, rolling back, beaten until he did not have the slightest temper? Who dared to say that they were dissatisfied? The four's words echoed in their ears. After what happened to Renkongjue and Xiao Hoju, how could they dare to say that they were dissatisfied? However, before so many pairs of eyes, they put down their pride and retreated. The four thought about how they had displayed their sharpness before coming here. They had said the words, "I am dissatisfied," very loudly and energetically. Now, they had to run back with their tails between their legs. How unbearable would that be? Who dares to say that they are dissatisfied? White-robed Xiao Chen, with such boldness, no wonder you even dared to kill the people of my astral palace. A cold voice resounded, and starlight filled the sky. A pretty figure walked over from outside the king ceremony stage. This figure wore long black clothes that looked like night draped over her body. It showed off her charming figure, inspiring wild and fanciful thoughts. A pale white star was embroidered on this figure's clothes. It gave off a cold light and flowed with starlight. This set of clothes had an extraordinary origin. This figure slowly walked over, resplendent starlight. As night fell, cold chi assaulted everyone, turning their breath into frost. Soon, this figure arrived at the platform conferring king. She stopped, and the starlight stopped. Then, she introduced herself, Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongyao. Whether you are conferred king or not has nothing to do with me. However, you killed the people of my astral palace. Today, you have to give me an explanation. Who is this person? How come I've never heard of her before? Most people did not recognize Fu Hongyao. However, they vaguely felt that she was extraordinary. This was especially so for the astral robes she wore, which were definitely extraordinary. When Wei Hua and the other three saw that someone had appeared to distract the others, they quickly slipped away, not willing to linger. Fu Hongyao. Unexpectedly, she is here as well. She is the successor of Zodiac Hall's Moon Palace. Zodiac Hall was a huge faction of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. It occupied the southern Heavenly Starry Ocean. With its strength alone, it could contend with a giant like the Northern Sea Alliance. The Zodiac Hall had more than 100 astral palaces under it, some strong and some weak. The Sun Palace and Moon Palace were the two strongest factions. Some people in the Primal Chaos domain had heard of Fu Hongyao's name. There were still people in the Tianwu Plaza who recognized her. This was a major character of the Heavenly Starry Ocean's younger generation. Fu Hongyao went straight to the point. Did the senior brothers of my Big Dipper Palace die at your hands? There was nothing wrong with admitting it. That group of people wanted to kill him, so he casually killed them. He did not feel any guilt, so Xiao Chen admitted it honestly. Fu Hongyao's gaze turned cold. She said coldly, "You are rather straightforward, not showing any fear. However, you still have to die." Right after Fu Hongyao spoke, she clenched the air with her right hand and waved. The dark astral robes she wore turned into a lunar astral banner in her hand. A beam of starlight shot down from the mysterious lunar astral banner in the distant starry sky. After losing his outer clothes, Fu Hongyao's snow-white skin was exposed. She waved the banner pole, and the night-like banner encased Xiao Chen, trying to suck him in. This sudden change caught many people off guard. They all cried out in surprise. Fu Hongyao's move was too unexpected. How could Xiao Chen dodge it? However, even though Fu Hongyao was fast, Xiao Chen was even faster. The instant Fu Hongyao waved the banner pole, Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber with his right hand. Instantly, a boundless saber intent appeared. The saber light was like the sun and the night, scattering. The astral banner in Fu Hongyao's hand flew out of his hand. After sheathing the saber, Xiao Chen waved his right hand and pulled the astral banner over. If I had any fear in my heart, how could I have come to this king conferral ceremony? If you want to take revenge for those people, you alone will only be sufficient for me to draw my saber. I'll help you call a few more people over. Xie Zixuan, Xing Ju, Di Wuk, how long are the three of you going to keep watching? Are you not even comparable to a woman? Xiao Chen's gaze went past Fu Hongyao and looked at the inheritors of Dongyue Ghost Emperor, Xingtian, and Emperor Forsaken. Then, he directly challenged them. The moment Xiao Chen said that, everyone was shocked. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen did not care about Fu Hongyao at all. He directly challenged the three most talented outstanding talents of the same generation. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to fight against these three powerful outstanding talents alone? When Fu Hongyao saw Xiao Chen stretch out his hand and grab her lunar astral banner, he did not even look at her. Instead, he looked outside, completely ignoring her. She could not help but become enraged. Lunar astral banner, come back. Fu Hongyao shouted, and the lunar astral banner turned into black clothes. Then, like a clump of black mist, it left Xiao Chen's hand and flew towards her. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. However, he did not stop her, letting her take it. He sheathed the lunar shadow saber and stabbed it back into the ground. Then, he propped it up with one hand and looked at Di Wuk, Xie Zixuan, and Di Wuk. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Chen had his own considerations for challenging these three people in one go. After weighing the pros and cons, he would only expose his trump cards one by one, leaving the last person a chance to take advantage of him. Xiao Chen might as well fight all three at once. With his cultivation as a great Grandmaster level martial sage, rank 4 sage body, vital chi of 5 dragon force, and magic energy that filled his sea of consciousness, he had at least a 50% chance of victory. This king conferral was a great opportunity for Xiao Chen. If he succeeded, his king grade true dragon's luck could turn into an emperor grade true dragon. From then on, his luck would flourish, and no one in the younger generation would be able to compete with him. If he failed, he would not be able to escape this calamity. His luck would fall to rock bottom, and it would be very difficult for him to climb back up. Anyone who tried to stop him from conferring a dragon would be defeated by him. The title of the blue dragon belongs to me alone, existing only for me. Since you want to die so much, then I, Xie Zishuan, will grant you your wish. Xie Zishuan, who could no longer hold back his killing qi, shouted coldly. He left behind a clump of ghostly fog. Then, the ghostly fog flashed, and Xie Zishuan appeared on the platform with 8 sabers on his back. Xiao Chen's other movement techniques were unfathomable. This is ghostly shadow steps, the famous martial technique of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. It requires extremely high talent to practice. Xie Zishuan is not even 30 years old, and he actually managed to practice it. I heard that this movement technique creates a ghostly shadow with each step. Each ghostly shadow is a clone. After reaching great perfection, one can walk 99,000 steps, unfathomable and unending. The moment Xie Zishuan appeared, his strange movement technique attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Chen's gaze turned sullen as he looked at Xiao Chen, not hiding his killing qi at all. Previously, in the 9 layers of purgatory, Xiao Chen had just advanced to Grandmaster level martial sage and his cultivation was unstable. Due to his carelessness, he got severely injured by Xiao Chen's 20 Dragon Force punch. That incident was still fresh in his mind. Furthermore, this person before Xiao Chen was very close to Ghost Empress Shisun's faction. No matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, he absolutely could not let the other party succeed in being conferred king under his nose. Ha! I have long heard of the Blue Dragon King's descendant, the white-robed King Xiao Chen. I, Xing Ju, will come and test you out as well. The first disciple of the Xingtian Ghost Emperor, Xing Ju, smiled faintly and took a step forward, landing on the platform. At this moment, only Diwuk did not move. Everyone immediately focused their attention on him, wanting to see the leader of the younger generation. How would Xiao Chen react after being looked down on by Xiao Chen? At this moment, Diwuk felt very complicated. The person who was once like an ant to him actually dared to challenge him before everyone. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not challenge Xiao Chen alone. He even added Xie Zishuan and Xing Ju to the challenge. I'll go with you, Tian Yushi, who was at the side, said softly. When Diwuk heard that, he felt stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said, there's no need. If he challenges us one by one, he might survive. If he challenges us all together, he will not stand a chance at all. Boom! Diwuk stood up, and the image of a deity's nation appeared behind him. Thousands of praises rang out. Diwuk did not land on the ground. Instead, he stood on the divine kingdom and flew to the platform, looking down at Xiao Chen from above. Diwuk is making a move as well. 3 powerful geniuses and Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongxue. This is going to be a good show. From the start of the king conferral ceremony until now, there had been many twists and turns. After one wave came another. Originally, Xiao Chen thought that Xiao Chen, who came in a hurry, would embarrass himself greatly in front of everyone's congratulations. Who knew, he would snatch away Xiao Hoju's limelight from the start. Chapter 1000. The people at the back were not convinced. The descendants of several sovereign martial emperors went up the platform together, trying to force Xiao Chen to give up on the Blue Dragon King title. However, Xiao Chen attacked in a rage, displaying the aura of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. With one strike, he left Xiao Hoju in the dust. The story should have ended here. However, Xiao Chen challenged 3 powerful outstanding talents again. The atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Normally, it was rare for Xie Zishuan and the others to gather together. It was impossible for them to deal with someone of the same generation at the same time. Today, such an impossible scene had appeared on the king's ceremony platform. Xiao Chen's chances of victory were pitifully small. However, no one dared to say that Xiao Chen would definitely lose. If this person, who had created many miracles along the way, won today, he would surpass the young Qing emperor. Don't fight with me. I can deal with this brat alone. He is just a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. I do not care about him at all. To think that he dares to say that he is not convinced. Today, I am not convinced. Xie Zishuan smiled coldly and took the initiative to charge over. He was proud and arrogant. When he saw Shao Chen reveal his cultivation, he completely revealed his trump card. He felt that Shao Chen was only a so-so and that he could fight alone. The others were happy to let him do as he pleased. However, if they found an opportunity, they would definitely make a move to kill Shao Chen. Bang! 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 The 8 sabers on Xie Zishuan's back unsheathed. He took 8 steps, creating a ghostly image with each step and a clone with each step. Eventually, his movements became unpredictable, it was hard to tell which was the real one. The 8 ghostly image clones each used a different saber technique. However, they were all connected to each other, giving off ghostly howls. A new world seemed to appear on the platform. It was like a ghostly deity was descending. Black chi surged out, and the might of a ghostly deity spread out. Ghostly howls resounded, and black light shone everywhere, shocking everyone. Up in the sky, Di Wuk, who stood on the divine kingdom image, frowned slightly. The Avicii saber technique already reached small perfection. No wonder he is so confident. The moment this saber technique appeared, not only did Di Wuk's expression change, but it also shocked the invited cultivators. The Avicii saber technique was an inherited martial technique of the ghost race. It was all-encompassing. Even the famous ghostly shadow steps was just a branch of it. Shao Chen already knew that Xie Zishuan practiced the Avicii saber technique, so his expression did not change. He grasped his saber hilt with his right hand and carefully stared at the 8 clones. However, he did not pay much attention to the Avicii hell that Xie Zishuan was about to summon out. As the black chi spread throughout the platform, death chi poured out endlessly. Xie Zishuan's 8 ghostly image clones already looked solid. They looked like they were about to seal Shao Chen and kill him on the spot. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Shao Chen squinted and fixed his gaze on one of the clones. Then, he quickly drew the lunar shadow saber with his right hand and turned into a purple saber light flashing out. Thunder roared, and the saber might gathered. Dang! Shao Chen knocked away the saber in that clone's hand. Saber lights flashed continuously, and purple electric light crackled and blossomed. In 3 breaths, thousands of afterimages of saber lights appeared in the air. Shao Chen's speed was simply too fast. That clone could not react in time and was struck by the saber. He vomited blood and went flying back. The other 7 clones that rushed over to help shattered one after another. They turned into beams of black light and returned to Xie Zishuan's body. The Avicii hell, which was about to take shape, shattered. The death chi turned into countless clumps of light. That's impossible. How did you discover my true body? Xie Zishuan vomited a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. The difference in mental energy was too great. As long as there was a slight difference, Shao Chen's spiritual sense could easily distinguish the real from the fake. This was not difficult for Shao Chen. However, Xie Zishuan had a confident expression on his face. How could he not lose? Naturally, Shao Chen would not explain this to Xie Zishuan. Spring thunder roared, and everything revived. Shao Chen turned around and chopped with his saber. Peach blossoms bloomed for 50 kilometers around, filling the air with the fragrance of flowers and falling leaves. This saber strike contained boundless life force, sweeping away the death chi on the platform as it headed for Xie Zishuan. However, just as the saber light was about to strike Xie Zishuan, a beam of starlight bloomed. Fu Hongyao charged over holding the lunar banner. Xing Ju opened his hand, and a huge axe appeared in it. The huge axe spun around his fingers like the wind, looking incredibly berserk. When the tip of the axe reached its peak, Xing Ju leaped up and chopped down at Shao Chen's head. The voice of the divine kingdom image rang out. Di Wuk had a solemn expression as he formed hand seals with both hands. The Tenjin Emperor's world eliminating imprint opened the first heaven. Second heaven. Third heaven, all the way to the 99 heavens. The Tenjin Emperor stood upright like a mountain. As he shouted, he formed the world-eliminating imprint and smashed it at Xiao Chen. Although Xie Zishuan wanted to fight Xiao Chen alone and did not allow others to interfere, Xiao Chen was very cautious. How could he really not pay attention to those three? The moment the three launched their attacks, Xiao Chen sensed them. He sheathed his saber and retreated, dodging the strike of Fu Hongyao's lunar astral banner that carried a boundless cold light. The moment Xiao Chen retreated, a 1,000-meter-tall icicle with overwhelming cold qi soared up from the ground where he had been standing. If Xiao Chen had been too slow, this extremely cold astral energy from the lunar astral banner would have frozen his soul into ice shards. Xiao Chen had just dodged when Xing Ju's huge axe descended from above. There was no space or time to dodge. Since Xiao Chen could not retreat or scatter, he would break it with force. His body merged with his saber, and his long hair spread out. Xiao Chen circulated all the law energy in his body. Rings of bright purple light appeared behind him, reaching the horrifying level of 10,000 rings. When Xiao Chen waved his saber, he sent out a long beam of purple electric light. The electric light looked like a dragon as it carved itself deep in the air. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Thousands of years later, this scene would probably be remembered by everyone, never to be extinguished. Xing Ju looked down from above, preparing to unleash his peak strike. When the huge axe descended, it seemed like it could shatter space and shatter the sky. Xiao Chen was at an innate disadvantage on the ground. Instead of thinking of defending, he wanted to use force to break. Clashing head-on with force was simply seeking death. The saber and the axe clashed in that instant. Dang! Xing Ju, who was charging over with a ferocious momentum, got knocked back by Xiao Chen's saber strike that was launched later. A loud sound echoed in the sky. The platform made of solid rock completely shattered. Countless boulders soared into the air behind Xiao Chen. After sending Xing Ju flying with one saber strike, Xiao Chen did not relax at all. He roared ferociously and burned his magic energy, executing the dragon tone art. An incredibly huge dragon head peeked out from the clouds and roared as Xiao Chen roared. This was the roar of a true dragon, containing the might of a true dragon. The world-eliminating imprint that Diwuk formed shattered layer by layer. Xiao Chen shattered the Zhu Tenjin Emperor's image again. While Diwuk had improved, Xiao Chen did not remain stagnant either. He was now a peak Yuanying. His magic energy filled his sea of consciousness, becoming much denser. Xiao Chen dodged Fu Hongyao's attack, knocked back Xing Ju, and broke Diwuk's Zhu Tenjin Emperor's world-eliminating imprint with one roar. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly, so fast that no one could clearly see what happened. Xiao Chen broke the three's combined attacks one by one. Huge boulders flew everywhere, dragon might spread out, divine light shone, and starlight covered the platform. Xiao Chen ran quickly, charging towards Xie Zishuan. A white figure held the cold lunar shadow saber in his hand. Xiao Chen had a grave and stern expression as he nimbly weaved through the huge boulders. Ding! Ding! Dang! The wind blew Xiao Chen's hair, and the sound of countless sabers rang out. A boundless saber intent spread out, lingering for a long time. This startled Xie Zishuan, who had just gotten up. At first, he thought that he saw a true dragon charging at him. By the time Xie Zishuan reacted, Xiao Chen had already arrived before him. He swung his saber, and 50 kilometers of peach blossoms appeared. The petals were like sabers, dancing endlessly. When Xiao Chen chopped down, 10,000 flowers bloomed. Spring thunder rang out endlessly, and life force was inextinguishable. This firmly suppressed Xie Ziwen's death qi. In an instant, the two exchanged more than 1,000 saber strikes. They were so fast that it was dazzling. Figures soared through the flower petals, sending out saber qi everywhere. After 100 moves, 10 saber wounds appeared on Xiao Chen's body. Black qi lingered around the wounds, so deep that bones could be seen. Blood flowed everywhere. However, saber wounds covered Xie Zishuan's body. Blood flowed endlessly from his vital areas. Xie Zishuan paled as he looked at Xiao Chen with some horror. He said in a trembling voice, You are really ruthless. The spectators all felt fear in their hearts. They broke out in a cold sweat. Even at the risk of being struck, Xiao Chen could not stop. If you attack me once, I will attack you 10 times. Hence, Xie Zishuan suffered 100 saber strikes and Xiao Chen suffered 10. Xiao Chen watched as Xie Zishuan fell and ignored him. If I am not ruthless, how can I make you lose your combat prowess in such a short time? 1. Xiao Chen counted in his heart. Then, his figure flashed and he dodged Fu Hongyao's attack again. Hundreds of 1-kilometer-long icicles covered the dilapidated platform. These were the attacks that Fu Hongyao launched at Xiao Chen when he fought Xie Zishuan. However, Xiao Chen dodged all of them. If not for Fu Hongyao's harassment, Xiao Chen would have at least half of the saber wounds on his body. While Xiao Chen and Xie Zishuan clashed, Di Wuk and Xing Ju did not take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Xing Ju moved his fingers and the 1-meter-long axe moved nimbly on his fingertips. As the huge axe moved, wind blew at him from all directions. At first, the wind was formless and colorless. However, something strange slowly appeared in the wind, turning it into a black wind of death filled with ghostly wails. Di Wuk closed his eyes and sat on the image of the divine kingdom. Praises turned into holy light soaring into the sky. Every strand of Xiao Chen's hair looked crystalline. His handsome face looked holy and perfect. Bang! A cold light flashed, and a cold wind blew. The starlight was dazzling. Without needing to guess, Xiao Chen knew that this was Fu Hongyao's killing move flying over. Xiao Chen saw the astral banner spread out. It was as dark as night, like the vast night sky as it flew over silently. A dazzling cold light appeared in the night sky. This was the ancient lunar star. Xiao Chen's gaze sank. This woman is really relentless. He casually stabbed the lunar shadow saber into the ground and formed hand seals with both hands. A chessboard of fate appeared above his head. Space and time crisscrossed, and stars dotted the space. The trajectory of every star was arranged by the heavenly Tao. If the chessboard was moved, it would cause chaos in fate, forming a starry heaven storm. Xiao Chen moved 10 stars, forming an intense black storm that clashed with the night sky formed by the astral banner. Chapter 1001. The night sky stirred, and the stars shattered. Then, the lunar star in the banner exploded. When his life magic treasure shattered, Fu Hongyao vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned incredibly pale, making him look very pitiful. Bang! A figure of light appeared in the dark starry heavens. Xiao Chen punched this lovable face, sending Fu Hongyao flying out of the platform and falling to the ground. Fu Hongyao covered his face with one hand, feeling very embarrassed. This was the first time he had met such a ruthless man. He clenched his teeth and said, "We will meet again. Xiao Chen, don't let me run into you again." 2. Xiao Chen thought to himself. Then, he flipped his hand, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand again. Xiao Chen ignored the other party and charged at Xing Ju, who was closest. Black wind blew, and ghostly cries rang out. The huge axe continued to dance around Xing Ju's fingers. When Xing Ju saw Xiao Chen charging over, he laughed boldly and said, "Good timing. Let's see who will send who flying this time." The huge axe suddenly stopped dancing. Xiao Chen grasped it firmly with one hand. The storm that had been accumulating for a long time covered Xing Ju's entire body like a storm battle armor. The peach blossoms bloomed, the summer sun rose, the autumn wind blew, and the winter snow drifted. Flawless 4 seasons, growing and multiplying endlessly. As Xiao Chen ran, mysterious phenomena appeared around him. By the time he met Xing Ju, the 4 seasons Tao had completely materialized. When he swung his saber, it grew and multiplied endlessly. Bang! A deafening sound rang out as the entire king's ceremony platform shattered into pieces. Xing Ju's black storm battle armor shattered. Then, Xiao Chen's aura knocked him high into the air. Xiao Chen's momentum did not decrease. He soared into the air, taking advantage of Xing Ju's falling aura to launch a frenzied attack. The two in the air seemed to move in slow motion. Every move they made was clear to everyone. This was the most berserk way of fighting, relying on absolute strength to exchange moves with moves. In less than 10 moves, he'd struck space to the point it shook like waves, and it formed numerous spatial storms that whistled to and fro. This startled everyone who saw it. If a regular martial sage was swept by this spatial storm, they would die instantly. Thud! With another move, the huge axe in Xing Tian's hand flew away. Then, Xiao Chen swung the back of his saber and sent Xing Tian's stout body flying like a sandbag. 3. Just as he finished chanting in his heart, Diwuk, who was on the Divine Kingdom, suddenly opened his eyes. The Divine Kingdom under his feet solidified, bringing with it a boundless godly light as it pressed down, ready to crush Xiao Chen with a single blow. Loud rumbling sounds rang out continuously. The solidified image of the Divine Kingdom covered the entire King's conferral platform and pressed down like lightning. When the Divine Kingdom descended, Xiao Chen looked extremely small. The entire Tianwu Plaza trembled violently. However, Xiao Chen paid a huge price for this attack. After the Divine Kingdom descended, the entire Divine Kingdom vanished. Even the image no longer existed, unable to be summoned. Diwuk hovered in the air, radiating a dazzling light as his white hair fluttered in the wind. As Xiao Chen looked at the ruined platform, he smiled coldly to himself. This meticulously prepared attack prevented him from summoning the Divine Kingdom for 3 years. This primordial treasure. Even the blue-robed emperor was severely injured, what more a great grandmaster-level martial sage? Even if Xiao Chen did not die, he would be crippled. Sorry, I was too heavy-handed and accidentally destroyed this Bushan Palace's king's conferral platform. Diwuk performed a cupped fist salute and said indifferently to the elders in the distance, "It is time for the king conferral ceremony to end." It ended just like that. The cultivators present all felt dissatisfied. They had seen Xiao Chen defeat 3 people in a row and thought that victory was in sight. However, Diwuk's lightning-quick strike extinguished the hope that had just rekindled. The Divine Kingdom was a primordial emperor treasure. It was a supreme existence with a long inheritance. Few in the world could rival it. Diwuk drained his mental energy and paid the price of not being able to summon the image of the emperor treasure for 3 years. When Xiao Chen materialized the image of the Divine Kingdom and executed a peak strike, even the blue-robed emperor would be severely injured. However, that was only in theory. In a real battle, the blue-robed emperor would definitely not give Diwuk that much time to prepare. It was only because Xiao Chen was delayed by Xie Zishuan, Fu Hongyao, and Xing Ju that gave Diwuk the opportunity to make his move. Otherwise, in a one-on-one fight, victory would be hard to determine. Is it over? The black-clad old man hosting the ceremony held the Blue Dragon King's insignia in his hand and muttered, "This price is rather high." The king conferral platform had turned into rubble. Xiao Chen had stripped the insignia of Xiao Hoju, whom the 3 Holy Lord had placed their hopes on, and tossed it somewhere. For the sake of preventing a certain name from appearing, the price was rather high. Diwuk's final strike was too exaggerated. Xiao Chen's loss was not unjustified. While it was unjustified, it was too unfortunate. Xiao Chen's path was arduous, and he fought many battles. Many outstanding talents and various experts fell to his saber. However, he lost at the final hurdle. This makes one sigh. In the end, a miracle is impossible. Xiao Chen bore the brunt of this attack. I believe that with his strong physical body, he will not die. However, he definitely does not have any combat prowess left. Whispers resounded. At the final step, Xiao Chen fell at Diwuk's feet. Everyone felt that this was unexpected but also reasonable. In the VIP stands, Shui Lingling quietly wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. The path to King Conferral was filled with obstacles, resulting in such an ending. Even if Xiao Chen managed to survive, his heart would be dead. The Azura race's Lan Xiaobai opened his mouth, feeling strange. He wanted to say something but did not say anything in the end. Some of the people who were on good terms with Xiao Qin showed sorrowful expressions, sighing endlessly. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, I rushed back after so much difficulty and saw this scene. In the end, I, Xiao Hoju, will have the last laugh at the king conferral ceremony. A disheveled figure quickly descended from the air. This was the Xiao Hoju that Xiao Qin had tossed out for hundreds of kilometers. Xiao Hoju ignored his injuries and rushed back in a hurry, not even bothering to change his clothes. However, the instant he returned, he happened to see Xiao Qin being suppressed by the divine kingdom. He immediately rejoiced. Sometimes, happiness came so easily. The black-clad old man was also overjoyed. He quickly took out the White Tiger King's insignia and headed for the rubble. Just at this moment, a tiny strand of golden light shot out from the boundless rubble on the king conferral platform. In the next moment, beams of golden light blossomed like bamboo shoots after the rain. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of beams of golden light soared into the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. No one dared to look at them directly. Xiao Hoju showed a shocked expression. What's going on? The expression of Di Wuk, who was preparing to leave, changed slightly. Confusion appeared in his eyes as he stopped in the air. Boom! Golden statues burst out from the rubble, emitting a brilliant glow. The statues all had different appearances and weapons. The only similarity was the king's might that flowed from their bodies. The might of hundreds of statues overlapped, inspiring fear in one's heart. That scared me. So, it is just a group of king statues. Upon seeing the situation, Xiao Hoju heaved a clear sigh of relief. He thought that Xiao Qin had come out again. That's not right. Di Wuk's expression changed drastically. He saw Xiao Qin standing among the hundreds of statues with his eyes closed. His entire body shone with golden light as his injuries slowly recovered. Xiao Qin had already taken off the Neptune headscarf on his forehead. He now gave off a boundless king's might, even stronger than the hundreds of king statues around him. The Blue Dragon King, the King of Kings. The little blue dragon in Xiao Chen's dantian roared ferociously. Dragon might and holy might gathered into a supreme king's might. Under the pressure of this king's might, the many golden statues prostrated themselves, forming a golden path in the air, forming a king's road. Xiao Hoju's expression changed dramatically. Shock filled his eyes as he thought quickly. Right now, Xiao Qin was just an empty shell. The scene of Di Wuk injuring him was definitely not an illusion. Even the blue-robed emperor would not be able to put up a fight. Although Xiao Qin was severely injured and did not have time to recover on the way here, he should still be able to deal with this fellow who was putting on a false front. At this thought, a ruthless look flashed in Xiao Hoju's eyes. He laughed loudly. What a great Xiao Qin. At the crucial moment, you actually completely awakened the dragon might of the blue dragon martial spirit. Unfortunately, the one to be conferred king today is me, Xiao Hoju. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and a boundless aura appeared. A strong wind that was taller than the sky, wider than the ground, fiercer than the river, vaster than the sea gathered behind him. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Qin arrived before Xiao Chen. Then, he quickly pointed at Xiao Chen's forehead. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen raised his right hand and instantly grabbed Xiao Hoju's wrist. Boom! A bolt of divine thunder roared. What kind of thunder was this? Just the sound alone made the entire Tianwu city shake like there was an earthquake. Buildings collapsed. The eardrums of the low-ranked cultivators shattered, and they fainted on the spot. A strand of electric light tore through space. A great rock made of lightning appeared in the sky together with the divine thunder. The great rock spread its wings, and a strong wind blew. The Bushan Palace, which was hidden in the clouds, seemed to move. This is the will of thunder of the Thunder King, Sang Mu. How could Xiao Chen execute it? Everyone was startled. Their complexions paled as they trembled before this thunder rock. their eyes filled with confusion. Why did Xiao Chen execute the manifestation of the Thunder King's will? Hey, Ao Jiao, there is no need for you to cause such a huge commotion, right? Hee hee. I just woke up and am not familiar with my own strength yet. However, after not seeing you for a long time, there are many more strange things in your body. Please, I was forced to let it occupy my body. Can you stop looking around? Alright. Just focus on recuperating. Leave the rest to me. Hey. I was so focused on talking to you that I nearly forgot that I am still dragging someone with me. I'll toss him away first. Whoosh. On the Sovereign's road paved with golden statues, Xiao Chen casually flung out Xiao Hoju, who was already charred by the lightning, and turned into a meteor flying far away. No one knew where he went or where he landed. Xiao Chen did not even look at this person. Then, he shifted his gaze to the exhausted Di Wuk. His lips curled up in a mischievous smile that only Ao Jiao had. Di Wuk felt a chill. He vaguely felt that something was wrong with Xiao Chen, like something had changed. However, he could not tell what was wrong. However, when Di Wuk saw the strange smile on Xiao Chen's face, he knew that he had to leave. Xiao Chen's mental energy was drained, and he was in a weakened state. He was no match for Xiao Chen now. Chapter 1002. A light flashed, and Di Wuk quickly flew towards Tian Yushi. When Tian Yushi saw Xiao Chen place his hand on his saber hilt, his expression changed slightly. He shouted, "Keepers of light, protect the prince." Bang! 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 Beams of light quickly shot out from behind Tian Yushi. The 13 keepers quickly arrived behind Di Wuk and drew their weapons. They all gave off a bright divine light and merged into one, summoning out an illusory deity's nation to help Di Wuk block the space behind him. The deity's nation had just formed when Xiao Chen, who was on the Sovereign's road, drew his saber. The lightning bird in the sky quickly landed on the saber. Then, a saber light made of electricity swept through the air. The divine kingdom turned into an illusion in that instant. The light formed by the 13 keepers quickly shattered and shattered. The saber light knocked them back and made them vomit blood. The saber light did not lose any momentum, chopping down on Di Wuk's back and chopping him in half at the waist. Tian Yushi sent out a gentle and holy white light and reconnected the two halves of Di Wuk's body. Then, he carried him and quickly left. Painful wails came out from Di Wu's gap continuously. That voice was heart-wrenching, filled with endless regret and pain. Xiao Chen. Don't think that this will end after you are conferred king. Just you wait. When I forge my deity statue and absorb the power of faith from the 900 deity realms, I will return today's injuries to you 100-fold. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and the world turned quiet. Then, he walked forward step by step on the king's road. Bang! The statues under Xiao Chen's feet shattered one by one, turning into ashes that spread out in the air. It was like they were demonstrating the people that Xiao Chen had killed and defeated on this road. Those who defeated me were defeated by me. Those who wanted to be defeated, no one could escape. When the last step was completed, all the statues had been shattered. Golden dust pervaded the air behind Xiao Chen. It was colorful and beautiful. Dust billowed, as if a new statue was being formed. The blue dragon emblem in the black-clad old man's box trembled. He desperately tried to suppress the box, but to no avail. The medallion flew towards Xiao Chen's chest. With a flash of azure light, it entered Xiao Chen's white clothes. The white robes started to change. Soon, they turned into magnificent azure battle armor. The dragon insignia on the chest was very eye-catching. I want to be conferred the title of king. Is there anyone else who is unconvinced? Who would dare to be unconvinced? Even Di Wuk had been cut in half. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? No one responded for a long time. Then, the golden dust filling the air took form. A golden statue of Xiao Chen stood on the dilapidated king conferral platform. Indomitable spirit, awe-inspiring might. Hundreds of golden statues had been reforged. These statues were 1 kilometer tall, and the might of a supreme king spread out in all directions. The statue had a stern expression. A lunar shadow saber hung at its waist as it stared at the sky. Many golden dragon images swam around the statue, adding to the strange scene. The blue dragon king really succeeded in being conferred king. The dreamlike statue of a king was chopped in half. The fleeing Diwuk was in a sorry state. The Xiao Hoju was tossed into the air again. The Zodiac Hall's Fu Hongyao was beaten until he covered his face. The Xiao Hoju was beaten hundreds of times. The Xing Ju defeated his opponent with brute force. I want to be conferred king. No one dares to object. This person cannot be conferred king. Suddenly, an ethereal voice rang out. A huge hand transcended time and space, grabbing at Tianwu City from the distant deity domain. The golden hand was intertwined with countless divine runes. Everywhere it passed, flowers fell from the sky. Rainbow-colored sacred flowers fell from the sky like rain. It crossed billions of kilometers from the distant deity domain all the way to the Tianwu domain's central province's Tianwu City. Then, it grabbed at Xiao Chen ruthlessly. Xiao Chen's words were like the truth, reverberating in the world. Countless holy sounds echoed and reinforced it. Emperor forsaken. The expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Aside from Emperor forsaken, there was no one else in the deity race who possessed such strength and could bring out such a scene. Xiao Chen's attack was very sudden, so fast that no one could think. As the huge hand stretched out, under the boundless emperor's might, everyone in the plaza became extremely insignificant. This scene was very similar to the sea of bitterness behind the bridge of helplessness in the 9 layers of purgatory. It looked like Xiao Chen would be squashed to death by this huge hand like an ant. A bolt of divine lightning roared, and a strand of electric light illuminated the sky. Then, it chopped down like a berserk saber, directly chopping off this huge hand. However, the huge hand did not immediately scatter. It paused for a moment before continuing to grab at Xiao Chen. Take out the blue dragon medallion. Xiao Chen quickly ordered in his heart. Ao Jiao did not say anything else. She controlled Xiao Chen's body and ejected the blue dragon medallion. The blue dragon medallion hovered above Xiao Chen's head, and his body recovered to normal. Then, he leaped into the air and dodged the divine hand strike. Without the blue dragon medallion to help him block the might of the huge hand, no matter how high he jumped or how far he jumped, he would still be squashed to death like an ant. Di Qitian, are you trying to start a war between the 2 races? A ferocious roar came from Bushan Palace. The broken hand that Emperor Forsaken left behind crumbled and vanished. In an instant, the setting sun was like blood, and the broken hand turned into light particles. It was like many divine kingdoms collapsed. Angels fell one after another. Countless life forms and deity race cultivators died at this moment. Everyone in the square returned to normal. They were all panting and their eyes were filled with fear. Emperor Forsaken. This was the strength of the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent. Even from millions of kilometers away, he could kill people like they were ants. Xiao Chen looked at the disappearing motes of light in the air and entered deep thought. This was the scene that he had been longing for. If he watched carefully, his dusk of deities would definitely rise to another level in the future. In the distant deity domain, Emperor Forsaken, who sat on his divine throne, sighed. His earlier strike had burned the lives of 3 million believers of the deity race in the lower realms. This was very different from an ordinary strike. Originally, Emperor Forsaken thought that he could deceive the Thunder King and kill Xiao Chen. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had a treasure that could block the Emperor's might of a sovereign personage. However, no matter how overwhelming your luck is, you will not be able to be conferred king today. Dressed in divine robes, Emperor Forsaken looked like he was wearing the moon and the stars. Then, his gaze sank, and a will clone formed from nowhere. Then, he brought the divine kingdom to Tianwu City. Emperor Forsaken had rushed over with a will clone because of time constraints. If he used his true body, even if he traveled through a space-time tunnel, he would need half a day to cross such a long distance. Unless he continued burning the lives of his believers in the lower realms, he had to be careful. Descending with his true body before the eyes of the Bushin Palace was not a good idea, no matter how he looked at it. In the sky above Tianwu City, Emperor Forsaken's will clone had a hazy white light around it, preventing others from seeing his appearance. Thunder King, the one who started the war is you, not me. This person absolutely cannot be conferred king. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly as he looked at the clouds, at the Bushin Palace, which seemed to drift between reality and illusion. If you say so, then I won't be conferred king. Do you really think that I'm about to die? A thunderous roar came from the Bushin Palace. The voice was like thunder, shattering the divine light drifting in the surroundings. What if I join? A ghostly fog appeared in the sky. A skinny, pale-skinned, middle-aged man in white descended steadily from the sky. Me too. A burly man wearing black battle armor walked over from the horizon, carrying a huge axe. Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xingtian. Another will clone of a major character had arrived. The situation was no longer at a level that Xiaoqin could interfere with. Leaving his fate to fate was not a good feeling. Ao Jiao, do you think I can reach the level of these people one day? Nothing in the world is impossible. The path to being conferred king has just begun. One day, not only will you reach the level of these people, but you will even surpass them, treating them like ants. Several major characters arrived at Tianwu City, discussing his life and death. However, Xiaoqin, dressed in azure, stood on the rubble of the platform, looking at the sky with an indifferent expression. Ao Jiao was right. The path to being conferred king was not the end but just the beginning. Emperor Forsaken, Xingtian, Dongyue Ghost Emperor, with just a few words, you want to decide my life and death. One day, I will decide the life and death of the three of you. Even if you are the strongest experts of this world, you will not be an exception. Three powerful experts worked together to force Xiaoqin to not be conferred king. He had already brought the conflict in the dark and his fear of a certain name to the surface. Although the Thunder King was strong, having been in the same generation as the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago, his cultivation had already reached the limits of a sovereign martial emperor. He could be called a prime, a cultivation that ordinary cultivators could not imagine. However, when facing three powerful experts who were also primes, Xiaoqin felt even more pressure. This was especially so for Emperor Forsaken, someone who could absorb the faith of the masses. It was hard to avoid the pressure. Ha! The three of you are really awe-inspiring. To think that you are so afraid of the Qing Emperor, making things difficult for a child. Are you not afraid of the world laughing at you? Clear laughter resounded. A handsome and elegant man walked out from behind the Bushin Palace. Some fiend race cultivators immediately recognized him. This was the Fox King, the strongest expert of the fiend domain, one of the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun continent. He was also a powerful sovereign martial emperor. This was a major matter. Unexpectedly, the 5 strongest experts of the Kunlun realm all appeared, all for one person's king conferral ceremony. The appearance of the Fox King undoubtedly reduced the pressure on the Thunder King. Right now, both sides were at a stalemate, no one could do anything to the other. Emperor Forsaken frowned. Clearly, he had not expected the Fox King to appear at the last moment. The Fox King, it is useless even if you come. No matter what, you cannot be conferred king today. I absolutely will not allow a second Qing Emperor to appear. Right after the Fox King spoke, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Xingtian both took a step forward. Based on their stance, it looked like they wanted to take him away forcefully. Humph. In that case, go ahead and try. I do not mind letting everyone die before the demonic calamity arrives. The thunderous rumble resounded once again. The Thunder Sovereign's voice shook the heavens. The lightning that descended tore several pitch-black cracks in space, looking extremely frightening. Chapter 1003. You, The Thunder King's strength was unexpected, and it made Emperor Forsaken feel a little suffocated. What are the three of us afraid of? I don't believe that his real body is here. I don't believe that the three holy masters will choose to fight with us. He's just an old man. Let's see what you're afraid of. Xingtian was extremely disdainful. He said coldly, let's fight. We have an 80% chance of winning. Although he was about to attack, he did not show any signs of doing so. In the end, this was just a negotiation tactic. He was still a little cautious. Even if he did not kill Xiao Qian, he would force Xiao Qian to remove his title as the Blue Dragon King. Why don't you try? As the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the Sky Marshal Plaza clearly changed. There were already people who began to quietly slip away, afraid that there would really be a great battle. If the shockwaves swept over them, then it would be too much. Just as the atmosphere was so tense that it made everyone feel thirsty, up in the sky, a sun descended and materialized the might of a supreme Haotian emperor. A will clone that was no weaker than the 5 powerful sovereign martial emperors appeared. With a cold smile on his face, he slowly descended along with the sun. What's going on? Why is there another expert no weaker than 5 powerful sovereign martial emperors in the Kunlun continent? The appearance of this person instantly caused a huge commotion. The appearance of this person broke not only the balance of this place but also the balance of the various factions of the Kunlun continent. The will clones that suddenly appeared displayed a prime emperor might that was not any weaker than the 5 experts, surprising Xiao Qian. The newcomer gave Xiao Qian a sense of familiarity, especially the mysterious phenomenon of the supreme sky might under the sun. Could it be the sect master? Xiao Qian asked uncertainly. There was another word in front of Haotian, which was Taishang. Taishang Haotian meant supreme. Many years ago, the Haotian sect had its own glory days. The founder of the sect had left behind the supreme Haotian scripture, which allowed martial artists to transform into the heavenly Tao and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Because it was too ethereal, after the ancestor, no one else succeeded in cultivating it. Fortunately, the ancestor had lived his entire life and was invincible. He left behind countless scriptures and martial skills, all of which were extremely precious existences. As such, even though no one managed to successfully cultivate the highest Haotian scripture, the sect did not decline. It had always been one of the top 9 ranks of the great families, and it had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Now, the luck of the Holy Land was boundless, and elites emerged in large numbers. It looked like it would surpass the Holy Lands and become a king sect. All Xiao Qian lacked were sovereign martial emperors and king spirit veins. If this person in the sky was really the Yingzongtian who cultivated the supreme Haotian scripture and became a sovereign martial emperor, then the Yingzongtian in the sky would be a sovereign martial emperor. The Tianwu domain was really going to change. The entire Kunlun continent would change because of this. 2 prime sovereign martial emperors might even be able to compete with the deity race, which was known as the 3,000 deities. As the person descended, his appearance became clearer. It seemed like there was a clump of white fog blocking his view. However, that silhouette and back view were clearly that of the Haotian emperor that Xiao Qian was familiar with. Hey, that sect master of yours really was conferred king. He actually gained the strength of a prime after advancing to sovereign martial emperor. He is really patient. Ao Jiao's voice rang out in Xiao Qian's heart, confirming Xiao Qian's guess. Xiao Qian felt excited. What's wrong? Have you met him before? I definitely have. Otherwise, I would not have gotten you to agree to the Haotian sect's invitation back then. He is no weaker than the Thunder King back then. Back then, when Sang Mu was conferred king, he immediately gained the strength of a prime. However, the one he challenged was the Thunder King, so he lost in one move. Xiao Qian could not help feeling somewhat envious. This was a true conferred king. He was still far from it. However, as long as he could maintain his title as the Blue Dragon King today, he would gather supreme luck and an Emperor True Dragon. Sooner or later, he would be able to reach this step. Yingzongtian. The Xingtian Emperor was slightly astonished. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Emperor Forsaken also felt incredulous. Ingzongtian had not been conferred king for 1,000 years. Now that he was conferred king, he became a prime. What kind of outstanding person was he exactly? Such a prime might not be able to compete with veteran primes like them in the short term, but he definitely had the strength to put up a fight. With the addition of Ingzongtian, as well as the Thunder King and the Fox King, it was almost impossible for them to touch Xiao Chen. They had no advantage at all. Deity Sovereign, let's just forget about this matter. You and I both know that this demonic god calamity is extraordinary. Internal strife is not worth it. Just at this moment, two figures walked out from behind Ingzongtian. The Saber Sovereign, Wu Xiaotian, held the coiling monarch time saber. The Sword Sovereign, Lu Xiaoyun, held the scarlet firmament void sword. The two of them stood behind Ingzongtian, one on the left and one on the right, clearly expressing their stance. Although the saber sword two sovereigns were stronger than regular sovereign martial emperors, they were still a distance away from primes. However, when the two of them worked together, even primes had to avoid them. Hence, the situation in the sky turned around. Not only did Emperor Forsaken not hold the advantage, but he was also at an extreme disadvantage. If they really fought, Xiao Chen would not have any chance of victory. Nearly all the strongest experts of the Kunlun continent gathered in the turbulent Tianwu city. Who could have expected that a human's king conferral ceremony would affect the entire Kunlun realm, nearly causing a huge change? Of all the past conferred kings, only Xiao Chen could create such a grand occasion. Why are you still not scramming? Don't you feel embarrassed standing here? Of all the primes, only the three of you dare to suppress a junior. A thunderous voice shook the sky. The Thunder King's voice filled with disdain resounded once more. Humph! Thunder King, let's see how long you can live. Let's see how long you can protect this brat. Emperor Forsaken's voice was filled with rage. With the rise of a second Qing emperor, his deity race's plan to unify the Kunlun realm would be delayed for a long time. Ha ha ha! Brat Qitian, when I was conferred king, your grandfather was not even born yet. How dare you say this to me? You can forget about leaving today. The Thunder King's loud laughter came from Bushin Palace. His laughter sounded like 10,000 peals of thunder. Cracks immediately appeared in the sky like a waterfall. A scarlet lightning hammer flickering with countless heavenly phoenix talisman scripts flew towards Emperor Forsaken's will clone in the sky. Phoenix Blood Thunder Divine Hammer. Emperor Forsaken's expression changed slightly. He quickly tried to use the Divine Kingdom image under his feet. However, he suddenly discovered that the Divine Kingdom image no longer listened to him. When Xiao Chen saw the vast and ethereal Bushin Palace, he suddenly realized that the Bushin Palace before him was a primordial secret treasure in itself. Perhaps the Divine Kingdom's main body could defeat it. However, it absolutely could not defeat the image. It is just a will clone. So what if you kill it? Nothing can change the fact that you do not have much lifespan left. Ha ha ha. As Emperor Forsaken reared his head back and laughed, the Phoenix Blood Thunder Divine Hammer smashed the will clone into pieces. In an instant, the Divine Kingdom crumbled. Cries of anguish rang out as strands of scarlet light turned into huge fireballs and fell to the ground like meteors. The Fox King and Ing Tianzong made a move to prevent the scarlet light from falling to the ground. Otherwise, the entire Tianwu city would have turned into rubble. Xiao Chen stared at all this without blinking. His understanding of the myriad heaven divine fists dusk of deities deepened, and he vaguely comprehended something. However, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and Xingtian left quietly. Destroying the will clone was not as easy as Emperor Forsaken made it out to be. No matter what, the main body would still be affected. Xiao Chen, today, I officially confer you the title of Blue Dragon King. Are you willing to accept it? The Thunder King's voice rang out again after he withdrew the Phoenix Blood Thunder Divine Hammer. This time, he addressed Xiao Chen directly. A beam of light immediately descended from the gloomy sky and landed on Xiao Chen, drawing everyone's attention. The Thunder King personally made an appearance to confer the title of king. This was an earth-shattering event. Everyone held their breaths and focused as they looked at the dazzling youth in the beam of light. Many thanks to Senior Thunder King for bestowing the title. Xiao Chen is filled with gratitude and is willing to accept the title of Blue Dragon King. Ha ha ha. Good. After 10,000 years, the title of Blue Dragon King has reappeared. This is a grand occasion. From today onwards, Xiao Chen is the new Blue Dragon King, the Blue Dragon King of my Bushan Palace and the Blue Dragon King of all the humans of my Tianwu domain. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the thunderclouds in the sky scattered, and sunlight shone down. 7-colored heavenly flowers began to fall like heavy snowflakes. These were the purest essence of energy in the world, reaching the level of 7 colors. The Thunder King used his own cultivation to sprinkle them down. They were very different from the illusions of the cannons. The 7-colored heavenly flowers drifting in the sky looked dense and colorful, lingering for a long time. This showed what level the Thunder King's cultivation had reached. Immediately, countless cultivators cheered and soared into the sky, starting to fight for the boundless 7-colored heavenly flowers in the sky. It was very lively. Hee hee. Elder brother Xiao Chen finally succeeded in being conferred king. Big brother Kong Yuan, big brother Yuan Su, quickly helped Shi Chen snatch the flowers. Xiao Bai laughed happily and pulled Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, wanting them to help her snatch the flowers. Kong Yuan and Yuan Su could not help but feel helpless. The Blue Dragon King reappeared in the world, and the Thunder King personally appointed him. Under the bright sun, heavenly flowers fell in a deluge of 7 colors. This path had been very difficult. There had been countless life-or-death situations, indescribable bitterness and tiredness. Finally, there was a happy ending. As Xiao Chen looked at the many familiar figures in the sky, he memorized their smiles and smiled in his heart. The path was still long. The end of the king conferral ceremony was just the start of another path to prime. However, the hot-bloodedness in his heart did not extinguish. He worked hard for it, even if he had to endure 1,000 kinds of loneliness. However, there would come a day when he reached the peak. His smile was like a flower, like today, when heavenly flowers fell and the bright sun shone. Even the most wondrous song had its end. The boundless heavenly flowers would not be truly endless. When the song ended and the flowers fell, the noisy and bustling king conferral ceremony started to come to an end. In a tall building outside the Tianwu Plaza, Xiao Hoju, who had changed his clothes and washed off the dust, looked at the various cultivators who performed cupped fist salutes and said their goodbyes to Xiao Chen amid the scattered heavenly flowers. All sorts of emotions welled up in Xiao Chen's heart. Who would remember that this king conferral ceremony was prepared for him by the 3 holy lords? Xiao Chen's father, Xiao Hozun, was still in the room. He sat alone at a table, drinking wine, his expression unreadable. Father, didn't the holy lord say that the Thunder King would not come out? Why did he still come out? Xiao Hoju said through clenched teeth and clenched his fists. Chapter 1004. Xia Hozun said indifferently, well, if he fails to be conferred king, naturally, he will not appear. Never mind, don't take it to heart. The Holy Lord will still give you the title of White Tiger King after this. However, what I want is not just a title. Xiaoju said through clenched teeth. Xiaozun's expression turned somewhat sad. After some thought, he said, recuperate from your injuries first. After you recuperate, the 3 holy masters will meet you personally. Remember the humiliation you suffered today. You have to put in the effort to get what you want. Xiaoju's expression turned startled. The 3 holy masters wanted to meet him personally. The Holy Lord was an aloof existence in the Holy Lands. Even though Xiao Chen was a holy lord, he rarely had the chance to meet them. Now, the 3 holy lords wanted to meet him together. Could there be a chance for things to change? Don't overthink. The matter of Xiao Chen being conferred king is already set in stone. It cannot be changed. The only thing that can change is yourself. This is your chance. Grasp it properly. Xiahou Zun said this before he left. Back in the Tianwu Plaza, Ao Jiao no longer possessed Xiao Chen. She had returned to the Immortal Spirit Ring. Only when Xiao Chen regained control of his body did he realize how severely injured he was. Diwuk's final strike had been very ruthless. Even with Xiao Chen's rank 4 sage body, he was severely injured and on the verge of death, becoming incredibly weak. If not for Ao Jiao suddenly waking up, his path to being conferred king would have ended there. Xiao Chen stretched his arms and legs. He felt that he would need at least half a month to recover to his peak state. This is your conferred land and the king medallion. The black-clad old man stepped forward and handed Xiao Chen a map and a medallion. Then, his figure flashed, afraid that Xiao Chen would make things difficult for him. Xiao Chen smiled carelessly. He wasn't in a hurry to check his fief. After putting away the map and the token, he boarded the Haotian Sex battleship with Shui Lingling and the others. I'll heal my injuries first. Senior sister, please help me reject some people's disturbances for the time being, Xiao Chen said immediately after boarding the ship. Shui Lingling nods and calls for someone to lead Xiao Chen to the resting room on the ship. Half a day later, Xiao Chen managed to suppress his injuries. His movements were no longer hindered, and his complexion had calmed down. Only then did he take out the map of his fief. Looking at where the map was pointing, he could not help but frown. What's wrong? Is the size of the conferred land too small? Or are there no resources? Or what? Ao Jiao asked from the Immortal Spirit Ring. No, see for yourself. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and unfurled the map. The map was made of precious divine materials and engraved with formations to outline the terrain. With a thought, the map could change directions. It was much more convenient than the electronic maps of Xiao Chen's previous life. Ao Jiao's gaze lingered on the red dot on the conferred land. Then, she smiled and said, "It looks like the 3 holy masters still played some tricks. To think that they managed to toss you so far away." Unexpectedly, the location marked on the map was not in the Tianwu domain. Instead, it crossed the primal chaos domain and the chaotic demonic sea to an island in the heavenly starry ocean known as Heavenly Star Island. The island was very vast, no smaller than a province in the Tianwu domain. There were also a few subsidiary islands, which covered an even vaster area. The island did not lack spirit veins. It also produced some ores, so it was not too barren. The Bushin Palace was such a huge faction. If they had their own stronghold in the starry heavens, they would definitely have their own stronghold in the heavenly starry ocean as well. However, Xiao Chen had not expected the other party to toss him so far away. However, this was also good. They would not meet each other, and he could focus on his development. He could rely on the resources from the king conferment ceremony. With the resources from this king conferral gift, he could even develop a desolate land and use it as the foundation for reviving the Dragon's Gate in the future. Coincidentally, according to Long Fei's information, there was a throne in the heavenly starry ocean as well. The hidden dragon abyss was also the place with the most secret treasures containing dragon souls. That's not right. This place is a treasure land. Even if it is far from the Tianwu domain, the 3 holy masters would not blame you for giving it up for nothing. Ao Jiao said in confusion as she stared at the map for a long time. Xiao Chen took back the map and entered deep thought. This made sense. This time, he embarrassed the 3 holy masters greatly. How could they let him off so easily? Since the king title was already decided, the Thunder King would not come out of closed-door cultivation so easily. He would definitely not ask about the conferred land. This was a good opportunity for the 3 holy masters to do something. Should I ask first senior sister? Perhaps she would have some information. Xiao Chen, can I come in? Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about Shui Lingling, first senior sister knocked on the door. Xiao Chen could not help but smile faintly. Then, he got Ao Jiao to open the door. This was the first time Shui Lingling saw Ao Jiao. It was hard for her to not be startled. She looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. Clearly, she had not expected Xiao Chen to have a girl by his side. Furthermore, it was such a pretty girl with a fiery figure. It was hard for her to not get the wrong idea when a man and a woman were alone. After Xiao Chen explained, the other party understood. Then, she asked about her doubts. Shui Lingling received the map and gave it a few glances. After thinking for a while, she said, "This place is in the west of the heavenly starry ocean. That is the most chaotic sea region of the heavenly starry ocean. It is not like the other directions, where there are overlords like the Northern Sea Alliance and Zodiac Hall. However, if that is all, it should not be a big problem. I feel that there are other hidden dangers. I will only know the details when I go there." Shui Lingling was not sure either, so she did not think about it for now. "I am here to inform you of something. Master just returned from meeting the Thunder King. He wants to meet you now," Shui Lingling said with a smile as she returned the map. Ingzongtian was the newly advanced prime of the Kunlun continent. He had brought the saber sword two sovereigns to Tianwu City to help Xiao Qin chase away Emperor Forsaken's group. Logically speaking, Xiao Qin should meet him. At the bow of the warship, Xiao Qin saw Ingzongtian, who had been waiting for him for a long time. The other party wore blue robes and looked very carefree. He did not give off any emperor's might. Ingzongtian turned around and smiled. "Ha! Congratulations on being conferred king. I have seen all the hardships you faced along the way." Xiao Qin could not help feeling somewhat embarrassed. Sect master's conferment of king is the true conferment of king. Once one becomes a king, one becomes a prime. In the later martial epoch, only sect master can do that. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Ingzongtian did not show any elation. Instead, he appeared very desolate. He smiled bitterly and said, "What is there to be happy about? This is as far as I can go in this life. After working hard for 1,000 years, I still succumb to the heavenly Tao. Your king title is much more important than mine." The three words Blue Dragon King represent a kind of luck. Just look at how anxious Emperor Forsaken and the other two are. Xiao Qin smiled but did not dare to reply. "After you recover from your injuries, leave the Haotian sect," Ingzongtian suddenly said after thinking for a while. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. "Sect master, what do you mean by that?" "Naturally, it is to let you out. My Haotian sect cannot keep you here. Now that you have your own conferred land, you can do whatever you want. If you need anything, you can go and look for Lingling at any time." Xiao Qin showed doubt on his face, feeling extremely confused. Ingzongtian's elegant face seemed to be able to see through everything. He smiled and said, "I know what you are wondering about. You are wondering what I want from you and what I want from you." That was right. This was exactly what Xiao Chen was wondering about. Everything in the world revolved around benefits. Without sufficient benefits, why would Ingzongtian help him for no reason? Xiao Chen had helped Xiao Chen too much, be it in the open or in the dark. Many times, if not for this martial emperor behind Xiao Chen would have died a miserable death. From ancient times until now, every outstanding talent has their own Tao protector. I am your Tao protector. My desires are different from the others. The Fox King did it because the fiend domain is declining. He wanted to use his adopted daughter to build a connection with you. The Saber Sword two sovereigns did it because of the impending demonic calamity and did not want any internal strife. The Thunder King did it because of a promise. As for me, I only have one wish. If one day, you surpass my current cultivation, tell me if there is a martial god after Prime. Was there a martial god after Prime? Even someone as strong as Ingzongtian did not know if there was a martial god in this world. Xiao Qin could not help smiling. Is there really no martial god? Ingzongtian smiled and said, there should be. However, no one in this world has ever seen a martial god. There are no accurate records, only some groundless rumors. They are not very convincing. At least, I do not believe them. Sect Master, you are an outstanding talent, yet you are unable to break through to Martial Emperor. Why do you believe that I can? Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. Ing Zongtian thought for a while and smiled. Is it because you are the descendant of the Qing Emperor? Is it because of the name Qing Emperor? No matter how strong the Qing Emperor was, he still died in the end, Xiaochen said somewhat helplessly. Ing Zongtian smiled but did not reply. After a long time, he handed Xiaochen a bottle of medicinal pills. 10 heavenly essence pills, king-grade medicinal pills. Given your physique, you should be able to recover faster from your injuries after consuming these medicinal pills. Consider it a small congratulatory gift from me. Xiaochen opened the bottle and took a whiff of the medicinal fragrance. Then, he swallowed one medicinal pill on the spot. His internal organs immediately felt refreshed. His damaged cells and ruptured meridians recovered at a rapid pace. It was not as easy as Ing Zongtian had described. Where is the conferred land that Bushin Palace gave you? Heavenly Star Island. When Ing Zongtian heard the name Heavenly Star Island, he thought for a while before smiling. Heavenly Star Island, that is really far away. That place is very chaotic. How about I send a Supreme Elder there? The Supreme Elders of the Haotian sect were all at least as strong as the blue-robed Emperor. There were even some old antiques with the cultivation of Emperor Wu. Unless the sect faced a great calamity, they would normally be in bitter cultivation. Many thanks, Sect Master. Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. He did not know what strange existences existed on Heavenly Star Island. If he had a blue-robed emperor to help him, it would be much better. Ing Zongtian shook his head and smiled. You are no longer a member of my Haotian sect. If you do not mind, you can call me Big Brother Ing. In that case, many thanks, Big Brother Ing. In the future, if Xiaochen is fortunate enough to break through to Prime, I will definitely repay this kindness. At first, Xiaochen was startled. This was a great advantage for him to recognize his big brother. However, he was a free and easy person. Furthermore, Ing Zongtian was clearly not one of those stubborn experts who clung to seniority. Hence, he did not have any misgivings. Alright, I'll wait for you. A light flashed in Ing Zongtian's eyes as he threw a palm strike at Xiaochen. Xiaochen took advantage of the momentum and threw a palm strike as well. This was a promise between men. One day, they would understand whether there really were martial gods in the world. Unexpectedly, Ing Zongtian is such a stubborn and pure person. Back then, he stubbornly stood behind you just for this reason. Chapter 1005. After returning to the recuperation room, Eo Jiao could not help sighing. Indeed, compared to others, Ing Zongtian's stubbornness was somewhat pure, inspiring respect from the bottom of one's heart. After consuming the heavenly essence pill, Xiaochen discovered that his injuries recovered much faster than expected. He would probably recover completely in less than 3 days. He did not know if this was the effect of the king-grade medicinal pill or his physique. Since Xiaochen no longer had to work on treating his injuries, it was time to do something else. The king conferral ceremony was over. Naturally, the most important thing now was to take inventory of the congratulatory gifts. The first gift was the heavenly ice pearl that Xiaochen's first senior sister gave him. After consuming it, one could directly comprehend the will of ice, a precious treasure. Xiaochen mainly cultivated the will of thunder. However, the more wills he had, the better. With an additional will of ice, his combat prowess would become more well-rounded. In the future, if he came across any ice-attributed saber techniques or cultivation techniques, there would be no need to sell them. He could hold them in his hands and practice them. Next was Bai's great gift, a Holy Spirit vein. Clearly, with Xiaochen's cultivation, he could not consume a Holy Spirit vein yet. However, he could use it on his conferred land. Together with the remaining 30-odd peak spirit veins, he could already rival some of the weaker 9 ranks of the great families. This way, if anyone was willing to follow him to Heavenly Star Island, he would not treat them badly. Next up was Yi Chen's great gift, a 200-meter-long true dragon spine. This great gift stunned Xiao Chen on the spot. Even if this was not a true Dragon King, it was not far from it. Xiao Chen knocked on it and did not extract the dragon marrow. He immediately rejoiced. Perhaps the dragon marrow could solve a problem that had troubled him for a long time. Xiao Chen's vital qi had already reached 5 dragon force long ago. Through deities descending, his combat prowess increased tenfold. In theory, he could reach 50 dragon force. 50 dragon force? What kind of concept was that? Even the blue-robed emperor would feel pain when he was struck. Among cultivators of the same generation, no matter what great grandmaster level martial sage you were, you would explode with one punch. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen's physical body could not keep up. A rank 4 sage body could only erupt with 20 dragon force at most. Any more and there would only be one outcome, exploding and dying. Before he could unleash his strength, he had blown himself up. However, now that he had so much dragon marrow, things were different. Xiao Chen had long since experienced the effects of dragon marrow. If he could refine the dragon marrow, his fleshly body would definitely become stronger. It was not impossible for him to easily burst out with 50 dragon power. Shifting his gaze, Xiao Chen found the beautiful mountain and river painting, the legendary Immortal artifact. After a careful inspection, he was slightly disappointed. This was not a complete Immortal artifact. The simple and unadorned painting scroll was missing a corner, so its power was greatly reduced. However, this did not affect the value of this painting. It was still an extremely precious treasure. If he sold it, he could exchange it for 10 million black astral coins at any time. After that, Xiao Chen counted the gifts from Qing Cheng, Yao Yan, Ying Qiong, and the others. It had to be said that the value of the gifts he received this time was extremely terrifying. Any blue-robed emperor would be tempted by this. If anyone manages to rob you, they will become extremely rich. Every single item in this painting will be a treasure, Ao Jiao said with a sigh. Xiao Chen smiled and did not refute. How could he just become extremely rich? Right now, his wealth was equivalent to that of a complete rank 8 sect. What is this? Ao Jiao asked, feeling it was strange when she saw an ordinary painting among Xiao Chen's many gifts. Even Feng Xingsheng, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yangyu, and the other old friends did not send such ordinary things. The painting was black and white. There were only 2 colors, black and white. At the end of the sea of bitterness behind the bridge of helplessness, an azure-clad man looked at the reincarnation fragments, leaving behind a somewhat desolate back view. Ao Jiao said softly, "Strange, there is something wrong with this painting. The Yellow Springs land only has black and white. Why is this person's clothes azure?" "Because this person is the Qing Emperor," Xiao Chen answered calmly. He had seen the Qing Emperor's painting of drawing the saber and the Qing Emperor's painting of climbing high and seeing far. He immediately recognized the azure-clad man's back view in this painting. Who gave this painting? I don't know. Xiao Chen shook his head. He had been to the reincarnation fragments before. There, he resolved a knot in Qing Cheng's heart and resolved a knot in his heart. Xiao Chen did not know what this person's intention was in sending this painting. Actually, Xiao Chen had a vague answer in his heart. He guessed who it was, but he did not dare to be sure. There seems to be a note in this painting, Ao Jiao suddenly said. A note in the painting? At that time, there were too many people, so Xiao Chen did not have time to look at the painting. Now that he heard Ao Jiao's words, he could not help getting excited. Xiao Chen circulated his spiritual sense and indeed, there was an extremely thin note in the painting. He carefully pulled it out and saw that it said, "Congratulations, Brother Xiao, on being conferred king. If you have time and want to know the origins of this painting, I will wait for you at the largest inn in Haoyin City." Ao Jiao did not understand. Who is this person? Why did he not even leave a signature? Xiao Chen carefully put away the note. At this moment, he was already certain who sent this painting. Whether his answer was correct or not, he would immediately find out when he arrived at Haoyin City. The central province was more than 10 provinces away from the Haoyin province. Even the Haotian sect's warship would have to fly for 7 days non-stop before it could rush back. A great Grand Master level martial sage would not be able to fly non-stop. That would be too taxing and would take at least 10 days to arrive. If it were a superior grade martial sage, it would take 1 month. Inferior grade martial sages would need 3 months. Martial monarchs would need half a year to 1 year. Back then, when Xiaoqin set out from the Haotian sect and took the shortcut to Hunluo province, it took him about half a year. Now, the world was still the same. The sky had not changed. However, it had become insignificant in Xiaoqian's eyes. This was the broadening of one's horizons that came with an increase in strength. At different heights, the world in one's eyes would be different. Xiaoqin did not know how the world that he saw now was different from that of Emperor Wu or those primes. After 7 days, Xiaoqian's injuries had completely recovered. He had returned to his peak. His eyes flickered with a bright light, making others feel a strong deterrent. Even though Xiaoqin had not done anything after the battle, his aura had changed imperceptibly. Xiaoqian's every action had the air of a grandmaster. If not for his youthful face, others would have mistaken him for an 80 to 90-year-old old man. Xiaoqian's current cultivation was that of a peak great grandmaster level martial sage. If he had more opportunities, he would have reached the bottleneck of the blue-robed emperor. The blue-robed emperor was already close to being an emperor. He could be considered an influential person anywhere he went. His every action could stir up a storm. Xiaoqin had returned to his natural state, the air of a grandmaster. He had already advanced to a higher level, the heart of an emperor. Others could no longer see it. Junior brother Xiaoqin, Haotian city has already fallen. Just focus on comprehending your gains from this trip. I will handle the miscellaneous matters for you. Shui Lingling spoke to Xiaoqin as the warship hovered above Haotian city. Miscellaneous matters. Xiaoqian's thoughts moved as fast as lightning. Soon, he guessed what Shui Lingling was referring to. He would not be able to remain in the Haotian sect for long before heading to Heavenly Star Island. There were several disciples in the sect who were willing to leave with him. This should be what Shui Lingling was referring to. In that case, I'll have to trouble first senior sister. Shui Lingling said, Yu Chenxi and the others have already told me about this long ago. However, the procedures are very complicated and involve many rules. It will probably take some time. Xiaoqin still had some misgivings. If these people leave with me, it will be a huge loss to the sect, right? Shui Lingling smiled gently and said, it is not really a loss. Even today, we have not finished using the medicinal pills refined from your blood. Who knows how many elite disciples you have nurtured for the sect? Compared to this, it is nothing. In the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, Xiaoqin had absorbed several times more divine liquid than the geniuses of the other races combined. The Haotian sect's current prosperity was closely related to Xiaoqin. Without the medicinal pills refined from Xiaoqian's blood, there would not be so many elite disciples who could quickly advance to martial sage. With Shui Lingling's explanation, Xiaoqin relaxed. After the two parted, Xiaoqin headed straight for the largest inn in the city. Haotian City was the central city of the Haotian prefecture. Aside from the inner city, which only the sect disciples could enter, most of the people in the outer city, aside from the Haotian sect disciples, were cultivators from other places. The streets and alleys were bustling and bustling. The inn was bustling with business, there were no empty seats. The place was very noisy. If one listened carefully, they would find that all the discussions were about the king conferral ceremony. The news spread very quickly. Now, all the cultivators in the entire Tianwu domain knew that Xiaoqin was conferred king as the Blue Dragon King. With 5 primes gathered in the Tianwu domain, Xiaoqian's king conferral ceremony became even more widespread. The entire Kunlun continent discussed this matter. The Blue Dragon King, who had been covered in dust for 10,000 years, reappeared before the eyes of the world. There were all sorts of rumors about the king conferral ceremony at the king conferral platform. Xiaoqin stood outside the inn, his azure robes fluttering in the wind. After thinking for a while, he raised his leg and entered. Soon, he would find out who gave him the Yellow Springs painting. After walking past the first floor, the second floor, and the third floor, Xiaoqin stopped going up. He found an empty table and sat down. After ordering some food and wine, Xiaoqin started eating and drinking, not in a rush at all. Since the other party said to look for him at the largest inn in the city, the other party would notice him the moment Xiaoqin entered the inn. If it was really the person Xiaoqin guessed, there were many ways to hide from the other party. So, he just had to wait. Ha! Brother Xiao, congratulations on being conferred king. At some point in time, all the guests on the third floor had left. The instant Xiaoqin raised his head, a person was already seated across from him. This person wore blue robes and carried a sword on his back. He still had that same carefree smile on his face that had not changed for 10,000 years. Chu Chaoyun. Indeed, this person was the one who gave him the Yellow Springs painting. After not seeing him for so many years, Chu Chaoyun still looked the same as before. No matter how he changed, he always gave off an indifferent and relaxed feeling. Even now, Xiaoqin still could not figure out the mysteries of this person. After not seeing him for so many years, Chu Chaoyun's cultivation had already reached Grandmaster level martial sage. However, at this moment, Xiaoqian's cultivation had soared, and his strength had advanced. Even so, when he looked at Chu Chaoyun, he did not feel confident of victory. Chapter 1006. The other party was not far away, but he gave off a feeling of primal chaos. It was like they were separated by the starry heavens. Darkness and light intertwined, nourishing a powerful treasure sword. Where did you get this painting from? Xiaoqin asked straightforwardly. Chu Chaoyun did not seem to want to waste words. He took a sip of wine and said, "You should have seen someone in the Sky Dome realm. He looks very similar to you and also knows the exclusive martial techniques of the Blue Dragon martial spirit." Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. His expression did not change as he nodded to indicate that he had seen this person before. "I found this painting on him." "Found it on him? You must be joking. This person is definitely stronger than you. How could he let you take away this painting so casually? Does he think he is dead?" "Ha! He is indeed dead." Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows. This was a significant shock. This person had always been a knot in Xiaoqian's heart. Xiaoqin had thought that they would have a chance to meet in the future. Unexpectedly, he died just like that. Chu Chaoyun remained calm. He said indifferently, "He is an evil thought formed by the Qing Emperor's cultivation of the good and evil beneficence art. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor struck him with his saber but did not completely kill him. After 10,000 years, he recovered most of his strength. He wanted to go to the deep abyss to fight for the position of the Dark Church's chief church master. However, he was defeated in 3 moves and died. No wonder he looked so similar. It turned out to be an evil thought of the Qing Emperor." However, Xiaoqin still found it hard to believe that he had lost to the Dark Church's chief church master in 3 moves. The Dark Church had branches in all the lower realms. Xiaoqin knew that their headquarters was in the deep abyss demonic world. However, the strength of this chief church master surpassed Xiaoqian's expectations. "How do you know so much?" Xiaoqin looked straight at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled gently as he toyed with the wine cup in his hand. The last Tianwu emperor was a good friend of the Qing emperor in the first place. As a descendant of the dynasty, it is nothing for me to know such information. Precisely because you will know all this sooner or later. However, you have to advance to martial emperor first. So, don't die. Don't follow in the footsteps of the Thunder King." Suddenly, Xiaoqin said, "You want the heavenly flame's origin that is suppressed in the Blue Dragon Palace, right?" Chu Chaoyun was startled. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaoqin to directly state his purpose. This was the first time his expression changed. "You've been to the Azure Dragon Palace?" However, Xiaoqin immediately realized that his question was pointless. If he had not been there, how could he know that the heavenly flame's origin flame was in the Azure Dragon Palace? Xiao Chen smiled faintly and changed the topic. Your painting is useless to me. I went to the Yellow Springs Hell, crossed the Sea of Bitterness, and saw the saber light left by the Qing Emperor. The 6 paths of reincarnation are already shattered. There is no longer any meaning to it. Upon hearing that reincarnation was broken, Chu Chaoyun's expression clearly changed. Reincarnation is already broken. Where did the Qing Emperor go in the end? Xiao Chen carefully observed Chu Chaoyun's expression. This was the first time he held the initiative in a conversation with this person. The other party was not as omniscient as he appeared. Like Xiao Chen, Chu Chaoyun was searching for some answers and waiting for an opportunity. Goodbye. We will meet again if there is a chance. The 2 pieces of information that Xiao Chen revealed made Chu Chaoyun feel suspicious. Unwilling to remain here, he stood up and wanted to leave. Did I say to let you go? Xiao Chen put down his wine cup, and his long hair moved without any wind. Ding! Ding! Dong! Dong! A zither-like saber hum resounded. Countless saber winds instantly locked onto the standing Chu Chaoyun. The atmosphere and the floor immediately froze. A storm brewed, erupting in the silence. As Xiao Chen watched Chu Chaoyun get up, he remained silent. The other party had many secrets. He was connected to Xiao Chen in many ways. Xiao Chen had long wanted to figure out what was going on. Back then, how did the Qing Emperor and the Tianwu Emperor become enemies? Why was the Heavenly Flame's origin flame in the Blue Dragon Palace? Whether the Qing Emperor fell after the Great Battle or if there was something strange going on, the answer seemed to lie with Chu Chaoyun. This time, the other party appeared to be giving Xiao Chen a painting. However, his hidden goal was to see how far Xiao Chen had advanced and how much time he had left to reach Emperor Wu. When Xiao Chen entered the Blue Dragon Palace, he would snatch away the Blue Dragon's origin flame. Chu Chaoyun felt speechless. Did he still think that he was the Xiao Chen from many years ago, the one who defeated him in half a move, coming and going as he pleased? How could there be such an easy thing? If Xiao Chen wanted to leave, he needed to be capable of doing so. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold, and his killing qi instantly locked onto the other party from all directions. Do you think that I would risk my true body and enter the Haotian sect, where there are many experts? There will definitely be a fight between us, but not now. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. Suddenly, his body turned into a clump of flame and quickly burned into a pile of ashes, leaving only a wooden puppet. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had no choice but to scatter the saber winds that filled the entire floor. Then, he instantly hid himself. Ao Jiao said from the Immortal Spirit Ring, Xiao Chen, this person speaks half-truths. You cannot trust him completely. Xiao Chen picked up his wine cup again and took a sip. Then, he nodded and said, that so-called evil thought of the Qing Emperor might have died at his hands after he was defeated. However, what he said makes some sense. He is probably not the only one waiting for me to open the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Wu, who is hiding in the dark, has his eyes on the Blue Dragon Palace as well. Xiao Chen had to make good use of this time to strengthen himself and accumulate accumulations. Otherwise, when the time came, the Blue Dragon Palace that the Qing Emperor left for him would be snatched away. Based on the aura that Chu Chaoyun displayed, even though they had not fought yet, Xiao Chen was sure that the other party's will of primal chaos had already perfectly merged with his will of primal chaos. Xiao Chen also had to quickly deal with his will of cycle. He already had news of the Despair Throne, and his trip to the Heavenly Starry Ocean was imminent. After returning to his peak, Xiao Chen immediately entered closed-door cultivation, preparing to digest the treasures that he could use in the congratulatory gifts. Naturally, the first thing he needed to use was the Heavenly Ice Pearl that his first senior sister gave him. With an additional will, his strength would increase by another level. At the summit, Xiao Chen took out the Heavenly Ice Pearl. Immediately, snow drifted down from the sky. A cold wind howled, picking up the snowflakes and cutting them like knives. This snow is really heavy. I wonder where first senior sister got the Heavenly Ice Pearl. Xiao Chen opened his mouth and directly swallowed the heavenly ice pearl. A chill immediately spread through Xiao Chen's blood, meridians, bones, and limbs. See! Soon, Xiao Chen's body turned into an ice sculpture. Then, he turned into an ice pillar. Xiao Chen's figure could no longer be seen. The sun rose and set. The clouds gathered and parted. Heavy snow drifted down from the summit. 3 days passed. Xiao Chen, who was in the ice pillar, did not move at all. It was like he was in hibernation, not showing any signs of life. After another 3 days, the ice pillar shattered with a ka-ca sound. The heavy snow scattered, and Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A cold light flashed in them, his gaze icy. Compared to 6 days ago, Xiao Chen's aura now had an additional chill to it. Xiao Chen's forehead opened up, and a light flashed. A small ice saber tore through the air and shot out. Everywhere it passed, the mist turned into ice, flickering with an icy light. Then, it circled around and returned to Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. However, the ice in the air had yet to dissipate. This small saber was the manifestation of Xiao Chen's will of ice. Naturally, it was far from comparable to the immortal will of thunder. However, Xiao Chen only used it as a supplement. He did not have high expectations. He was already very satisfied with such an effect. After the heavenly ice pearl swallowed the heavenly ice pearl, Xiao Chen did not rest. He took out the 200-meter-long true dragon spine. Roar! The roar of a true dragon reverberated on the summit. Dragon might spread out, and an indistinct dragon-shaped image appeared at the summit. It stirred up winds and clouds, forming a thunderstorm. When the Haotian sect elders on the nearby peaks heard the commotion, they all flew out of their peaks. When they saw this mysterious phenomenon, they were greatly startled, their eyes filled with envy. I heard that Xiao Chen received a 200-meter-long true dragon spine as part of the congratulatory gifts. It looks like the rumor of this dragon might is true. He is still called Xiao Chen. That will not do. Now, he is the Blue Dragon King. Furthermore, he is going to Heavenly Star Island to establish his own sect. The sect master even agreed to it. How unfortunate. If only he remained in our Haotian sect. The sect master is already a prime. With a powerful demonic genius at the emperor realm among the younger generation, the Haotian sect would surpass the 3 holy masters in just a matter of time. Don't overthink this. A person like him is a true dragon. Sooner or later, he will surpass Emperor Wu and become a major character of the Kunlun realm. How could he stay in the Haotian sect? Discussions resounded. The many elders of the Haotian sect all showed extremely complicated expressions. At the summit, Xiao Chen was thinking about how to extract the dragon marrow. Aside from the dragon marrow, the remaining true dragon spine was also good stuff. When he went to Heavenly Star Island, he could bury this true dragon spine under the island's peak to nourish the dragon's gate's luck. Most sects had items to gather luck, known as the sect totem. If the totem was destroyed, the sect's luck would plummet. Its destruction would not be far off. The sect totem was extremely important. With the Dragon's Gate's establishment, using the true dragon spine as the totem was very suitable. Xiao Chen estimated that even the totems of the 9 ranks of the great families would not be as grand and noble as this 200-meter-long true dragon spine. Xiao Chen carefully made a small incision at the joint of the spine. Then, with a flip of his palm, he sucked out the dragon marrow in it drop by drop. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops, a total of 100 drops were taken out before the dragon marrow was completely drained. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of wild joy. Yi Chen's gift was exceptionally precious. 100 drops of dragon marrow. How horrifying was that? Dragon marrow strengthened the bones. The bones were the foundation and framework of the physical body. As long as the bones were not damaged, the physical body would never shatter. Many years ago, half a drop of dragon marrow allowed Xiao Chen's bones to undergo a complete transformation, surpassing those of his peers. Now, what kind of level would 100 drops of dragon marrow reach? Xiaochen did not dare to imagine how much his physical body would improve. Without much thought, Xiaochen put away the complete true dragon spine. Then, he opened his mouth and sucked, swallowing all 100 drops of dragon marrow floating in the air. Whoosh! Many of the elders staring at the mountain range in the sky outside drooled. 100 drops of dragon marrow swallowed in one go. How extravagant was this? With just 10 drops, their physical bodies could immediately break through, increasing their defenses by more than 50%. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. If I had 100 drops of dragon marrow, I would definitely not be able to bear to swallow them all in one go. Indeed. Dragon marrow is such a precious existence. One drop can fetch a sky-high price. The Blue Dragon King swallowed 100 drops in one go. It is like a mountain of treasure vanishing into thin air. Chapter 1007. After consuming 100 drops of dragon marrow, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged on the summit. Occasionally, a vast and immortal true dragon's roar came from his body. Refining the dragon marrow required a long time. The elders watching the excitement all knew this. They shook their heads and sighed as they left. The dragon's roar echoed on the summit for 10 days before it slowly stopped. Xiaochen's bones had already changed completely, becoming abnormally hard like dragon bones. While Xiaochen's appearance did not change, he felt that if he had suffered that startling strike from Di Wuk that day, he would not have lost all his combat prowess. Even if Ao Jiao was not around, Xiaochen was confident of fighting another battle with the other party. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Deities Descending. Divine light enveloped Xiaochen's body as he circulated his vital qi. Dragon's roar resounded, and 10 heaven dragon images appeared behind him. This was twice his combat prowess. Xiaochen continued to increase it, expanding from 10 dragon force to 20 dragon force, quadrupling his combat prowess. Boom! Now that Xiaochen was confident, he steeled his heart and increased his combat prowess tenfold. 50 heaven dragon images appeared and roared ferociously in unison. Before Xiaochen punched, just the might alone caused space to churn like waves, looking like it would shatter at any moment. Tiny cracks appeared in Xiaochen's bones, and he felt some pain. He withdrew his fist, and the heaven dragon images vanished. Joy appeared on his face. In the earlier test, Xiaochen's body should be able to endure 50 dragon force. As long as he did not attack consecutively, he would only suffer some light injuries. His physical body would be fine. A ruthless look flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He muttered, 50 dragon force. If I meet the blue-robed emperor, I am confident of receiving his killing move. I will not feel any pressure protecting myself. What did 50 dragon force mean? 1 dragon force was 5 million kilograms of force. 10 dragon force was 500 million kilograms of force. 50 dragon force was 250 million kilograms of force. Even peak Great Grandmaster level martial sages like First Elder Han Qinghe, who had already started refining their heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws, would not be able to withstand it. Xiaochen was confident that he could explode his opponent with one punch. At this point, he was already infinitely close to becoming an unrivaled Great Grandmaster level martial sage. No matter what kind of Great Grandmaster level martial sage or what cultivation technique they cultivated, as long as they were not quasi-emperors, Xiaochen was confident of defeating them. After refining the 100 drops of dragon marrow, he took out the beautiful mountain and river painting, an incomplete immortal equipment. Cultivators needed to spend a lot of time and effort to modify it into a secret treasure before they could use it. Of secret treasures before them. However, this was not as troublesome for Xiaochen. And he could use it. His magic power was abundant, so his divine sense could directly enter it. He could brand the spiritual imprint and use it immediately. He unfurled the beautiful mountain and river painting and saw that there were mountains and rivers in the painting. There were white clouds drifting about, and there were rivers and rivers. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were all within this painting. Releasing his spiritual sense, Xiaochen entered the inner world of the painting, where he saw the spiritual mark left behind by the previous owner. It had already been 100,000 years since the end of the Immortal epoch. Although it was shaky and looked like it would be extinguished at any moment, it did not dissipate. One could imagine how powerful the previous owner of the picture scroll was. When a cultivator reached the nascent soul realm, there was still the nascent soul transformation, divine transformation, Mahayana, and void refinement. After that, they would transcend the tribulation and become an immortal monarch before ascending to the immortal world. Looking at the spiritual imprint before him, even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, it was still glowing brightly. The immortal soul had not died yet. The previous owner of the painting had most likely possessed the strength of a high immortal. Even the weakest immortal lord was as strong as a sovereign martial emperor, surpassing the cycle of reincarnation and existing with the world, immortal and undying. Of course, the immortal Tao was destroyed, the immortal realm no longer existed, and the cycle of reincarnation was shattered. Immortals had long lost the ability to live forever. With the arrival of the martial epoch, there were no longer any immortals in the world. Only martial arts reigned supreme. Even if an immortal lord came back to life, he would not be a match for the peak strike of a prime, Emperor Wu. This strand of spiritual mark had the appearance of an old man with the air of an immortal. The light it gave off was weak, and he no longer possessed any intelligence. All Xiaochen needed to do was to casually touch it, and he would be able to leave his spiritual mark on it. Bang! Just as Xiaochen prepared to make a move, the old man before him suddenly opened his eyes. They released a divine light, and a tyrannical strand of spiritual sense flew over. It followed the spiritual mark and entered Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Ha ha ha! It has been 100,000 years. This old man did not expect that a casual move I made back then would leave behind a backup plan, allowing me to live for another epoch. This spiritual sense was boundlessly tyrannical. Xiaochen felt horrified and flustered. He felt helpless as the other party swallowed up his spiritual sense, slowly vanishing. How can it be like this? I have never heard of a spiritual mark left in an immortal equipment or magic treasure gaining intelligence. When the immortal Tao was destroyed, all the immortals had died long ago. The spiritual mark they left behind had already lost its intelligence as they died. Even if the immortal Tao did not die, 100,000 years was enough to erase the intelligence of any spiritual mark. What had happened so suddenly was simply unimaginable, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Even if you are an immortal lord, there is no way you can swallow me up. Scram! Immortal thunder, eternal will, inextinguishable saber soul, unparalleled sharpness. In the face of danger, Xiaochen calmed his mind and charged out with the lightning talisman hidden in his sea of consciousness. The immortal will of thunder and the peak great perfection bladesman's soul immediately surged with electric light, illuminating the entire sea of consciousness. The thunder immortal ancestor's destruction lightning talisman, no, it is a copy. However, it is sufficient to destroy my remnant soul. Damn it! A sharp, miserable shriek rang out. Under the illumination of the electric light containing boundless saber intent, the old man's unstoppable spiritual sense slowly crumbled. When the old man's spiritual sense crumbled, Xiaochen suddenly stopped. This was an old antique of the immortal epoch. He contained many secrets. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even if there was some risk, Xiaochen wanted to obtain some information from him. The painful howls stopped. The old man's spiritual sense turned into a human figure, trembling weakly in a corner of the sea of consciousness. Xiaochen said coldly, "Tell me what I want to know, and I will spare your life, letting you live another epoch." Ha ha ha. Live another epoch? You are overthinking. It is hard to defy heaven's will. No one can live another epoch. That is impossible. So, there is no need to threaten me. In any case, I will vanish into thin air soon. The old man's strong desire to live vanished when he saw Xiaochen's lightning talisman. It was like he had accepted his fate. He muttered, "It is hard to defy heaven's will. It is hard to defy heaven's will." Xiao Qin could not understand. He said, since you still have your intelligence, I should be able to find an ordinary person without mental energy to possess you. It is hard to defy heaven's will. Do you think I have waited for 100,000 years for someone with magic energy to enter this beautiful mountain and river painting? However, it is someone who just happened to copy the destruction lightning talisman. Do you think this is a coincidence? Even if it were another person, all sorts of accidents would have happened, causing the possession to fail. This is heaven's will, it is hard to defy it. How laughable. I thought that I coincidentally left a drop of immortal blood here and could live another epoch. To think that I waited bitterly for 100,000 years. How laughable. The old man's voice was weak, making his tone sound even more sorrowful. Take this beautiful mountain and river painting. Back then, many king-grade immortal equipment were destroyed in the Great Tribulation. Unexpectedly, this little thing, which I did not care about, remained here for so long. When Xiao Qin saw the light on the old man's body grow dimmer, he could not help but ask anxiously, Senior, meeting his fate. Can you tell this junior why the immortal epoch was so strong, where immortal lords could live forever, immortal ancestors could pluck the stars and the moon, and immortal kings could defy heaven and change fate? Why was it destroyed? Meeting his fate? Ha! You are just an insignificant Yuanian cultivator. What is the point of asking this? As the saying goes, when prosperity reaches its peak, it declines. Life and death come and go in an endless cycle. There is nothing in the world that can flourish forever. This is the heavenly Tao, this is heaven's will. No one can change it. In the past, the Kunlun immortal world was very vast and powerful. It ruled the universe, the origin of the 3,000 great realms. So what? In the end, it could not escape this calamity. The immortal world was destroyed, and the Kunlun immortal world became an abandoned land. The old man's voice grew increasingly weaker until it finally disappeared. The old man did not say much, but the information he revealed was startling, stirring up huge waves in Xiao Chen's heart for a long time. The 3,000 great realms that the old man mentioned were definitely not the Sky Dome realm, where Xiao Chen was. That was just an immortal lord's cave. There was an even vaster world outside the Kunlun immortal world. The Kunlun immortal world was originally the central great realm, the origin of the universe. Now, it had become an abandoned land. The old man's figure slowly turned illusory, leaving only a spot of green light drifting about. Xiao Chen opened his hand and sucked, swallowing up the green spot. There was no other information in the green spot. All the information it contained was about the beautiful mountain and river painting. The powerful experts of the immortal epoch were already completely wiped out, no longer leaving any traces of them in the current martial epoch. After leaving his spiritual mark, Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense from the beautiful mountain and river painting. Then, he followed the old man's method and left a blood mark on his palm. The beautiful mountain and river painting quickly shrank and entered Xiao Chen's left palm. Immediately, mountains, rivers, and gushing rivers appeared on his palm, materializing a vast small world. With a thought, the mountains and rivers faded away, and his palm returned to normal. Xiao Chen burned his magic energy, and the beautiful mountain and river painting appeared. With a thought, he could move the mountains and rivers in it, controlling the lightning and thunder in it. He could not help revealing a trace of joy on his face. If he could trap someone in this beautiful mountain and river painting, that person would not be able to escape his palm. Xiao Chen's magic energy drained away like water, and he felt dizzy. He did not dare to move the beautiful mountain and river painting rashly, so he carefully put it away. The words left by the immortal Tao expert in the beautiful mountain and river painting could only be treated as an interlude in subduing the immortal equipment. He still had to do what he needed to do. Be it the abandoned land or the so-called epoch's great calamity, they were all too distant from Xiao Chen. They were like legends, too ethereal. Xiao Chen still had to keep his feet firmly planted on the ground, raising his cultivation step by step. When he reached the peak one day, all the fog would naturally scatter. After that, Xiao Chen took out the Neptune crown that Yao Yan gave him. The expression on his face turned complicated. This was a complete emperor-grade secret treasure, even more precious than the beautiful mountain and river painting. After all, the latter was just an incomplete immortal equipment. It was not as attractive to cultivators as an emperor-grade secret treasure. Chapter 1008. Yao Yan was kind enough to give this emperor-grade secret treasure to Xiao Chen. However, it also brought him a huge problem. Perhaps Emperor Wu would not mind. However, anyone who was a blue-robed emperor would definitely be tempted. Whoosh! A figure flew over from a distance. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen placed Neptune's crown in his universe ring. The person who came was Han Qinghe, who was preparing to retire and advance to the blue-robed emperor realm. Xiao Chen's heart sank. What kind of major matter could startle First Elder Han Qinghe, a great grandmaster-level martial sage who was preparing to retire? Han Qinghe appeared very anxious. As he flew over, strong winds howled. When he arrived before Xiao Chen, all the winds stopped. Even with such a small detail, Xiao Chen could see the strength of this peak great grandmaster-level martial sage. He truly lived up to his name of someone who was about to break through the threshold of the blue-robed emperor realm. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Elder Han, your strength has improved again. You will probably be able to break through the threshold of the blue-robed emperor realm in a year or so." Han Qinghe's expression relaxed slightly. He did not avoid the topic. He smiled and said, "I have only refined a small portion of my heavenly sage laws into heavenly laws. I am still far from reaching the blue-robed emperor realm. However, this time, with the sect master advancing to prime, I am confident of advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm." A prime emperor Wu giving pointers to a peak great grandmaster level martial sage was indeed confident of advancing to the blue-robed emperor realm. In fact, it was possible to advance to the Emperor Wu realm by paying a huge price. However, such an Emperor Wu was too weak. He was not much different from the deity race's martial emperors who relied on faith to advance. He was far from being as strong as Emperor Wu, who broke through by himself. Even 10 such fake Emperor Wu could not compare to one true Emperor Wu. However, no matter how much he improves, he will stop at the blue-robed Emperor realm. He is far from comparable to the Blue Dragon King. His future is bright. Han Qinghe paused for a moment. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and sighed in his heart. He had watched Xiao Chen grow. Xiao Chen's growth speed was legendary. When he first entered the Kunlun realm, he was an insignificant character that even the Haotian sect true inheritors had to look up to. Xiao Chen started in the Haotian sect Chen to gain fame in the savage battlefield. Then, he fought with Chen, becoming famous in the Tianwu. On the proud son of heaven ranking, Xiao Chen forcefully revealed his identity. With his strength alone, he defeated the outstanding talents of the world and ascended to the top rank of the proud son of heaven ranking. Until now, no one had been able to surpass him. After that, Xiao Chen trampled on Diwuk at the Sage Mark Monument and became famous. After that, he lay low for 2 years. However, the moment he reappeared, he immediately made a name for himself in this age of outstanding talents. Now, he swept through the younger generation of the entire Kunlun continent, forcefully conferred king. His words, "Who dares to say they are not convinced?" were powerful and resonant, making everyone's blood surge. Xiao Chen's title of Blue Dragon King was well deserved. Even when the 3 primes pressured him, he could not do anything about it. Xiao Chen smiled reservedly and said, "If others call me Blue Dragon King, I can thicken my skin and accept it. However, First Elder, calling me Blue Dragon King is too much for this junior." These words were true. The First Elder before Xiao Chen was a senior worthy of his respect. Even if Xiao Chen became a prime in the future, he would still have to show the necessary etiquette when meeting him. Xiao Chen did not care about what others said. Whether it was right or wrong, etiquette, righteousness, honor, or shame, it was fine as long as he had a balance in his heart. Clearly, Elder Han was very satisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. Now that Xiao Chen had extraordinary accomplishments, he was filled with pride. However, he did not show any arrogance or haughtiness. Ha! In that case, this old man will still address you as before, Brother Xiaochen, Han Qinghe said with a smile. Xiaochen nodded and said, I wonder if First Elder has come personally to discuss something with me. When Han Qinghe heard that, he slowly withdrew the smile on his face. He said sullenly, You are in trouble. A group of people from the heavenly starry ocean said that they are the inheritors of Neptune's bloodline. They want you to hand over Neptune's crown. Xiaochen could not help smiling bitterly. During the king conferral ceremony, he had already guessed that Neptune's crown would attract a lot of trouble. However, he had not expected it to come so quickly. Neptune was once the ruler of the entire oceanic world, able to compete with the Qing Emperor. Even the unrivaled Qing Emperor had to fight with Neptune 3 times before he managed to kill it. Only after that did the Dragon's Gate expand its influence into the heavenly starry ocean. Before that, it had not succeeded. After Neptune died, its rule naturally fell apart. Many of its former marquises claimed to be the inheritors of Neptune's bloodline. Even now, they were still active in the heavenly starry ocean. However, the true inheritor, Neptune's daughter, Princess Qin, sealed herself for some reason, sleeping for 10,000 years without waking up. Hence, although these factions were very diverse, they did not have a true leader. No one was willing to submit to anyone. They were like a pile of loose sand. Compared to the rising stars of the Northern Sea Alliance's Zodiac Hall, they were much weaker. However, if these factions worked together for something, they could not be underestimated, putting significant pressure on others. Otherwise, they would not be able to enter the Haotian sect's gates and would be chased out. Neptune's former subordinates are now divided into 12 factions, the strongest 4. When Neptune was still around, it was conferred kings in the north, south, east, and west, each ruling a sea region. They were the Eastern Sea King, the Western Sea King, the Southern Sea King, and the Northern Sea King. This time, it's still alright. The 4 strongest sects didn't send anyone, but the remaining 7 sects all sent people. Aside from the 4 Sea Kings, Neptune also has 7 marquises under him. They are divided according to the 7 colors of black, white, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple. They are the black-clad marquis, the white-clad marquis, the yellow-clad marquis, the green-clad marquis, the purple-clad marquis, the blue-clad marquis, and the purple-clad marquis. The ones who came this time are the subordinates of the 7 marquises. Han Qinghe gave a simple explanation of the situation of Neptune's former subordinates to Xiaochen. The 4 Sea Kings and the Prince of 7 Colors were enough to show how grand the situation was when Neptune was still around. After some thought, Xiaochen asked, What is the strength of the 4 Seas sovereigns and the 7-colored marquises now? As the first elder of the Haotian sect, Han Qinghe's sources of information were much broader than Xiaochen's. He quickly answered, when Neptune was still around, the 4 Sea Kings were all at the level of Prime Emperor Wu, and the Prince of 7 Colors were all at the level of Sovereign Martial Emperors. When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but be flabbergasted. What kind of horrifying faction was this? Back then, the Qing Emperor was able to cause Neptune's palace to fall apart. Xiaochen wondered how he managed to do it. Han Qinghe said unhurriedly, Naturally, it cannot be compared to back then. The 4 Sea Kings were only as strong as Sovereign Martial Emperors, and the 7-color marquises were only as strong as Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. When Xiaochen heard this, he could not help but feel a headache coming on. Such strength was not weak at all. If Xiaochen could unify them, the glory of Neptune might reappear. However, based on Han Qinghe's tone, it seemed like the various sects were now kings, no one was willing to submit to anyone else. Furthermore, there were conflicts and grudges between them. There was no possibility of unifying them. How many people did they send? It is impossible for me to hand over my Neptune crown to them. Xiaochen's tone was calm, but it had an unquestionable attitude. The Neptune crown was a bona fide emperor-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, it was a secret treasure that Neptune used. It could greatly increase Xiaochen's strength. Furthermore, the rise of a sect could not do without the existence of an emperor-grade secret treasure. They needed an emperor-grade secret treasure to suppress it. Only then could their conferred land develop. Even if the blue-robed emperor came, Xiao Chen would not hand it over. Even if Emperor Wu came to force Xiao Chen, the saber light that the Qing emperor left behind would make the other party pay a heavy price. Han Qinghe said, the 7 colored marquises each sent one person. They are all peak great grandmaster level martial sages, only slightly weaker than the blue-robed emperor. They came very ferociously, and Shui Lingling is currently receiving them. Let's go. I'll go and see who these people are. They want me to hand over the Neptune crown the moment they open their mouths. The two moved as fast as lightning, heading for the main hall of the Haotian sect's inner city. Soon, they arrived outside the hall. Xiao Chen swept out with his spiritual sense and clearly saw the appearances and cultivations of the 7. The 7 wore robes of various colors. Their robes all had true dragons embroidered on them. They all wore dragon robes, looking very imposing. Before they entered the hall, Xiao Chen smelled gunpowder in this group of people. All sorts of clamoring voices came from within. Miss Shui, it is best if the Haotian sect can distinguish right from wrong. The Neptune crown is Neptune's emperor-grade secret treasure. Logically speaking, it should be inherited by us, Neptune's descendants. Don't stop us. That's right. We are here today for only one purpose, to get Xiao Chen to hand over the Neptune crown. Otherwise, when the 4 sea monarchs and the 7 colored marquises come together, even if the Yingtianzong sect is a prime, they can forget about stopping us. Why is Xiao Chen not here yet? Does he really think that he can put on airs with us just because he is the Blue Dragon King? Xiao Chen's conferred land was in the heavenly starry ocean. Shui Lingling did not dare to offend these old factions of the heavenly starry ocean. She could only welcome them with a smile and try to reason with them, hoping that they would take a step back. They even suggested that as long as the 7 colored marquis didn't pursue this matter, the Haotian sect was willing to compensate them. However, the more this was so, the more arrogant these people became. They said that if Xiao Chen did not hand over Neptune's crown, there would be no place for him in the heavenly starry ocean. In the Kunlun continent, he can still be considered some Blue Dragon King. However, if he goes to the heavenly starry ocean, I guarantee that he will turn from a dragon to a worm. Just one wave will be enough to smash him to death. An old man in black dragon robes spoke with extreme disdain. Of the 7, this person was the sharpest. You have quite the tone. This Xiao really wants to know how you are going to kill me with a single wave. Do you dare to exchange a move with me? Let's see who is the dragon and who is the worm. Xiao Chen stood outside the palace and felt that something was wrong. These people were simply here to cause trouble. There was no room for negotiation. However, this was intolerable. Sometimes, even if one knew that something was wrong, one should not let others talk about it. One had to ruthlessly slap the face that deserved it. Seeing Xiao Chen enter the palace, Shui Lingling, who was seated in the middle, revealed a surprised expression. She guessed what Xiao Chen had heard from outside. Xiao Chen, show some mercy. Don't kill these people. The Prince of 7 Colors has a large faction in the heavenly starry ocean's western sea. You are about to go to Heavenly Star Island. You cannot offend them. Shui Lingling's lips relaxed as she projected her voice to Xiao Chen. After persuading for so long, these 7 people did not budge. Shui Lingling felt very angry and did not stop Xiao Chen. She only wanted him to teach them a lesson and not kill them. If Xiao Chen really wanted the other party to take a step back, just persuading them with kind words was not enough. He needed to display his strength. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Then, he sized up the old man in black dragon robes. Chapter 1009. As a peak great grandmaster level martial sage, one could already start refining heavenly sage laws. However, compared to the first elder Han Qinghe, Xiao Chen was clearly weaker. He had only just started refining and had not even refined half of the heavenly laws. The 7 people sitting on the 2 sides suddenly stood up. Their gazes were like sharp blades piercing into Xiao Chen, trying to see through him. The black-clad old man had a sparse beard. His complexion was flushed, and he looked hale and hearty, not looking old at all. He was not surprised at Xiao Chen's sudden appearance, as if he had expected it long ago. The black-clad old man said sullenly, "Naturally, there is nothing wrong with exchanging moves with you. However, if you lose, you will have to take out Neptune's crown." The other 6 revealed cold smiles as they waited for Xiao Chen to reply. Something is not quite right with the situation. It seems like these old things are purposely trying to provoke you into making a move, Ao Jiao warned from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He, too, felt that something was wrong. What's wrong? Is the so-called Blue Dragon King only this much courage? The green-robed old man mocked with a cold expression. Ao Jiao suggested softly, "It is best to be more careful. It doesn't matter. When one's strength reached a certain level, one could break through with brute force. All schemes and tricks would be useless." Xiao Chen already had this confidence within the great Grandmaster level martial sage realm. He could go with the flow and see what tricks these people had up their sleeves. Xiao Chen raised his head and directly agreed. "If you lose, please leave the Haotian sect. From today onwards, do not appear before me again. Don't worry. You have no chance of victory. Remember to keep your word and prepare to hand over Neptune's crown." The black-clad old man laughed loudly and walked out of the hall. Then, he climbed a flight of steps and arrived at an open-air platform at the front. The other 6 passed by Xiao Chen one after another. Then, they looked at Xiao Chen as if they were watching a good show. Arriving at the front desk, the black-clad old man had finished his preparations and was ready to go. He was like a dormant dragon, waiting for the moment to leap up and defeat Xiao Chen in one move. Xiao Chen stood still, about 100 meters away from him. The instant his foot landed, his heart calmed down. There was neither joy nor sorrow, and he was as calm as still water. "Let's see what schemes you have for you to be so impudent." The corners of the black-robed old man's lips curled up into a cold smile. A violent dragon roar came from his body as his eyes turned red. His aura suddenly skyrocketed. Along the way, he directly broke through to the blue-robed emperor realm. He. We, the Prince of 7 Colors, all have the Berserk Dragon Art, a secret technique that Neptune left behind. It can raise one cultivation realm temporarily. I'm a quasi-emperor now, so I can decide victory or defeat in one move. Defeating you is as easy as crushing a bug. Winds and clouds stirred, and the aura spread out in all directions. The blue-robed emperor's aura spread out in all directions, immediately spreading throughout the entire inner city. Inside the inner city, the many Haotian sect disciples revealed shocked expressions. Why would the blue-robed emperor start fighting in the inner city? Furthermore, the killing chi was still so heavy. Could it be that an enemy had invaded? Many figures flew over, heading for the source of the aura. The blue-robed emperor was someone who could stir up a storm. Normally, he was very rare. Whoosh! 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 Soon, hundreds of disciples stopped on the walls and pavilions. When they saw Xiao Chen facing off with the black-clad cultivator, they all had surprised expressions. Unexpectedly, senior brother Xiao Chen, who had just been conferred the Blue Dragon King, was going to make a move against the blue-robed emperor. Shui Lingling was flabbergasted. She immediately wanted to intervene and stop Xiao Chen. However, Han Qinghe stopped her. "Don't panic. This kind of fake blue-robed emperor cannot stop Xiao Chen. However, this aura and strength are no different from the blue-robed emperor's. He can definitely bring out the strength of the blue-robed emperor." Shui Lingling was still very worried. Who could have imagined that Neptune left behind such a secret technique that could raise a great Grandmaster-level martial sage's cultivation by one cultivation realm? Han Qinghe smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. He is not the true blue-robed emperor. He only looks impressive. The Berserk Dragon Art is such a heaven-defying secret technique. What he obtained is definitely just an incomplete copy. He will not be able to cause much trouble." The black-clad old man felt somewhat astonished. He had displayed the aura of the blue-robed emperor. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's expression did not change at all. He did not panic at all, unable to find any openings. If this continued, if the black-clad old man could not find any openings or weaknesses, it would not be easy for him to gain an upper hand. The berserk dragon art could not be maintained for long. The black-clad old man's berserk dragon art was only an incomplete version. If he used it rashly, there would be significant repercussions. The smaller the force, the smaller the damage. The greater the force, the greater the damage. Naturally, the best result would be to find an opening and obtain an easy victory. However, it looked like that was not realistic. Damn it! I can only clash head-on. However, just as the black-clad old man decided to stop looking for an opening and defeat Xiao Chen in one move. Xiao Chen, who was as calm as still water, suddenly took a step forward, not showing any ripples. Roar! When he stepped forward, 50 heaven dragon images appeared behind Xiao Chen. They roared ferociously in unison. One dragon force was equivalent to 5,000 tons of force. 50 dragon force circulated on a magnificent scale. When Xiao Chen stepped forward, the ground trembled. In an instant, the world seemed to turn upside down. Space stirred like water. At this moment, the black-robed old man's mind was absent-minded. Xiao Chen found an opportunity. He pushed off the ground and punched. Xiao Chen's azure robes fluttered, and his body was like a berserk dragon charging forward. He was like a hibernating true dragon leaping out of the sea and soaring into the sky. When the black-clad old man recovered his wits, he felt incredibly flustered. The mysterious phenomenon and state that he had stored up power for was no different from Xiao Chen's. It was also a hibernating dragon, taking the meaning of soaring. A black dragon image opened its scarlet eyes behind the black-clad old man as it reared its head back and roared. Unfortunately, the black-clad old man was just one step too slow. After Xiao Chen snatched the initiative, how could he be a match for this battle between two dragons? Furthermore, Xiao Chen was now conferred the Blue Dragon King. With great luck, this black-clad old man's dragon had become an emperor true dragon. The King Dao was unparalleled, boundless sharpness, the king of dragons. In terms of sharpness and aura, the black-clad old man surpassed the other party. Given that his strength was higher, the result was easy to imagine. That soaring black dragon leaped forward by 3 meters before roaring miserably and scattering. The black-clad old man's dragon robes tore. Wounds covered his entire body, riddled with bloody wounds. The black-clad old man's punch nearly shattered his bones, dying without a complete corpse. When the black-clad old man punched, one held his head up high and his feet on the ground. His pride was unyielding, and his aura rushed into the sky. The other fell to the ground, moaning in pain, his aura completely gone. It was clear who was the dragon and who was the worm with one glance. Clearly, the other 6 old men had not expected such a result. To think that Xiao Chen also knew a secret technique that could temporarily raise his strength. Based on that aura, it was even more refined than the black-clad old man's berserk dragon art. Attack together. This fellow just used his secret technique and is definitely very weak. This is the best opportunity. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the purple-clad old man. The 6 had great tacit understanding. At the same time, they executed the attacks that they had prepared long ago. With such tacit understanding, they unleashed their strongest attacks in an instant. If they had not planned this beforehand, no one would believe it. The smiles on Han Qinghe's and Shui Lingling's faces froze. Clearly, they had not expected these 6 to dare to kill in the Haotian sect. They were extremely bold. Whoosh! The 2's figures flashed, not in a rush to think as they charged over. However, the other party had planned this long ago. Although the 2 were fast, they were still too slow. The 2 could not help feeling anxious. How could Xiao Chen dodge the combined attacks of 6 peak Great Grandmaster level martial sages? 6 colored dragon images howled in the air. In the face of great danger, Xiao Chen's gaze sank. He did not fluster in the face of danger. He turned around and retreated. Xiao Chen's azure robes fluttered. His long sleeves looked like flowers blooming. His fine black hair flowed like a waterfall as he spun around. As Xiao Chen spun, his flawless saber Dao materialized to its limits. A bright moon flew out from his body, 100 miles of peach blossoms danced in the air, a scorching summer sun hung high in the sky, an autumn wind swept up the fallen leaves, snowflakes fluttered in the air, and a green dragon's shadow shot out. There were many mysterious phenomena. As Xiao Chen's feet moved, each turn was a world. When he could no longer retreat or dodge, and the attacks of the six closed in, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped moving. His eyes were as clear as the mountain spring. He held the lunar shadow saber horizontally in front of him, and his right hand rested on the saber hilt. This was the stance of Qing emperors drawing the saber. In these few steps, Xiao Chen merged the flawless saber Dao into one, materializing a wondrous scene. At the end, he used the Qing emperors drawing the saber, leaving all the explosive power of the flawless saber Dao in the instant he drew the saber. Shui Lingling's figure had stopped at some point in time in midair. Her eyes glazed over as she looked at Xiao Chen in a daze. What kind of saber technique is this? It was not just Shui Lingling. Han Qinghe and the other Haoyan sect disciples were all stunned by this wondrous saber technique, all of them curious. When that saber light was drawn, how stunning would it be? 6 dragon images intersected in the air as the killing moves of the 6 arrived. At the critical moment, Xiao Chen also drew his saber in that instant. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, the withered leaves drifted in the wind. The moon was bright like fire, peach blossoms bloomed everywhere. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and dragon images lingered. The saber lights connected inch by inch. All sorts of scenes appeared in this saber strike. The instant the lunar shadow saber was completely drawn, a kind of glory shocked everyone. Boom! As Qing Emperor executed drawing the saber, the flawless saber Dao turned into a flash of saber light and charged forward. The killing moves of the 6 working together instantly broke. The saber light did not fade, and the glory remained. The 6 people were chopped in half at the waist and died on the spot. They were not as lucky as Diwuk. Xiao Chen, is this the killing move you used to defeat the 10 great Grandmaster level martial sages of the deity race? Ao Jiao asked in shock from the Immortal Spirit Ring. With this saber strike, Xiao Chen had walked out of his own Dao. This move was sufficient to leave his name in history. Xiao Chen nodded gently. When he broke through the bottleneck of Grandmaster level martial sage and stepped into Great Grandmaster level martial sage, he entered a profound state, reaching the state of being one with nature. Xiao Chen's thoughts were ingenious, his comprehension ability extraordinary. All sorts of wondrous ideas flashed in his mind. In that instant, he combined his special characteristics and created this powerful killing move. Xiao Chen had entered the state of being one with nature long ago. When cultivators broke through the bottleneck of a major cultivation realm, they had the opportunity to do so. Chapter 10:10. That was a state that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Even the prime, Emperor Wu, could not enter it as he pleased. How much one could gain in such a state depended on one's accumulations and comprehension ability. For Xiao Chen to comprehend this move and send out such a resplendent saber light while in the state of being one with heaven, it was not a coincidence. Rather, it was more accurate to say that the conditions were right. If not for Xiao Chen comprehending this move, the 10 great Grandmaster level deity race Great Grandmaster level martial sages who forged the deity statue would have killed Xiao Chen. Originally, Xiao Chen had intended to leave this move to deal with Diwuk during the king conferral ceremony. However, that fellow was too sinister. The Divine Kingdom's materialization of the illusory had severely injured Xiao Chen, not giving him a chance to execute it. Otherwise, without Ao Jiao making a move, Xiao Chen could defeat Diwuk. What is this move called? Ao Jiao asked excitedly. Instant of Glory. In that instant, the saber light materialized all sorts of scenes. It lived up to its name, Instant of Glory. When the black-clad old man lying half-dead on the ground saw this scene, he was frightened out of his wits. He used all his might to take out a peak-grade divine flame talisman and quickly fled this place. Seeing the black-clad old man turn into a fiery light and disappear, the disciples on the walls recovered their wits from the light of Xiao Chen's move. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, frowning heavily. Clearly, the other party was trying to anger him on purpose. Then, the other party used the black-clad old man as bait. Even if he lost, he could take the opportunity to kill Xiao Chen. The plan was layered. The goal might not be as simple as taking back Neptune's crown. First, senior sister, I'll go and chase after this person. Don't worry for me. A pair of wings spread out on Xiao Chen's back. He instantly executed the Freedom Wings magic skill, so close yet worlds apart. With one step, he appeared 50 kilometers away. Shui Lingling could not help feeling frustrated. Then, she said helplessly, that is a peak-grade divine flame talisman. It is as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. How can I chase after it? Up in the air, Xiao Chen looked around and extended out his spiritual sense. However, he did not find any traces. Without a change in his expression, Zhang Xian changed his direction and activated the world's edge once more. Even a supreme-grade divine flame talisman was only 500 kilometers away. As long as the other party paused for a moment, he would be able to find them with the Freedom Wings. In the northwest of Haotian City, on a mountain peak thousands of miles away, 7 young men dressed in dragon robes of various colors were gathered on the mountaintop, chatting merrily and wittily. High up in the sky, 7 majestic and extraordinary battleships of different colors were hovering. Judging from the quality of the warship and the massive magic cannons on board, it was a Time Emperor-class warship. The 7 young men were all extraordinarily handsome and had noble auras. Their faces carried a natural arrogance. They were all young, but all of them were Grandmaster-level martial sages. They were no weaker than the youths of the Kunlun continent. This was especially so for the leader, a youth in black dragon robes. His aura was extraordinary, comparable to the Iron Hand Sovereign's descendant, Wang Can, the Underworld Fire Sovereign's descendant, Wei Hua, and other first-rate outstanding talents of the continent. These 7 people were the young marquises of Neptune's old subordinates, the 7 colored marquises. They were famous in the heavenly starry ocean, known as the 7 heroes of the dragon. The youth in black dragon robes was called Huan Qiuyu. He was the leader of the 7 heroes, the strongest of them all. Qiuyu, why are the elders not back yet? Whether they succeeded or not, they should have returned with the supreme-grade divine flame talismans, the purple-clad youth said, feeling suspicious. Huan Qiuyu smiled and said, there's no need to worry. I've asked around about that Xiao Chen. Based on his performance at the King Conferral platform, facing 6 great Grandmaster-level martial sages at the same time is his limit. This time, he will definitely die. Not only will he obtain Neptune's crown, but all the treasures on him will also belong to us. The white-clad youth smiled and said, for some reason, the Eastern Sea King's direct descendant is actually willing to give us 6 supreme-grade divine flame talismans. It is indeed strange. If not for these 6 supreme-grade divine flame talismans, we would not dare to take such a risk. He wants to choose something. Furthermore, it will not be Neptune's crown or the congratulatory gift that Xiao Chen received. This is really strange. This person has always been mysterious. Even the current marquises of our various clans treat him as an honored guest. I heard that the other 3 Sea Kings have deep ties with him as well. For a junior to be able to mingle with so many older generation experts, he is indeed extraordinary. As the 7 discussed, the topic shifted to the Eastern Sea King's direct descendant. Even Huan Qiuyu showed a puzzled expression when he mentioned this person. Boom! A clump of fiery light burst forth on the summit. The dying old man, who had been severely injured by Xiao Chen, appeared at the summit. He appeared incredibly weak, continuously vomiting blood. The 7 quickly stopped talking, their expressions changing drastically. Huan Qiuyu helped the old man up and asked quickly, First uncle, why did you come back alone? Where are the other 6 uncles? The old man heaved a sigh of relief and said weakly, "Let's go quickly." The other 6 worked together, but Xiaoqin chopped them in half with one saber strike. "First uncle, you must be joking." Those were 6 peak great grandmaster level martial sages. How could Xiaoqin kill them with one saber strike? Huan Qiuyu clearly did not believe this. This was simply too exaggerated. The other youths also showed expressions of disbelief. Could it be that Xiaoqin had reached the unrivaled great grandmaster level martial sages at the age of 28? How could this be possible? Normally, only great grandmaster level martial sages who had many fortuitous encounters, lived for at least 300 years, and refined half a heavenly law could reach this level. The old man wanted to continue speaking, but his expression suddenly turned horrified. He took a deep breath and soared into the air. Then, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he fled in a hurry. However, just as he soared into the air, he saw a saber light flying at him. It was as bright as the moon, and a bloody hole appeared on his forehead. Blood spurted out like a fountain, and he died on the spot. The 7 distinguished dragon marquises turned around and happened to see the azure-clad Xiaoqin hovering in the air with his hands behind his back and the sea monarch headscarf on his head. "The few of you really made it easy for this Xiao to find you. You sent 7 great grandmaster level martial sages into the Haotian sect to kill me. If my strength had not soared recently, I might have fallen for your tricks." Xiaoqin said expressionlessly as he glanced at the 7 people in front of him. Under Xiaoqian's gaze, the 7 felt a strange fear, and their bodies trembled slightly. Strangely, this gaze clearly did not contain any killing intent. Huan Qiuyu maintained a calm expression as he sent a voice projection. "First uncle might be telling the truth. We should split up and leave as many as we can." Whoosh! Black, white, yellow, green, azure, blue, and purple, 7 beams of light flashed, and the 7 split up into different directions, scattering in all directions. Xiaoqin snorted coldly. After spending so much effort to reach this place after much difficulty, how could he let these 7 people off so easily? The magic energy in Xiaoqian's sea of consciousness burned, and the beautiful mountain and river painting appeared in his left hand. Tall mountains, rivers, and clouds formed in the air. In an instant, the small world's enormous suction force was about to suck in all of the 7 streaks of light that had been shot out. The 7 beams of light retreated and were about to be sucked into the painting. A vast sea rose and fell on the horizon, boundless. At the end of the distant sea, a red sun leaped out of the sea. A vast sword light appeared with the red sun. It was like the rising blazing sun, unblockable and boundlessly vast. When the sword light came out, the mountains, rivers, clouds, and the sky were all forced back. The beautiful mountain and river painting appeared in the air and turned back into a painting, landing in Xiaoqian's palm. The 7 beams of light felt like they received amnesty, taking this opportunity to leave. After the master of that sword light swung his sword, he quickly left, riding on the sea and disappearing without a trace. Xiaoqin remained in the air, not giving chase. He had exhausted all his vital qi and most of his magic energy. He also did not have many heavenly sage laws left. If he continued to chase after this person, he would not gain anything. Looking in the direction that person left, Xiaoqin muttered, "How unfortunate. If it were a complete immortal equipment, even if I sent out another 10 sword strikes, I would not be able to save these 7 people." At the same time, Xiaoqin felt very confused. Who exactly was the person who attacked? When the wind scattered, Xiaoqin looked up and saw 7 dragon-shaped warships of various colors in the air. They all turned around and prepared to leave. The 7 heroes of the dragon fled in a hurry and did not board the warships. Right now, the 7 warships had no masters or experts guarding them. How could they possibly escape from under his nose? Xiaoqin opened his left hand, and the beautiful mountain and river painting appeared. Tall mountains, flowing rivers, and lakes materialized in the air. A small world suddenly formed, and he sucked in the 7 king-grade warships with one palm strike. When Shao Chen flipped his hand over, he saw the 7 Peak King grade warships flying around like headless flies in the world in the painting. With a thought, the world in the painting suddenly turned upside down. The ground was above, and the sky was below. The cultivators in the warships were all caught off guard, falling out and flying around in a fluster. These cultivators were mostly martial monarchs or inferior-grade martial sages. They were somewhat strong. However, in Shao Chen's eyes, they were not worth mentioning. Shao Chen was not a bloodthirsty person by nature. When he raised his hand, a repulsive force appeared in the painting, chasing these people out. The cultivators of the gaseous marquises that managed to escape quickly ran away, not daring to linger at all. Although Shao Chen did not figure out the mastermind behind this incident or what the other party's plan was, he did not come out empty-handed. Even with 7 Peak King grade warships, the headquarters of the 7 colored marquises probably did not have many. It looks like there are more variables in this trip to Heavenly Star Island. As Shao Chen watched the cultivators scatter, he revealed a contemplative expression as he stood on the summit. After erasing the spiritual mark on the King grade warships, Shao Chen unfurled the freedom wings and left this place. In a place not too far away, the 7 heroes of the dragon watched helplessly as Shao Chen collected their King grade warships and erased the spiritual mark they left behind. The 7 heroes of the dragon were so anxious that their eyes turned red. A few of them could not hold back and wanted to charge out again. Aside from the flagship Emperor grade warships, each clan only had 2 or 3 Peak King grade warships. As heirs, they had lost such a King grade warship. When they returned, they would be severely punished. In the end, Huan Qiuyu was the calmer. He stopped the others and said to the black-clad man in the corner, "Ling Xiaofan, did you anticipate this long ago? Otherwise, why would you suddenly appear when we were about to fall for it?" "That's right. You did not have good intentions from the start. You gave us Peak Divine Flame talismans and encouraged us to kill Shao Chen, but you hid at the side and watched the show." Chapter 10-11. This time, the losses were severe. The others all targeted Ling Xiaofan, berating him. If Shao Chen were here and saw Ling Xiaofan's appearance, his heart would definitely be shaken. This black-clad person was none other than Ling Ao, whom Shao Chen had paid special attention to in Neptune's palace. Ling Ao had hidden himself very deeply and had a mysterious background. Ling Xiaofan raised his gaze. For some reason, the others did not dare to say anything. Seeing that the others did not say anything, Ling Xiaofan said indifferently, "I will compensate everyone for the losses this time, including the 7 King grade warships. As for now, let's go quickly. The experts of the Haotian sect should be making their move soon." After saying that, Ling Xiaofan turned and left, leaving behind the 7 heroes of the dragon exchanging glances with each other. After a long time, Huan Qiuyu said, "Let's go. When Shao Chen arrives at the heavenly starry ocean, we will make him cough up everything with interest. We will let him know that the sea is not something that a blue dragon like him can mess around with." Inside the Haotian sect, by the time Shao Chen rushed back, everything had already calmed down. Shui Lingling took out 6 Peak grade Divine Flame talismans and handed them to Shao Chen, along with the spatial rings of the 6 people. "We found these on the 6 people. These people did indeed plan this. If you go to Heavenly Star Island, you will be in even more trouble. These 6 Peak grade Divine Flame talismans should be able to save your life at a crucial moment." Shao Chen had killed the 6 people. Naturally, the most valuable things on them would be handed to Shao Chen for safekeeping. Peak grade Divine Flame talismans were indeed good items for protecting one's life. However, they were extremely difficult to refine. Ordinary Divine Flame talismans could only travel 50 kilometers at best. They were insufficient for great Grandmaster level martial sages. Peak grade Divine Flame talismans that could travel 500 kilometers in an instant were barely sufficient. Shao Chen gladly accepted them. After thinking for a while, he took out one and called Shui Lingling over. Shui Lingling smiled faintly and did not reject him. "When do you plan to leave?" 3 days later. "In such a hurry?" Shui Lingling asked in surprise. leaving in 3 days? That was too much of a rush. Xiao Chen nodded, indicating that he would indeed leave in 3 days. He had originally planned to meditate and cultivate in peace before leaving after making sufficient preparations. However, the sudden turn of events had disrupted Xiao Chen's plans, causing him to feel a sense of crisis. Originally, Heavenly Star Island was already worried that the 3 holy masters were doing something there. Now, there was another one of Neptune's old subordinates. Who knew what they were planning? It was better to set out as soon as possible, lest something unexpected happened. There were too many things to do in 3 days, so Xiao Chen temporarily put aside his cultivation. Xiao Chen counted the black astral coins in his hands once more. He discovered that he had obtained them from killing enemies along the way and the 2,000 black astral coins he originally had. The total amount of black astral coins on Xiao Chen had already reached a horrifying 40 million. Furthermore, this did not include the various secret manuals, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Xiao Chen took out 20 million black astral coins and started purchasing astral cores on a large scale. For the past 3 days, Xiao Chen's figure could be seen in the various large markets of the Haotian sect. He had purchased all the astral cores. Astral cores had many uses. Be it large-scale formations or the energy of warships, they all required astral cores. Since Xiao Chen intended to make Heavenly Star Island the base of the Dragon's Gate's rise, astral cores were essential. In 3 days, Xiao Chen spent all 20 million black astral coins. Most of the 9 ranks of the great families did not have the boldness to spend all 20 million black astral coins in 3 days. However, Xiao Chen's harvest was considerable as well. He purchased 10,000 inferior-grade astral cores, 3,000 medial-grade astral cores, and even 1,000 of the extremely rare superior-grade astral cores. With so many astral cores, 20 million black astral coins would not have been enough. After all, one inferior-grade astral core could sell for 1,000 black astral coins. With Xiao Chen's identity as the Blue Dragon King, as long as he was within the vicinity of the Bushan Palace, he would receive a 20% discount. Furthermore, some merchant associations wanted to establish a good relationship with him, giving him further discounts. Hence, he managed to obtain so many black astral coins. Yu Chenxi, Jin Lin, Lu Ku, and Xiao Xian had already gathered at the summit of the mountain where Xiao Chen lived. Expectant smiles filled their faces. For the sake of this day, they had prepared for a long time. A purple dragon-shaped warship hovered at the summit of the mountain. It looked extraordinarily mighty, hidden in the clouds, preparing to set sail. This was one of the 7 warships that Xiao Chen snatched. An old man with unfathomable cultivation sat in the recuperation room of the warship. He was a supreme elder sent by Ying Zongtian, a bona fide blue-robed emperor. Shui Lingling was here to send him off. After she left today, she did not know when she would see Xiao Chen again. With this thought, she could not help feeling melancholic. First senior sister, we are leaving. May we meet again, Xiao Chen said with a cupped fist salute. Don't be in a rush to leave first. You can wait for a few more people. There are more people coming. Who? Jin Lin asked, feeling confused. Xiao Chen felt confused as well. His line of work was not like a child's play, where he could bring away just anyone. Shui Lingling smiled mysteriously and said, you will know the answer after a while. Of course, if you do not agree, these people will not force you. I am only here to introduce you. For Shui Lingling to personally introduce them, they definitely had a significant background. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. Who would be willing to travel so far to Heavenly Star Island? Whoosh! Whoosh! Soon, 3 figures flew over from the distance. Xiao Chen looked up and saw the appearances of these 3 people from 1 kilometer away. He could not help but raise his eyebrows. How could it be these 3 people? 3 figures, 2 men and 1 woman, descended. They were actually the outstanding talents of the Azura race, Lan Xiaobai, Yu, and the youth that had been following him. Lan Xiaobai performed a cupped fist salute and said, Brother Xiao Chen, I wonder if you can bring 3 more people on this trip. You blinked, waiting for Xiao Chen's answer in anticipation. Lan Xiaobai has experienced many setbacks in the past year or so. He no longer has any desire to compete with Diwok. Junior brother Xiao Chen, I can guarantee that he does not have any malicious intent. Shui Lingling sent a voice projection to Xiao Chen. Clearly, she did not want Xiao Chen to lose such a strong assistant. The strength of these 3 went without saying. Xiao Chen was very clear on it. This was especially so for Lan Xiaobai, who was not much weaker than him. However, why would such a person be willing to follow him? Never mind. Since first senior sister introduced me, I better not let her down. I'll bring them along for now. Even if they have other motives, it will be fine as long as they do not clash with me. The Blue Dragon King set sail. With this departure, he stepped into an even vaster sky and world, the vague form of the new Dragon's Gate appearing. The purple warship tore through the clouds and flew towards the vast oceanic world, carrying the dreams of the Blue Dragon King and his friends, disappearing from Shui Lingling's sight. What's wrong, lass? Your heart is flying over as well. At some point, Ying Zongtian had appeared on the summit as Shui Lingling, standing there with a smile. Master, why are you here? Shui Lingling exclaimed. Ying Zongtian smiled and said, what's wrong? Are you the only one allowed to send this fellow off, and I can't? Seeing the strange smile on her master's face, Shui Lingling blushed slightly. She said, you're still smiling? If you keep smiling, I'll toss the Haotian sect out as your dowry. Ying Zongtian laughed loudly and said, are you talking about that fellow, Xiao Chen? As long as you really want to, I'll help you capture that kid and bring him back. Shui Lingling giggled and said, all right. Master, go and capture him. Lingling will wait here. Lass, you really dare to say that? Let's go. I'm going to visit some of my old friends and see if I can help you find a good bow. Master is already a supreme martial artist, and your disciple is still carrying a pile of junk. It's really not right. Shui Lingling giggled and said, Master, you are very considerate. The Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bao, ranked 3rd on the divine weapon ranking, I have been eyeing it for a long time. Ying Zongtian's footsteps trembled, and he almost fell. He smiled helplessly and said, you really dare to say that? This bow has been missing for many years. Where can I find it for you? Forget it. Don't talk nonsense. Cultivate harder. The best resources of the Haotian sect will be given to you. Don't leave this fellow too far behind. Otherwise, you won't be able to marry him even if you want to. Ying Zongtian's figure flashed, and he turned into a beam of light, disappearing from the summit. Shui Lingling muttered, you still want to be more serious? In the end, you are still not serious. However, I do have to cultivate harder. Master has already told me everything he knows about cultivation. It would be too much of a pity to waste it. On the day Xiao Chen left the Haotian sect, the 3 holy masters as disciples and the others headed in another direction. The strongest experiential training ground in the starry heavens, where the Kunlun realm and the Deep Abyss demonic world intersected, was the astral battlefield. During the Deep Abyss demonic calamity 10,000 years ago, the 18 demon monarchs led the army of the demonic world. They did not pass through the difficult spatial tears to charge into the Kunlun realm. Instead, they opened a path to the Kunlun realm outside the astral domain. They directly smashed through the barrier of the sky, catching the 5 races of the Kunlun realm off guard and inflicting heavy casualties. If not for the Qing Emperor appearing back then, leading the Bushin Palace to turn the tide and chasing the army of the Deep Abyss demonic world to the borders of the Kunlun realm, the consequences would have been dire. However, the astral fortresses that the Deep Abyss demonic world's demons left at the borders were not completely destroyed. After the fall of the Qing Emperor, the Deep Abyss demonic world's demons made a comeback. They used the astral teleportation formation to re-establish their base at the borders of the astral domain. To prevent such a painful experience from happening again, the 5 races, the humans, deities, ghosts, fiends, and corpses, built their own astral fortresses at the borders of the astral domain as well. The two sides remained in a stalemate for 10,000 years. No one could chase the other out completely. Instead, it formed the famous astral battlefield of the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world. That was the strongest battlefield in the starry heavens. Without advancing to martial sage, one could not even enter. Even someone as strong as Emperor Wu could fall there. For the past 10,000 years, countless experts from both sides had fought on this battlefield. They either gained fame and glory or died there, dyeing the sky red. However, Xiao Hoju had to go. If he wanted to regain his dignity and take back what belonged to him, he had to take some risks. Feng Wuji and Nuan Muyun, who were on good terms with Xiao Hoju, did not want him to go alone, so they accompanied him. Xiao Hozun, who was sending the three off, sighed softly. Originally, I planned to wait for you all to become great grandmaster level martial sages before sending you off together. However, time waits for no man. Xiaoqin suddenly rose up and left the three of you behind. If you do not take a gamble, you can only look up at his back forever. Xiao Hoju squeezed out a smile and said, "Don't worry, father. The three of us will definitely return alive. The reputation of the three holy masters will rise again. Even if he becomes the second Qing emperor, the situation of the three holy masters being overshadowed by the glory of the Dragon's Gate 10,000 years ago will not happen. The three of us will ensure that the glory of the Holy Land never dies." Chapter 10-12. Feng Wuji felt a lofty aspiration in his heart. The three of us are holy scions, but the reputation of the Holy Lands has been declining over the years. We have to go on this trip. The high-ranked demons have long wanted to meet them. Nuan Muyun smiled and did not say anything. She did not have such lofty dreams as the two. She just went with the flow. If she could help the two, she would do her best. The warship carried Xiao Hoju's group of three through the barrier of the sky, heading for the strongest battlefield in the starry heavens. At the same time, Xingtian's personal disciple led Wei Hua, Wang Can, and the others to pack up and head for the astral battlefield as well. After the ghost race's Xie Zishuan finished wiping the 8 sabers, the mountain monarch sent him off with his gaze before disappearing into the starry heavens. No one had expected Xiao Chen's startling performance at the king conferral ceremony, rising up like a comet and putting so much pressure on the other outstanding talents. Unexpectedly, all of them headed for the astral battlefield ahead of time, all for the sake of catching up to the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. When they advanced to martial emperor in the future, they would compete with Xiao Chen. The influence of this matter was far from this. Later, as the news of these people heading for the astral battlefield spread, a trend formed in the Kunlun continent that all grandmaster-level martial sages could head to the astral battlefield. In this age of geniuses, the flourishing sharpness was displayed vividly. In the god's domain, in the divine kingdom of the heavens, the golden power of faith converged to form a vast ocean. Palaces and pavilions dotted the sky like stars. Diwuk met with the supreme deity race emperor Forsaken alone. He knelt down and begged the deity emperor to forge a deity statue for him. You are not even Emperor Wu, yet you want to use the power of faith to raise your strength. In this life, you will be like those fake Emperor Wu, who pretends to be a deity. Think about it yourself. If you really want revenge, you will even have to give up your status as the divine son. In that case, I'll sacrifice 1,000 years of cultivation and use the power of faith to raise you to the level of Emperor Wu. With that, you'll be able to defeat the current Xiao Chen in one move. Emperor Forsaken was expressionless. His true body was shrouded in golden light, and behind him were layers upon layers of small worlds. There were hundreds of millions of ordinary natives who prayed and worshipped him every day, contributing an endless stream of faith power to him. Diwuk clenched his right fist so tightly that his nails dug into his palm, causing blood to flow out. After a long time, his heart slowly calmed down. Wuk knows his mistake. I will use my own hands to take back the humiliation I've received. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign revealed a gratified expression. It's good that you know your mistakes. Even if I gave you the cultivation of a martial emperor, it would be meaningless. Exhausting your potential for the sake of a certain person is the stupidest thing to do. Take it. Emperor Forsaken extended his hand and pushed. A shiny golden manual flew towards Diwuk. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Forbidden. Diwuk caught the manual. The 4 words, Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, were written on the page. It was no different from the Myriad Heaven Divine Fist that had been circulating outside. However, there was a bloody forbidden word at the end. It was a ghastly sight, and it gave off a different feeling. This is the complete Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, a forbidden art of my divine race. The ones circulating outside are only incomplete versions. Right after the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign spoke, he handed Diwuk 2 more secret manuals. The same bloody words, forbidden, were carved on the pages. One was a body-tempering cultivation technique, the immortal deity sovereign body, and the other was a sword technique, the heaven-extinguishing sword art. Tomorrow, go to the astral battlefield. Apart from this place, no other training ground will be able to help you cultivate these 3 forbidden arts so quickly. Diwuk put away the 3 forbidden arts and left in silence. Emperor Forsaken heaved a sigh of relief. The Divine Sun was still the Divine Sun. He had never changed. The next day, when Diwuk was about to set off alone, he unexpectedly ran into Goddess Tian Yu Shi and the 13 keepers at a corner. I will accompany you to the astral battlefield. We are also willing to accompany the Divine Sun to the astral battlefield, the 13 keepers said in unison. After being stunned for a moment, Diwuk's gloomy face finally revealed a smile. In the largest inn of Haotian City, a blue-robed youth with a sword on his back drained his cup of wine and left the money for it. Half drunk and half awake, he muttered, the astral battlefield. It's time to go back. Everyone had their own story, and everyone had their own pursuits. Geniuses were born in times of prosperity, and heroes were born in troubled times. What was an outstanding talent? If one did not have a heart that dared to temper oneself and gave up on one's pursuits after one failure, one would just be an empty title. After thousands of tempering, even if one lost 100 battles, one's heart would not change. The title of outstanding talent never left. The prologue to the great age had already begun long ago. The story on the stage had its highs and lows. As it rose and fell, it played out a vast and majestic play in this age of prosperity. With the outstanding talents around, the Blue Dragon King on the stage had never been lonely. After advancing to Great Grandmaster level martial sage, Xiaoqin should have been the outstanding young talent most qualified to enter the astral battlefield. However, under the control of the 3 holy masters, he was tossed far away from the Kunlun continent, to the desolate Heavenly Star Island. Only the outstanding talents of the various Grandmaster-level martial sages went to the astral battlefield in advance, taking a path that ran counter to Xiaoqian's. No matter how hard they tried, they would not be able to cross paths. However, if a supreme existence looked down on the heavenly wheel of fate, they would discover the 2 paths that ran counter to each other. It was just that they started from one point and turned half a circle, forming a perfect circle, and converging again. On the Purple Dragon warship, Xiaoqin did not know that his performance at the King Conferral ceremony had triggered a huge change in the younger generation of the entire Kunlun continent. Right now, Xiaoqin and Lan Xiaobai stood at the bow of the warship, chatting as they watched the clouds fly by. Speaking of which, why did you not use the transportation formation? There is a transportation formation in the central province that leads directly to the primal chaos domain. To get to Heavenly Star Island, one had to leave the Tianwu domain, cross the primal chaos domain, and then cross the yellow soil demonic garden. Finally, one had to swim across the chaotic demonic sea and head west. Only after crossing the vast ocean and many sea islands could one reach Heavenly Star Island. A Peak King grade warship would take 3 to 4 months to reach Heavenly Star Island at full speed without stopping. If it were a holy grade warship, it would take twice as long. It would take half a year to arrive. If Xiaoqin took the transportation formation and departed from the primal chaos domain, he could save 2 months. Unexpectedly, in the past, there was a transportation formation that led directly to Heavenly Star Island from Bushin Palace. Unfortunately, something happened, and the transportation formation on the island was severely damaged. Furthermore, Bushin Palace had practically abandoned that place. Hence, the transportation formation was as good as not having it. It was no longer of any use. Lan Xiaobai felt very curious. What was Xiao Chen thinking when he used the purple dragon warship to fly over? The wind blew in front, blowing Xiao Chen's hair up. As he looked into the distance, the sky looked pure white. However, there was a lot of dirt and darkness hidden under the pure whiteness. Naturally, Xiao Chen had made preparations to purchase astral cores and use the warship to reach Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen did not know what scheme Neptune's old subordinates were preparing. Based on their arrangements to kill Xiao Chen and the Haotian sect, he was sure that they had some backup plans. If Xiao Chen's group followed the original plan and used the transportation formation, the other party would probably attack them along the way. In that case, he might as well do the opposite. It would just take a little more time. Coincidentally, he could use this time to digest the energy of the 10 spirit veins' origins and stabilize his cultivation. Of course, Xiao Chen could not tell Lan Xiaobai about this for now. So, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Let's talk about you. Aren't you busy preparing for the Heroes Convention to fight against Diwuk? Why are you following me? Lan Xiaobai smiled helplessly. You chopped Diwuk in half during his king conferral ceremony. His prestige plummeted to rock bottom, and he lost all his prestige. Naturally, his Heroes Convention came to an end. No one will participate. Thinking about it, this made sense. Back then, Diwuk was very famous. Few in the younger generation could match him. When the cultivators of the Kunlun continent talked about how powerful a person was, they even talked about how many moves they could take from Diwuk. However, in a short 1 year, Xiao Chen humiliated Diwuk in the heavenly ruin wasteland and chopped him in half during his king conferral ceremony. His prestige plummeted to rock bottom. Holding a heroes' convention with such momentum would just be a joke. Lan Xiaobai revealed a desolate expression. Then, he continued, I'm following you to write the Tsing Lung scheme. For the past 1 year or so, I've traveled everywhere. Be it the ghost domain, the fiend domain, the corpse domain, or the vast heavenly starry ocean, I've been given the cold shoulder, even mocking and mocking. In the past, I was too proud. Only after seeing all the experts in the world did I realize how insignificant I am. With my strength, I cannot write the Heroes Convention. After the king conferral ceremony, I discovered that although the world is vast, I can only use you to write the Tsing Lung scheme. Lan Xiaobai's frankness surprised Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, You are really direct. However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I do not care about the Tsing Lung scheme, nor am I as ambitious as Diwuk. Lan Xiaobai did not appear surprised. He revealed a faint smile on his fair, handsome face. The Tsing Lung scheme is not just a hero's convention. I want to write the entire martial epoch. From the start to now, the glory of the ancient era, the decline of the ancient era, and now, the flourishing age. In terms of ambition, I am much more ambitious than Diwuk. It does not matter whether you agree or not. As long as I follow by your side, I can witness the entire flourishing age and write about it. Seeing Lan Xiaobai's sincere tone and serious expression, Xiao Chen could not help feeling some admiration. What Lan Xiaobai wanted to do was probably unprecedented. It would take a lot of effort and time, and it would be fraught with difficulties. Chapter 1013. Xiao Chen recalled the words of the powerful expert from the Immortal epic in the beautiful mountain and river painting. After flourishing to the extreme, one would decline, unable to escape a calamity. This was the case for the Immortal epic. Would the martial epic be the same? If someone really wrote a Tsing Lung scheme, recording the entire history of the martial epic, they might be able to discover something from it. From there, they might be able to avoid the great calamity that was faintly discernible but would definitely come. This would be boundless merit. Very well. If that is the case, I promise to help you finish writing the Tsing Lung scheme. In the future, if there is an opportunity, I will hold a Martial Dao tea party and gather all the outstanding talents of this age for you to write it. Lan Xiaobai felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqin changed his mind so quickly. So, he quickly expressed his thanks. Just as Lan Xiaobai was about to say something, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and looked to the front. There seems to be a warship with an even stronger aura than the one we are standing on. It is flying over at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. It's one of us." Soon, everyone in the warship's hold, aside from the Haotian sect supreme elder, gathered on the deck and looked up at that warship. This is the Dragon's Gate's warship. When the warship got closer, everyone could clearly see the 18 sails, the blue dragon engraved on the hull, and the Dragon's Gate's flag. Everyone recognized it with one glance. TSK TSK. Unexpectedly, so many people came to welcome this fat lord. You are too polite. On the Dragon's Gate's warship, Kim Tae-ho and Lord Jiu stood side by side. Why is this fellow here? Yu Chenxi said, finding it strange when he recognized Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho giggled and said, "What's wrong? Can't this fat lord come?" This fat lord's Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce has already become famous. I am preparing to set up a branch on Heavenly Star Island to contribute to the prosperity of Heavenly Star Island. Brother Xiaoqian, there is no need to thank me. Even Lan Xiaobai could not help saying, Heavenly Star Island is rather desolate. There are plenty of resources in the surroundings, but there has never been a trade route. If such a large merchant association enters, it will definitely be of help. You could not help smiling. She said, "It looks like one cannot judge a book by its cover." After the others left, the fatty carefully told Xiaoqin the truth. I can't go on any longer. After your king conferral ceremony, my branch and headquarters in the profound domain were all smashed up by someone. They said that I'm not allowed to hang up the Azure Dragon Merchant Association's signboard. Otherwise, I'll smash it every time I see it. I, Fatty, am a stubborn person. If I'm not allowed to hang it, I'll hang it. In the end, I'll be smashed every time I hang it. Xiao Chen's face turned cold. Who did it? Missing Cheong could not do anything about the people of the three noble clans. She gave me another sum of money, a very large sum, to follow you to Heavenly Star Island. The people of the three sovereign noble clans had chased after him on his way to being conferred king, so he had no choice but to vent his anger on his friend. They were really going overboard. Xiaoqin consoled, in that case, come with me to Heavenly Star Island. I want to see who dares to smash the reputation of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce in my conferred land. Those people who smashed the signboard of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will smash their lair in the future. Kim Tae-ho smiled, it's enough to hear you say that. However, missing Cheong is really interesting. The amount of money she gave me was really huge. There were also all sorts of resources. My space ring couldn't store them all, so I placed them all in the space warehouse of the Dragon's Gate battleship. How much? Fatso was not someone who had never seen money before. If even he said that the amount was huge, then it should be quite a lot. The four Fatso glanced at each other and whispered, a total of 100 million black astral coins. She said that this amount is the Ying clan's support for you. If you want to use it, you can do so at any time. 100 million black astral coins. Xiaoqin could not help but be flabbergasted. It was probably not as simple as Ying Qiong made it out to be. Such an astronomical sum was probably a tenth of the Ying clan's 10,000 years of accumulation. Even if Xiaoqin succeeded in being conferred king, the Ying clan would not give him such a huge support. This was already enough to hurt the Ying clan. If Xiaoqin had to explain, he could only blame it on Ying Qiong. Why is this girl so good to me? What's wrong? Do you want to use it? If you do, I'll give you half first. Xiaoqin recovered his wits and said, just use it. With such resources and your ability, the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce will definitely be able to rise again. In the primal chaos domain, Ling Xiaofan received news that the ambush had failed. Xiaoqin did not use the transportation formation to leave. Instead, he planned to take the warship to Heavenly Star Island. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiaofan gave an order to cancel the plan and observe the situation. The Dragon's Gate's warship was faster. Since Kim Tae-ho brought the Dragon's Gate's warship, everyone naturally switched to it. Just like that, 1 month passed unhurriedly. The group crossed the primal chaos domain and arrived at the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden. To Xiao Chen's surprise, the journey was peaceful. As the group traveled through the Yellow Soil Demonic Garden, they did not run into any attacks. They arrived at the chaotic demonic sea's shore without a hitch. Xiao Chen had many memories of the chaotic demonic sea. He wondered how Yao Yan, who relied on the 8th Emperor Wu's sacrifice to gain complete control of the primordial treasure Neptune, was doing now. The 8 predecessors had used their lives to place shackles on Yao Yan, shackles that would revitalize the merfolk race. Now, Yao Yan was the merfolk empress and grasped the primordial treasure Neptune, the merfolk race's thorn sovereign circlet, Neptune's scepter, chasing wave shoes, and other emperor-grade secret treasures that Neptune used. Xiao Chen's cultivation had definitely advanced rapidly. Who knew how strong she was now? De Bao, who was at the front, had already excitedly lowered the Dragon's Gate's warship and anchored it in the water. Then, he waved his hands and beckoned everyone to board. In the ocean, warships normally traveled in the water. Firstly, it conserved energy and reduced expenditure. Secondly, there were ocean currents in the water. If one made good use of the ocean currents, they would be several times faster than flying in the air, perhaps even more than 10 times faster. I heard that the mysterious Merfolk Empress has a deep friendship with Brother Xiao. Now that we have arrived at the chaotic demonic sea, will Brother Xiao not go and take a look? A total of 3 people from the Azura race came. Aside from Yu and Lan Xiaobai, there was a rather quiet man. At this moment, the one who spoke was Yi Feng. This person rarely spoke. Now that he spoke, he seemed to have figured out why Xiao Chen hesitated. Yu thought to herself, not only is there a deep friendship, he even gave an emperor-grade secret treasure as a congratulatory gift. Without a certain relationship, he definitely would not have given it. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and avoided answering. He directly said, "Let's go. There is still a long way to go." The other party was definitely in bitter cultivation. He had so many emperor-grade secret treasures and even a primordial emperor-grade secret treasure Neptune. If Xiao Chen did not raise his strength, he would end up benefiting them sooner or later. It was better not to disturb them. The sea surged with strong winds and waves. The Dragon's Gate's warship used its strong might to break through the waves. It was as stable as the ground, not shaking at all. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged in another cultivation room. He circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, continuously digesting the spiritual energy that had yet to completely merge with his body. 10 peak spirit veins contained a vast amount of spiritual energy. It would be sufficient for a regular cultivator to break through to the blue-robed Emperor realm. However, Xiao Chen barely managed to break through to Great Grand Master level Martial Sage. With the help of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer, he had refined most of the spiritual energy in less than 2 months. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated a great cycle, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. This qi was like an arrow, looking solid and unending. I am still some distance away from peak Great Grand Master level Martial Sage. I have to break through to the 8th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Only then can I quickly reach peak Great Grand Master level Martial Sage and pave the way for my advancement to the blue-robed Emperor realm, becoming an emperor and becoming a famous person in the world. With just a thought, I can stir up the winds and clouds, returning to the natural state. All the demeanor of a grandmaster will be contained in my heart. Only by reaching the blue-robed Emperor realm can I truly have the strength to protect myself on Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen stood up and thought quickly. He considered his current situation and how to resolve it. After thinking about it, all the clues turned into one word, blue-robed emperor. Coincidentally, there is a supreme elder of the Haotian sect on the warship. How about I go and ask him for advice? I wonder if I will disturb him. Xiao Qin said with some hesitation. This supreme elder's name was Qin Yu. He was an old antique of the Haotian sect. He had lived for more than 1,000 years and had stayed on the blue-robed emperor for several hundred years. He was a blue-robed emperor with an extremely deep cultivation, even stronger than the Haotian vice sect master. Of course, his potential was not as great as the latter's. I might as well ask him. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Qin moved his 10 fingers and materialized a clone out of thin air outside Elder Qin's recuperation room. Materializing a clone out of thin air was not difficult for Xiao Qin. However, such a clone did not have much combat prowess. It would not even be able to defeat an insignificant cultivator. Of course, if Xiao Qin was willing to spend some time and use some essence blood to nourish it with spiritual energy, it would be able to bring out some combat prowess. If he used it to knock on the door and ask some questions, it would not be so troublesome. Dong! 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 The clone gently knocked on the door 3 times and said, Elder Qin, this junior Xiao Qin would like to seek guidance from senior. Do you have time? Ha! This old man has been waiting for you for a long time already. If you still had not come, I would have lowered my pride and gone to look for you. Carefree laughter came from the room. Xiao Qin rejoiced in his heart, and he leaped up. His feet did not touch the ground as he floated to the recuperation room. Then, he scattered the clone and pushed the door open. The recuperation room was very large, divided into 2. The front was a fully equipped tea room, and the back was a cultivation room. Elder Qin had already brewed tea at the tea table. When he saw Xiao Qin arrive, he stood up to welcome him. After Xiao Qin took a seat, he explained his purpose in coming in detail. After Elder Qin finished sipping his tea, he said, aside from helping you hold down Heavenly Star Island, the sect master called me here for another purpose. That is to give you pointers on how to break through the blue-robed emperor. Many thanks, senior. In that case, Xiao Qin will not stand on ceremony. Might I ask Elder Qin, what is a blue-robed emperor? What is the difference between a blue-robed emperor and a great grandmaster level martial sage? What is the difference between a blue-robed emperor and Emperor Wu? Elder Qin put down his teacup and thought for a while, considering how to let Xiao Qin understand what a blue-robed emperor was. After a while, Elder Qin said, you can treat the blue-robed emperor as a bridge that connects a great grandmaster level martial sage to Emperor Wu. If you can complete this bridge, you will be able to successfully reach the realm of Emperor Wu. If you cannot complete it, you will be stuck at the blue-robed emperor for life. Cultivating under the blue-robed emperor is the process of building a bridge. Bridges are divided into gold, jade, silver, and stone. The better the material, the higher the grade of the bridge. Chapter 10:14. This is why some people are as strong as Emperor Wu even though they have reached the same level. This is the reason. Bridge? When Xiao Qin heard such a wondrous explanation, he could not help but feel astonished. The old man's words had 3 meanings. Using the bridge as an example, he explained all his problems clearly. There was a huge chasm between a great grandmaster level martial sage and Emperor Wu. If one could sense the existence of the chasm and reach a dead end, the one qualified to build the bridge would be the blue-robed emperor. Otherwise, one would be a great grandmaster level martial sage, not the blue-robed emperor. After building the bridge and crossing the chasm, one would be able to remove the word Zhuan and be called Emperor Wu. Xiao Qin used this to evaluate himself and discovered that he could not sense the existence of the chasm at all. He was not qualified to build the bridge at all. With your current cultivation, you should be able to barely see the chasm, right? Elder Qin asked with a smile. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, I can't see it. I can't feel it at all. When Elder Qin heard this, his expression could not help but change slightly. He sized up Xiao Qin and said, how can that be? Although you are a newly advanced great grandmaster level martial sage, your heavenly sage laws are vast and dense. Furthermore, they have already reached the limits of Grand Master level martial sages. With more than 5,000 rings, how can you not feel it at all? Indeed, Xiaoqin could not feel it at all. He did not even know how far he was from the chasm. After thinking for a while, Elder Qin smiled and said, "It should have something to do with your cultivation technique. This is a good thing. The more great Grand Master level martial sages accumulate, the more extraordinary the bridge they build will be." Putting this aside for now, Xiaoqin continued asking, "What are the materials for building the bridge? How do you differentiate between good and bad?" Elder Qin said, "Cultivation is the foundation. The heavenly sage laws are definitely the main material. The stronger the heavenly sage laws are, the denser they are. They might even be able to transform into dragons or phoenixes. This is equivalent to using an epic grade material to build the bridge. Heavenly sage laws can take form." This was the first time Xiaoqin had heard of such a thing. None of the great grandmasters he had met had been able to do this. Of course they can. However, from ancient times until now, those who are able to shape-shift are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Only those who are extremely talented can shape-shift. When he spoke up to hear, Elder Qin came to a sudden understanding and said, "I know why you haven't sensed the existence of the chasm in the heavens and the earth even though your cultivation is so high. Transformation. The answer is transformation. Now is the age of geniuses. All of you outstanding talents will definitely be able to transform. Once you succeed, you will be able to sense the chasm between heaven and earth." Transformation. Elder Qin, do you know how to transform? Hearing Elder Qin's explanation, Xiaoqin was overjoyed and asked expectantly. Elder Qin smiled and said, "I don't know how to transform. However, according to the information I have, transformation is something that happens naturally and without a teacher. If you want to avoid taking a detour, see if you can search for it in the remnant of an ancient prime." During the ancient era, countless experts were able to make their heavenly sage laws take form. Achieving naturally and without a teacher was too vague. It was better to find the secret manuals of the predecessors and point out the direction. After Xiaoqin settled down on Heavenly Star Island, he would send people to ask around about this, to see if he could find the secret manuals for transformation in places like auctions and markets. Boom! Just as the two were chatting happily, the warship suddenly trembled intensely. Xiaoqin and Elder Qin remained as unmoving as a mountain. However, the decorations in the room shattered. Given the weight of the Dragon's Gate's warship and its formations, regular winds and waves would not be able to shake it. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He stood up and said, "I'll go and see what's going on. If there are any problems that I cannot resolve, I hope that Elder Qin will be able to help." "Go, then. This old man will do his best." Elder Qin showed a grave expression and did not delay. "Little brother Xiaoqin, something happened. We are surrounded by the Xianshui sect's people." Right after Xiaoqin left the recuperation room, Kim Taeho rushed over anxiously with a flustered expression. The Xianshui sect was at the periphery of the heavenly starry ocean. That meant that the Dragon's Gate's warship had already left the chaotic demonic sea. If they headed west, they would reach Heavenly Star Island in about a month. Xiaoqin had once killed a disciple of the Xianshui sect's sect master in front of him. If he passed by here, he would definitely be intercepted by the other party. However, Xiaoqin did not panic at all. Although the Xianshui sect was not one of the 9 ranks of the great families, it was the weakest of the 9 ranks of the great families. It could not be compared to a large sect like the Haotian sect. This place was not too far from the Kunlun continent. The Thunder King's name still had some deterrence. Xiaoqin did not think that the other party would send out an expert at the level of the blue-robed emperor. As long as the other party did not send out an expert at the level of the blue-robed emperor, Xiaoqin would have a way to deal with them. Even if the other party was bold enough to send out an expert, Xiaoqin would not fear them. After all, there was still Elder Qin on the warship. Given the other party's strength, they could at most send out a blue-robed emperor. Seeing Xiaoqian's calm expression, Kim Taeho calmed down as well. Quickly arriving on the deck, Xiaochen looked around. A king-grade warship led 10 sage-grade warships to surround the Dragon's Gate's warship. Waves surged endlessly on the surface of the sea. There were still some energy ripples in the air that had not dissipated yet. When Xiaochen saw this situation, he felt even more assured. The other party must have used the ancient demonic energy cannons to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship. However, it did not achieve the effect that they wanted. Aside from some intense shaking, the Dragon's Gate's warship did not suffer any damage. Call the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen, out and hand over all the congratulatory gifts he received at the king conferral ceremony. My Xianshui sect will not make things difficult for you. An ancient mirror hovered above Yao Chen's head as he shouted from the other party's king-grade warship. Jin Lin and the others had already gathered on the deck long ago, waiting information. Lan Xiaobai stood at the very front and smiled. You really boast shamelessly. The warship under my feet is the Dragon's Gate's warship. Barring an Emperor-grade warship, no King-grade warship can suppress it. If we want to leave, can you stop us? Just an insignificant Xianshui sect dares to come and snatch the Blue Dragon King that the Thunder King of the Bushan Palace favors? Yao Chen, where do you get the courage from? Xiaochen stopped. He had not expected Lan Xiaobai to be so bold. He decided to wait and see first. You have a sharp tongue. Smash this warship. Let's see how he is going to get to Heavenly Star Island. When Yao Chen saw Lan Xiaobai's unyielding attitude, he could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He ordered the various warships to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship again. Amid the loud explosions, beams of blue energy shot out from the surrounding ships with great momentum, stirring up the waves and causing the water to shoot up into the sky. The resplendent light was incredibly piercing. If it struck a cultivator, even a Grand Master-level martial sage would be severely injured. Bang! However, an azure-colored protective barrier appeared on the Dragon's Gate's warship. Dragon motifs spread out, blocking the ferocious ancient demonic energy cannons. Ripples spread out, but the warship remained undamaged. Yao Chen did not believe it. He continued to give orders to attack the Dragon's Gate's warship. The sound of surging water rang out endlessly, and the light of the protective barrier dimmed. Xiaochen took out 100 astral cores and handed them to Kim Tae-ho, telling him to control the warship and replace them with astral cores. The other party's ancient demonic energy cannons could not break the protective barrier of the Dragon's Gate's warship. As long as there were sufficient astral cores, it would not sink. However, Xiaochen did not lack astral cores. Senior brother Yao Chen, our warship's astral cores are almost depleted. This Dragon's Gate's warship is the king of king-grade warships, the king of kings. There is no way for us to break it, a person at the side said to Yao Chen with an unsightly expression. Yao Chen waved his hand to stop. Then, he said angrily, I'll personally break this protective barrier. Xiaochen held the profound water mirror above his head and soared into the air. Then, he summoned out the profound river image and quickly flew towards the Dragon's Gate's warship. Lan Xiaobai smiled coldly and said, You overestimate yourself. Xiaochen pushed off the ground and flew out as well, charging over with a sword in his hand. This was the first time Xiaochen saw Lan Xiaobai make a move. Lan Xiaobai's movement technique was extremely strange. It was like he was teleporting. Lan Xiaobai flickered in the air, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, executing some kind of instant kill sword technique. Although Yao Chen summoned out the Emperor-grade secret treasure image in the air, he was still no match for Lan Xiaobai. The moment the profound river image appeared, Lan Xiaobai chopped it into several pieces. This caused this powerful Emperor-grade secret treasure image to lose its use. Those few sword strikes were so fast that they left no shadows. When Xiaochen saw this, his eyes lit up. This seemed to be some kind of sword technique that was compatible with the space Dao. Xiaochen's figure moved with the sword, moving at the edge of space. He was truly so fast that he did not leave any traces at all. After the profound river mirror lost its effect, Yao Chen was no match for Lan Xiaobai. In less than 10 moves, Lan Xiaobai sent him flying with one sword strike. A horrifying wound appeared on Xiao Chen's chest, nearly chopping him in half. Lan Xiaobai is only one step away from reaching Great Grandmaster level martial sage. Furthermore, he has the talent of the Azura race, allowing him to fight above his cultivation and kill an ordinary older generation Great Grandmaster level martial sage. As Xiaochen watched the two fight, he quickly came to a conclusion. He had a rough idea of Lan Xiaobai's strength. Yao Chen, with just this bit of strength, you dare to block the Azure Dragon King's ship? You must be tired of living. You must be tired of living, Lan Xiaobai said rudely as he stood upright with his sword in hand. Several of the great Grandmaster level martial sages of the Xianshui sect on the warship were very timid, not daring to step forward to help. First Martial Uncle, are you still not going to make a move? Yao Chen shouted when he landed on the warship's bow. Humph. Useless thing. You cannot even last 10 moves. If the Xianshui sect lands in your hands, it will really be finished. A cold snort came from the King-grade warship. Then, an extremely vast aura surged out from the other party's warship. Winds and clouds stirred in the surroundings, and the seawater churned endlessly. A 1-kilometer-tall pillar of water burst out from the surface of the sea, sending waves surging up and down. It seemed like a storm was approaching. The sky suddenly changed color, and the Dragon's Gate's warship rocked violently in the water. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said, an expert of the blue-robed emperor. The Xianshui sect was really bold to send a bona fide blue-robed emperor expert, brazenly trying to snatch Xiao Chen's congratulatory gift. Whoosh! A figure appeared at lightning speed on the churning sea, where winds and clouds changed. Then, this figure gently sent a palm strike at Lan Xiaobai. When Lan Xiaobai saw danger approaching, his figure flashed, and he seemed to vanish into space, vanishing without a trace. Chi! In the next moment, a cold light flashed. Lan Xiaobai suddenly appeared on the left of the Xianshui sect's blue-robed emperor while holding his sword. Even Xiao Chen did not see how Lan Xiaobai had appeared. The instant Lan Xiaobai appeared, the blue-robed quasi-emperor of the Profound Waters sect turned around. A strong aura surged out, relying on his advantage in cultivation. Chapter 10-15. The blue-robed emperor relied on his might to force back Lan Xiaobai's extremely crafty sword strike. The blue-robed emperor thrust out his palm, and his forehead lit up with light. Then, a bright light erupted behind him, and the power of heavenly laws surged out, forcing Lan Xiaobai, who was preparing to flee to the edge of the void, to reveal himself. When this energy swept past Lan Xiaobai, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. The Azura race's innate spatial ability is indeed difficult to deal with. If I had allowed you to grow for a while longer, I would not have been able to do anything to you. However, now, die. The blue-robed emperor used his heavenly laws to lock down the surrounding space. Lan Xiaobai could not dodge. It looked like he would receive the blue-robed emperor's palm strike head-on. The consequences would be dire. Just as the blue-robed emperor's palm wind was about to touch Lan Xiaobai, an incomparably colossal shadow appeared. A strong wind blew. It was the legendary holy beast, the Kuanpeng, spreading its wings to cover the sky. Xiao Chen turned into a Kuanpeng, spreading his arms and wings as he charged over. Then, he punched, taking the initiative to clash. The intent materialized was one word, hate. Hate the sky for being too low. Hate the sky for being too low. Hate the sky for being too low, unable to allow me to soar into the sky. Xiao Chen executed the Kuanpeng fist and spread his wings. Despite moving later, he arrived first. Using the power of hating the sky, he used Lan Xiaobai to clash with the blue-robed emperor's strike. How strong was the blue-robed emperor's strike? The wind blew, the clouds moved, and the world moved. The torrential water surged violently, and a powerful force surged out. The surrounding warships were all lifted up by the waves, flying high into the sky and tumbling non-stop. Even the Dragon's Gate's warship was sent flying, although it did not tumble. When Xiao Chen punched, he retreated 100 steps. Then, he stood on the water, dissipating some of the force with each step. The waves surged, rising and falling. The fluctuating force could easily drown a city. The power of the heavenly laws fused with heaven and earth, and with a wave of his hand, he stirred the winds and clouds. The person in front of him should be the blue-robed emperor that Elder Qin had mentioned, who had already begun to build the bridge. However, it was clear that it had yet to reach the small success realm. It had only just built the pier, and the bridge was not even halfway across the chasm between heaven and earth. Otherwise, he would not have only suffered such a minor injury if he had used the Kunpeng fist. But even so, it was still not something that Xiao Qin could contend with. After all, his opponent had not used much of his strength just now. Lan Xiaobai escaped death. He looked at Xiao Qin gratefully and stood side by side with Xiao Qin. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xiao Qin, this man is the real blue-robed emperor. I'm afraid we have to ask Elder Qin for help. There is no rush. Let's investigate this person first. I suspect that they did not just send a blue-robed emperor. Lan Xiaobai saw that Xiao Qin had only retreated 100 steps and dissipated the force of his attack. Xiao Qin was still very lively, and it was impossible to tell how severely injured he was. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin. The blue-robed emperor exclaimed, quickly guessing Xiao Qin's identity. Xiao Qin looked straight at the other party. However, he extended his spiritual sense into the surroundings, capturing every detail of the other party's worship. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. On the king-grade warship, he saw the injured Yao Qin whispering to the 4 great grandmaster-level martial sages. Xiao Qin's expression did not change as he said, since you know my identity, you still dare to block my way. Does the Xianshui sect not care about the Bushan Palace? The blue-robed emperor smiled and said, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. As long as I don't really kill you, this place is very far away. What can the Bushan Palace do to our Xianshui sect? We only want a Holy Spirit vein for your congratulatory gift. Furthermore, we will compensate you with 10 million black astral coins. When Lan Xiaobai heard this, he mocked, you want to buy a Holy Spirit vein with just 10 million black astral coins? Are the people of the Xianshui sect crazy? Holy Spirit veins were the foundation of the 9 ranks of the great families. Without a Holy Spirit vein, the name of the 9 ranks of the great families could not be spoken of. If they were auctioned in the starry heavens, the starting price would be 20 million black astral coins. Up until now, the Xianshui sect only had 1 Holy Spirit vein left. Furthermore, it was very old. If the Xianshui sect did not find a new Holy Spirit vein soon, it would fall to a rank 8 sect. When the sect master passed away and the blue-robed emperor no longer existed, the Xianshui sect would fall by another grade, becoming a rank 7 sect. Hence, the blue-robed emperor was very interested in the Holy Spirit vein on Xiao Qin. Even at the risk of offending the Bushan Palace, they wanted to snatch it. As for 10 million black astral coins, that was just a joke, equivalent to charity. The blue-robed quasi-emperor did not get angry. Wind and clouds fluttered behind him, radiating a powerful aura. He looked at Xiao Qin and said, Azure Dragon King, what do you think? I believe you are a smart person and know how to choose. Xiao Qin retorted rudely, are you joking? The Holy Spirit vein is a congratulatory gift from the Kunlun continent's prime, Emperor Wu, the Fox King. You are just an insignificant blue-robed emperor, and you actually dare to make a move to snatch the treasure of a prime? I think you must be tired of living. In that case, you are not willing. The blue-robed emperor's face sank, and killing intent brewed in his body. Then, a strong aura pressed down on Xiao Qin and Xiao Qin. Do your best. If even an insignificant blue-robed emperor like you can bully me, there is no need for me to go to Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Qin took out the blue dragon medallion and instantly forced back the blue-robed emperor's aura. Even the wind and clouds behind him moved back quickly. With one glance, it looked like half the sky was fleeing miserably from this medallion. Lan Xiaobai immediately felt the pressure on him lessen significantly. He could not help sending a voice projection, Xiao Chen, unexpectedly, you have such a treasure. If you can suppress his aura, then with Yi Feng and you, there is no need to fear him with the four of us working together. There's no need. Let the two of them stay on the Dragon's Gate's warship. This fellow is delaying for time. Let's see what he is up to. The moment the blue dragon medallion containing the Qing Emperor's saber light appeared, it was like the Qing Emperor had descended, its boundless might spreading out. The Qing Emperor was a distant legend, a settled epic poem, a legend of songs. Even after 10,000 years, he remained immortal. He was the strongest person of the post-ancient era, unrivaled in all directions. Time would not erase his legend. It would only continue to spread, becoming an epic legend. Under the pressure of the blue dragon medallion, the blue-robed emperor actually took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The winds and clouds behind him turned chaotic. No matter how hard he tried, they would scatter like smoke at any moment. Blue dragon medallion. The blue-robed emperor was startled. He had not expected Xiao Chen to have such a treasure. His expression sank. The blue-robed emperor thought to himself, I have to deal with Xiao Chen quickly. Otherwise, if my aura continues to weaken, I will not be able to do anything to this brat. Humph. No matter how many treasures you have, they are still insufficient before absolute strength. Mountain collapsing imprint. The blue-robed emperor moved his hands, and a clump of light surged between his 10 fingers, forming a golden mountain collapsing imprint. At a glance, it looked like he was dragging a mountain. The blue-robed emperor shouted, and the mountain collapsing imprint pressed towards Xiao Chen. Boom! Before the mountain collapsing imprint arrived, the seawater under Xiao Chen and Lan Xiaobai suddenly sank, forming a huge, semicircular pit on the vast sea. What a strong force! Furthermore, this was under the situation where Xiao Chen's aura was suppressed. If not for the blue dragon medallion suppression, the seawater would have turned upside down. Xiao Chen was astonished. The blue-robed emperor is indeed the blue-robed emperor. Even though the blue-robed emperor has not reached small perfection yet, he still has an absolute advantage in terms of strength. I will hold him back. You find an opportunity to make a move. Although Xiao Chen was astonished, he did not feel any fear. Instead, he felt excited. A long time ago, the blue-robed emperor could crush Xiao Chen to death with one finger. To Xiao Chen, the blue-robed emperor was an unreachable existence. Now, he faced the blue-robed emperor head-on. Although Xiao Chen sighed at the other party's strength, he no longer felt like he could not defeat him. With a flip of his hand, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's left hand. Then, he grasped the saber hilt with his right hand. With the help of the blue dragon medallion, Xiao Chen's aura soared, soaring into the sky. Lan Xiaobai's figure flashed, disappearing into the void. He left no trace behind, moving at the edge of the void. The mountain collapsing imprint arrived in the blink of an eye, looking like a mountain. It gave off a bright light, containing the power of the heavenly laws as it pressed down on Xiao Chen. Bang! In the time it took for a spark to fly, a saber light flashed. The bright moon came out with the saber, and night suddenly descended. The saber light shattered, and Xiao Chen was knocked back again. However, the bright moon remained, hanging alone in the sky, merging with the night, appearing perfect and flawless. The blue-robed quasi-emperor showed a sullen expression. He had not held back in this mountain collapsing imprint. However, given the night sky and the bright moon, even if the other party was still holding back, he would still be able to fight. Blue Dragon Medallion. The blue-robed emperor narrowed his eyes and noticed the azure medallion floating in the air. If not for this medallion, given his aura, how could Xiao Chen's mysterious phenomenon exist? Xiao Chen broke out of the surging seawater. His body moved like a roaming dragon. Saber hums rang out endlessly in the surroundings, forming countless saber winds as he sped along the surface. The blue-robed emperor stepped forward and threw a palm wind. A chain of mountains formed in the air, forming an encirclement of mountains. When the blue-robed emperor threw a palm strike, the mountains roared and knocked back Xiao Chen's saber strike again. Xiao Chen somersaulted twice in the air. Then, he wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a smile. Xiao Chen now had a clear understanding of his physical body. After refining the half-drop of dragon marrow, his peak rank 4 sage body had already surpassed some of the physical bodies of the blue-robed emperor. This gave Xiao Chen the capital to face the blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen attacked over and over again, but he could not truly deal a blow to Xiao Chen. The Xianshui sect disciples and great grandmaster-level martial sages all felt somewhat horrified when they saw this. How strong exactly was Xiao Chen? Unexpectedly, the blue-robed emperor could not take him down quickly. Mountain collapsing imprint. Mountain flipping imprint. Mountain coiling imprint. After failing to take down Xiao Chen after a few attacks, the blue-robed emperor's expression turned even more sullen. Then, he moved his hands and sent out 3 large imprints in a row. Each imprint caused the sea to churn, containing boundless horrifying energy. The huge pits in the sea formed 3 incomparably huge whirlpools that soared into the sky. After 3 consecutive attacks, Xiao Chen did not waste time or use any techniques to break them. The difference in strength was too great. Xiao Chen only sent out a screen of sabers and defended with all his might. Then, he used his physical body to endure the attacks. Xiao Chen did not use his best moves, Flawless 4 Seasons, Flawless Bright Moon, and Subduing Dragon Profound Slash. He had no intention of using his killing move, Instant of Glory, either. These killing moves could be used against martial artists of the same level, or against martial artists whose strength was 1 or 2 times lower, and could achieve a one-hit kill effect. However, against a prepared blue-robed emperor, even if Xiao Chen managed to injure the other party, it would be a minor injury, meaningless. Chapter 10:16. Hence, either Xiao Chen did not use it, or when he used it, he had to make the other party bleed and receive a true blow. The blue-robed emperor could not help feeling frustrated when he saw Xiao Chen wiping the blood from the corner of his lips. It was clear that Xiao Chen was severely injured, but he managed to break out of the water again with no decrease in his fighting spirit. Damn it! If I did not have the blue dragon medallion and this brat's physical body was slightly weaker, I would have been able to severely injure him in one move. Whoosh! Just as the blue-robed emperor was feeling frustrated, a sword light suddenly lit up on his right. The sword light was resplendent and dazzling, lighting up space. With a thought, the blue-robed emperor sensed the danger of this sword. So, he quickly dodged without even looking. However, the blue-robed emperor did not know that there was a spot of cold light behind him. It was silent, without any killing chi or light. The instant the blue-robed emperor dodged, it tore through his protective heavenly sage laws and stabbed into his back. Blood flowed out, and the force in the sword burst out. However, the sword could not stab in any further after just 1 centimeter. This startled Lan Xiaobai. He quickly let go and retreated, wanting to flee to the edge of space. How dare you injure me? You are seeking death. The blue-robed emperor was enraged. He had not expected a junior to injure him. He turned around and sent out a palm strike in anger. Before Lan Xiaobai could flee, the palm strike landed on him. Pu ci. Lan Xiaobai vomited a large mouthful of blood. This palm strike shattered half of his bones, severely injuring him. On the warship, Yu Chenxi, Yu, and Yifeng quickly descended and caught Lan Xiaobai. Then, they infused quintessence into him to stabilize his injuries. Instant of Glory. The instant the blue-robed emperor turned around and sent Lan Xiaobai flying, Xiao Chen, who had been passively defending, finally moved. His green robe and long hair fluttered in the wind as he spun in circles. The bright moon was dull, the peach blossoms stretched for hundreds of miles, the scorching summer sun, the falling leaves, the pure white snow, and the flickering shadow of a dragon. As the saber spun, a mysterious phenomenon appeared with each turn. Thousands of wondrous scenes and thousands of sceneries appeared endlessly in the world, layering over each other. Finally, when Xiao Chen swung his saber, he swung his saber. 10,000 kinds of lights gathered in the saber, forming the brightest saber light known as glory. It only blossomed in that instant, but it gathered for an eternity. The blue-robed emperor, who was about to step forward and slap Lan Xiaobai to death, felt his heart sink as he sensed an extremely dangerous aura. Just as he was about to fly away, he suddenly discovered that the space around him seemed to have been locked down. Thousands of different sceneries shone upon him, locking down the space around him. Even with the strength of the blue-robed emperor, he needed a second to break free. But this 1 second, this moment of glory, was enough to heavily injure him, who was caught off guard. Bang! The saber light chopped down on the blue-robed emperor's body. Thousands of lights exploded, materializing a vast and glorious scene. There was a bright moon exploding, spring thunder roaring, a blazing sun falling to the ground, and many other mysterious phenomena. From the very beginning, the blue-robed emperor, who had been suppressing Xiao Chen, got knocked back 1 kilometer by this saber strike before Yao Chen and the others' incredulous expressions. When the blue-robed emperor fell into the water, a towering pillar of water shot up, looking majestic and spectacular. How can this be? His saber strike actually sent the blue-robed emperor flying. Yao Chen exclaimed in shock, gaping wide. The great grandmaster-level martial sages behind Xiao Chen, who were busy with other matters, were also stunned by this scene, forgetting what they were doing. When Xiao Chen swung his saber, instant of glory knocked back the blue-robed emperor. Damn it! I must kill you today. No matter who comes to the Bushan Palace, they will not be able to save you. Blue Dragon King, die. After being knocked back, the blue-robed emperor entered a berserk state. He unleashed his full strength, no longer holding anything back. He even used a secret technique to temporarily raise his strength. The wind and clouds that had been suppressed by the blue dragon token and could not gathered behind the blue-robed emperor. You are just a blue-robed emperor, who is not even at small perfection, yet you dare to say such arrogant words. Get down. A cold snort resounded in the sky. It was Elder Qin, who had been quietly observing the situation, finally making a move. His figure flickered, and he blocked the leaping blue-robed emperor. Great perfection, blue-robed emperor. Horror flashed on the blue-robed old man's face. Before he could turn around, Elder Qin knocked him back with one move. His injuries worsened, and he could not help vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Elder Qin turned around and stretched out his hand towards the water. A formless energy turned into a palm and reached into the bottom of the sea. After a while, he pulled. Bang! Seawater splashed everywhere. Elder Qin pulled out a ferocious sea beast with the upper body of an ox and the lower body of an octopus with many tentacles. The beast's tentacles slapped the water continuously. Every time it did so, it carried a lot of force. Bang! Bang! The sea shook and waves rose. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt some lingering fear. This was probably another trump card that the Xianshui sect had prepared. Based on the aura of this spirit beast, it was comparable to the blue-robed emperor's. Blood leaked out of the mouths of the 4 great grandmaster-level martial sages behind Yao Chen. They said in horror, the sect protecting spirit beast is out of control. Let's go. Yao Chen said helplessly. Then, he controlled the King Grade warship and left quickly. The 10-odd Xianshui sect warships, which had been charging over ferociously, fled in all directions. The blue-robed emperor, who had fallen into the water, did not appear again. No one knew where he had gone. Elder Qin was still fighting with that sea beast in the air. Bloody wounds appeared all over Elder Qin's body. That sea beast could not retaliate at all. When everything calmed down, there was only a huge corpse floating on the surface of the sea. Everyone on the Dragon's Gate's warship heaved a sigh of relief. Kim Tae-ho went down happily. Then, he and Lord Jiu started to dissect the sea beast's corpse. This was a bona fide rank 10 spirit beast. The materials on its body were very valuable. With a thought, Xiao Chen asked for all the spirit beast blood that Kim Tae-ho had collected. Then, he returned to the warship to check on Lan Xiaobai's injuries. Ha ha. I won't die. You, don't cry. Half of Lan Xiaobai's body was already bandaged with medicinal liquid. However, the smile on his face did not diminish. Xiao Qin took a look. Lan Xiaobai's injuries were indeed severe. However, they were not life-threatening. After recuperating for a while, he would recover. Hey, are you alright? Yu asked quickly when she saw Xiao Qin arrive. The others also asked out of concern. However, when they saw Xiao Qin endure several attacks from the blue-robed emperor, Xiao Qian's expression froze. Xiao Qin smiled, indicating that he was fine. Everyone was astonished. Before Xiao Qin could explain too much, Xiao Qin noticed that Elder Qin's complexion did not look good. He walked to the side and asked, Elder Qin, are you injured? When Elder Qin heard that, he smiled and said, how could a small perfection blue-robed emperor injure me? It is your problem that has not ended. Look over there. Elder Qin's eyesight was better than Xiao Qian's. 10 kilometers in front of him, Xiao Qin could only see a vast mist. He could not make out anything. Xiao Qin extended his spiritual sense in a straight line until he was 50 kilometers away. Finally, Xiao Qin saw a figure walking unhurriedly in the direction of the Dragon's Gate's warship. That is the Xianshui sect's sect master. Xiao Qin immediately recognized this person. It was the Xianshui sect's sect master, whom he had met once before. For the sake of this Holy Spirit vein, the sect master actually disregarded his status and personally came. With a flip of Xiao Qian's hand, the blue dragon medallion appeared once more. Xiao Qian's expression turned cold. If the other party really disregarded his status and came to suppress him, Xiao Qin could only make the saber light in the blue dragon medallion reappear in the world, preventing the other party from returning. Hey, he stopped and started running back, Elder Qin said in surprise as his expression changed. As the distance was too far, Xiao Qian's spiritual sense was rather weak. He could only make out some blurry images. The Xianshui sect's sect master fled in panic. It seemed like some horrifying existence was attacking him. Xiao Qin, come with me to take a look. This was what Xiao Qin intended to do. He pushed off the ground and followed Elder Qin into the clouds. Elder Qin, who was leading the way, said softly, the battle between Emperor Wu will affect too many people. We should just watch from afar and not get involved. Xiao Qin deeply agreed. The Xianshui sect's sect master, who had just become a blue-robed emperor, already suppressed Xiao Qin to the point of suffocation in terms of strength. Thousands of martial techniques and tens of thousands of saber techniques were nothing in front of such a powerful force. If one's strength had not reached a certain level, it would be no different from Bulsh *T if one wanted to use skill to overcome strength. The insignificant blue-robed emperor was already like that. It was easy to imagine how horrifying the battle between Emperor Wu would be. However, the situation before them was very different from what the two expected. The Xianshui sect's sect master kept running, moving very fast. There were several times when it tried to tear through space, but it was forced back by a powerful force. There seemed to be an extremely horrifying existence under the sea, chasing the Xianshui sect's sect master all the way to Profound Water Island, where the Xianshui sect was located, and did not stop. Xiao Qin watched from a distance. The moment the Xianshui sect's sect master entered the Xianshui sect, he immediately activated the formation protecting the island. The surrounding islands lit up with spiritual light. Layers of formations gave off a bright light, forming a complicated formation. They formed a complicated formation, and the illusory figures of 12 top-notch spirit beasts were guarding the formation's nodes. Space was folded layer by layer. There was a formation within a formation. A folded space was a small world. It could be said to be boundlessly vast and boundless. This formation had already completely infused the laws of space into it. This was a formation that the Xianshui sect would activate only at a moment of life and death. Once this formation was activated, countless astral cores would be used. One inferior grade astral core was worth 1,000 black astral coins. That was to say, the Xianshui sect had lost more than 1,000,000 black astral coins. Furthermore, this number continued to increase. This is the 72 Spirit Universe formation. It comes from the Zodiac Hall and is widely known in the heavenly starry ocean. Once it is used, space becomes countless, becoming a small world. It can even block sovereign martial emperors. Elder Qin was very knowledgeable. He continued to explain to Xiao Chen, however, the Xianshui sect's formation only has 12 spirit beasts. It would not be a problem to block the peak minor heavenly Emperor Wu. However, it would pale in comparison to a greater heavenly emperor, not to mention a sovereign martial emperor. Xiao Chen was not someone who had never seen a formation before. The formation outside the Blue Dragon Palace not only locked down space but even controlled time. It was incredible and much stronger than this. Boom! As the two watched from a distance, they conversed in soft voices. Suddenly, a palace appeared on Profound Water Island. This palace was shaped like a fish. As it soared into the air, it turned into a dragon when the wind blew. A prime's emperors might spread out in all directions. The palace was azure in color and gave off the horrifying might of a supreme prime. As this palace descended from the sky, the layers of space crumbled and shattered like rotten wood. Chapter 1017. The images of the 12 peak spirit beasts already looked solid, each guarding a corner. However, it was of no use. Anguished wails rang out everywhere. When the 12 spirit beast phantoms were all dead, the blue palace suddenly sat down. In an instant, the huge mystic water island was destroyed, the city collapsed, and countless towering buildings collapsed one by one. The primordial emperor treasure, Neptune Palace. Xiao Qin showed a slightly startled expression. He now understood who attacked. He had clearly seen that the Neptune Palace had not completely descended. Instead, it hovered above Profound Water Island. If this was confirmed, the entire Mystic Water Island would probably sink into the ocean. The ancient mutated beast, the thousand-feathered snake, floated to the surface. Yao Yan stood on it, looking at Xiao Chen from afar and smiling faintly. Then, he withdrew the Neptune Palace and sank back into the sea. When everything calmed down, the Xianshui sect's sect master looked at the rubble of Profound Water Island. The Xianshui sect's sect master paled, his eyes filled with horror. Furthermore, the other party had held back. If the other party had not, the consequences would have been dire. Such a startling commotion attracted the cultivators and factions within 500 kilometers. When they saw this scene, they were all shocked. The Merfolk race's empress made a move. How tragic! The entire Profound Water Island has turned into rubble. A primordial emperor treasure is really unblockable. I heard that the 8 Merfolk Emperor Wu sacrificed themselves to suppress and assimilate the item spirit of the Neptune Palace. Only then did this empress gain complete control over the primordial emperor treasure. Together with other emperor-grade secret treasures, she can fight against a sovereign martial emperor. This Xianshui sect's sect master is targeting the Blue Dragon King, trying to snatch away the other party's Holy Spirit vein. Empress Yao Yan probably made a move because of this. I believe that this is to intimidate others. The Blue Dragon King has valuable treasures on him. Many people are eyeing him. If others want to make a move, they will have to consider the consequences of the Xianshui sect. However, the effects might not be good. The chaotic demonic sea is still a deterrent. However, once they enter the heavenly starry ocean, it will be hard to say. The strong might of the primordial emperor treasure nearly caused the Xianshui sect to suffer a calamity. For a while, everyone discussed this matter without end. In the sky, Xiao Chen was greatly moved by this. Carrying a precious treasure on him was indeed a little too big of a target. Yao Yan might be able to make a move once, but there was still a long way to go. If a few stronger blue-robed emperors came, the Dragon's Gate's warship would be in grave danger. Even if this group of people had extraordinary origins and were frightening, there had never been a lack of people who would risk their lives for great treasures. Not to mention, there were also Neptune's old subordinates who were preparing some unknown plan. This journey was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Xiao Chen, the Empress will fight for you once. I'm afraid the road ahead will be much smoother, Elder Qin said softly. Xiao Chen smiled but did not reply. After thinking for a while, he said, Elder, I have a decision. After hearing Xiao Chen's decision, Elder Qin's expression changed. After a while, he said, that is good as well. It is a pretty good choice. Seeing Elder Qin nod in agreement, Xiao Chen relaxed a little and heaved a sigh of relief. After the two returned, they did not mention anything about what they had seen. Xiao Chen stopped cultivating and started to do something that he had already thought of long ago. He took out the rank 10 spirit beast blood that he had obtained from Dabao earlier. Then, he took out many extremely precious superior grade astral cores and crushed them, turning them into crystalline powder that entered the spirit blood like starlight. Without even blinking, Xiao Chen crushed the priceless superior grade astral cores one by one, turning them into powder and entering the spirit blood. Only after the spirit blood turned completely golden did Xiao Chen stop. Then, he took out a brush and paper. The paper was made from beast skin that contained spiritual energy and was cooked using a special method. The dark blue brush was even more precious. Xiao Chen had bought both of them during the Haotian sect's shopping spree. That was right. Xiao Chen was preparing to write talismans for laying formations. Most of the reason he had purchased so many astral cores was to lay formations. A conferred land was like establishing a sect. How could it not be guarded by formations? There were many formations in the compendium of cultivation. However, Xiao Chen did not know many. He only knew an illusion formation and the ninth heaven's thunder formation, which he had once used in the Shao clan. As Xiao Chen did not have much time to learn, and the situation was rather urgent, he did not intend to use other formations. The ninth heaven's thunder formation was not weak. All Xiao Chen needed to do was increase the number of materials needed to lay the formation and change the talismans he was writing to the talisman that the Thunder Immortal ancestor left behind. A brand new formation would definitely surpass Xiao Chen's expectations. 9 sets of thunder formations in a chain would be sufficient to block the blue-robed emperor's invasion. As for blocking Emperor Wu, it would be too much of a stretch for Xiao Chen, a formation master who had only just started cultivating. After taking out a brush and paper, Xiao Chen burned his magic energy and started writing talismans. Although he had not written in a long time, the talismans he was writing were the purple lightning talismans in his sea of consciousness. Without much thought, Xiao Chen could complete them in one go. The tip of the brush gave off a bright light, and lightning flickered. The light on Xiao Chen's forehead could be clearly seen through Neptune's headscarf. For 7 consecutive days, Xiao Chen locked himself in his room and wrote a total of 3,000 talismans, enough to lay 81 sets of the ninth heaven's thunder formation. Initially, he had only planned to refine 9 sets, but on second thought, he felt that it was better to be safe. 81 formations were interconnected. Even a peak blue-robed emperor would have to think twice if he wanted to take the risk and enter. Ignoring the fatigue on his face, Xiao Chen took out a pen and paper and wrote down the key points of the 9 heavens thunder formation. The talismans were all completed, and all of them contained magic power. Now, as long as someone grasped these talismans and the key to setting up the formation, they would be able to do so. By leaving the blood essence on the talisman and following the steps on it, one could easily form a large formation. Calling Lan Xiaobai and Kim Tae Ho in, Zhang Xian imparted to Lan Xiaobai the talisman used to set up the formation and the key to it. Given Lan Xiaobai's talent, he was able to comprehend most of it with just a single explanation. Lan Xiaobai and Kim Tae Ho showed suspicious expressions. They felt that Xiao Chen seemed to have something to say. After dealing with the Xianshui sect's people that day, Xiao Chen had not said a word, locking himself in his room. Clearly, something was wrong. Before the two could ask, Xiao Chen spoke of his decision. I intend to separate from you for now. On the trip to Heavenly Star Island, you will take my King Conferral Medallion and official documents. It will take at most 1 or 2 years, at least half a year. After I cultivate to the blue-robed emperor, I will reunite with you. The moment Xiao Chen said that, Lan Xiaobai and Kim Tae-ho revealed shocked expressions. Clearly, the impact of these words was too great. Lan Xiaobai was very clever. After thinking about it, he guessed Xiao Chen's thoughts. He nodded and said, "You are worried that you are too big of a target and will bring us danger. Most of it is like that. However, there is also a small part that is because of me." The danger of this trip surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. They had only just crossed the chaotic demonic sea when they met with the blue-robed emperor's ambush. Even the Xianshui Sex Emperor Wu made a move. Of course, the Xianshui Sex Emperor Wu was a special case in most situations. Most Emperor Wu would not disregard his status to make a move for a Holy Spirit vein. The Xianshui sect was the sect's Holy Spirit vein. It was about to run out, so they needed to find a replacement. Hence, they had no choice but to make this move. However, this was just the beginning. After entering the heavenly starry ocean, they did not know what kind of danger they would run into. Perhaps there might even be an ambush near Heavenly Star Island. As long as Xiao Chen left temporarily, the people eyeing the treasure would naturally not make a move on Lan Xiaobai and the others. Lan Xiaobai and the others had extraordinary backgrounds. They were of noble birth in the Azura race. Without sufficient benefits, even the blue-robed emperor would not be foolish enough to offend this group of people. Xiao Chen split into two groups. Kim Tae-ho and the others would go to Heavenly Star Island first, leaving them to develop Heavenly Star Island. As for Xiao Chen, he would hide his cultivation and identity. The other group would go in another direction to search for the Despair Throne. At the same time, he would focus on cultivating and reach the level of the blue-robed emperor before coming back to regroup. Since Xiao Chen had the treasure but could not protect it, he had to keep a low profile. This was the norm of the cultivation world. After the two heard what Xiao Chen said, they had no objections. This was indeed the best plan at the moment. Seeing that the two agreed, Xiao Chen called over Yu Chenxi and the others. Then, he searched through the universe ring and found some good secret treasures that he had obtained from killing others. Then, he gave them all to the four. Then, of the 38 peak spirit veins on him, he kept 10 and handed over the rest. He also gave the king medallion to Lan Xiaobai as well. "Senior brother Xiao Chen, you can leave in peace. We will definitely help you develop Heavenly Star Island." Jin Lin, who worshipped Xiao Chen, consoled him. "When you return, I will definitely not leave you with a mess to clean up," Lan Xiaobai said seriously. The others all gave Xiao Chen their blessings, not giving Xiao Chen any pressure. If they were in his shoes, they would know that Xiao Chen was not in a good mood right now. Before reaching his conferred land, Xiao Chen, who had just been conferred the Blue Dragon King, would definitely feel dissatisfied. With this group of people around, Heavenly Star Island would definitely be able to develop. There was no need to say anything pretentious. Xiao Chen performed a cup-fist salute and said, "I'll take my leave first. When I return, I will definitely be the blue-robed emperor." In the night, Xiao Chen moved very quickly, leaping into the vast sea and sinking into the water. Half a month later, the 7 heroes of the dragon gathered together. They had already learned that Xiao Chen was not on the Dragon's Gate's warship and that he was nowhere to be found. They were all furious. The 7 of them worked together to set up a huge formation. Not only did they mobilize all the forces they could, but they also mobilized all the forces they could. They even used a lot of money to befriend many pirates. Even experts with the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor were invited out. The 7 of them planned to wipe out their previous humiliation by blocking Xiao Chen at a place he had to pass on his way to Heavenly Star Island. They wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson, to show him the consequences of offending the 7 heroes of the dragon. Who could have imagined that after spending so much time and effort, they would not be able to find Xiao Chen in the end? It was like they had been holding back a lot of energy. When they saw that the enemy was approaching, they could vent it out. Who could have imagined that they would suddenly receive news that they had to hold back their anger? They had no choice but to do so. Damn it! This Xiao Chen is really crafty. He does not even want his conferred land, the purple-robed youth said angrily. Qiuyu, what should we do now? Xiao Chen is not around. There is no value in making a move on the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship, another of the 7 heroes of the dragon asked Huan Qiuyu. The others immediately looked at the black-robed Huan Qiuyu as well. Qiuyu, what should we do now? With Xiao Chen not around, there is no value in making a move on the people on the Dragon's Gate's warship, another of the 7 heroes of the dragon asked Huan Qiuyu. Chapter 1018. Huan Qiuyu said after some thought, this Xiao Chen is indeed not easy to deal with. Even though he was conferred king, he does not seem arrogant at all. Instead, he is very cautious. However, don't worry. He will definitely return to Heavenly Star Island. He is someone who wants to re-establish his sect and restore the Dragon's Gate. He absolutely will not give up on Heavenly Star Island. For now, we will send people to guard the vicinity of Heavenly Star Island. At the same time, we will bribe the surrounding factions, not giving Heavenly Star Island a chance to develop. When he returns, we will denounce him. The other 6 did not have any good ideas, so they could only listen to Huan Qiuyu's arrangements. As for the large sum of money spent on handing over the loose cultivators, it would all be for naught. They were not the only ones disappointed. Several of the blue-robed emperors in the entire western seaside. Most of the congratulatory gifts that Xiao Chen received during his conferment of king would not catch Emperor Wu's eye. However, to the blue-robed emperor, they were a piece of extremely tempting fat meat. However, Xiao Chen had vanished without a trace. The fat meat that was about to fall into the blue-robed emperor's hands vanished just like that. Ling Xiaofan, who received the news immediately, felt extremely furious. He had not expected Xiao Chen to give up on his conferred land and leave just like that. However, Ling Xiaofan hid all his emotions in his heart, not showing any change in his expression. He paced around slowly, thinking of countermeasures. However, the heavenly starry ocean was boundlessly vast. In terms of size, it was no smaller than the Kunlun continent. Aside from the 4 clear sea regions, there were many other sea regions of various sizes. Even beyond the heavenly starry ocean, there were even vaster sea regions. Since ancient times, no one had been able to completely figure out the secrets of the sea. Trying to find a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. This phrase was no exaggeration. Behind Ling Xiaofan, a beautiful girl slept amid a cluster of flowers. Her skin was as white as snow, rosy. As she lay among the flowers seemed to pale in comparison. If Xiao Chen were here, he would definitely recognize this girl. It was Princess Qin, who had been sleeping in Neptune's palace for 10,000 years. Find him. I have to find him. Ling Xiaofan's eyes shone brightly. His expression was firm, and he had a determination that no one could shake. Back to Kim Tae-ho, Lan Xiaobai, and the others. After drifting along the ocean for a month, they finally arrived near Heavenly Star Island. The conditions were much worse than expected. The surrounding islands had already been divided up by other nearby forces. The spiritual qi on the island was thin. It was obvious that the spirit veins that once existed had all been taken away, leaving only a wasteland for them. Several malicious gazes came from the subsidiary islands, staring at this warship with the Dragon's Gate's insignia. However, the people on the ship did not care. Before they came, they were already prepared to accept the challenge, so they were not afraid of these people. Kim Tae-ho stood at the bow of the warship and looked around. Then, he looked at the map in his hand and smiled. Not bad. This location is pretty good. We can open up trade routes in all directions. We do not have to worry about being sealed off. Lan Xiaobai took out the king medallion and fiddled with it. Then, he muttered, I wonder where that fellow went. He wants to reach the blue-robed emperor realm within 2 years. That is too shocking. Fatso smiled and said, don't overthink. That fellow always surprises people. He might be having fun somewhere right now. Quickly, go and prepare for the handover. This fat lord can't wait to show off. Lan Xiaobai smiled, and the group flew off the Dragon's Gate's warship, officially stepping onto this secret-filled Heavenly Star Island. Heavenly Star Island, Heavenly Starry Ocean. Were these names really a coincidence? Why did Xiaochen think that the three holy masters chose this island for him and not the Thunder King? The results of many things were often unexpected. 2 years later, when Xiaochen returned, he discovered what kind of wealth this desolate island had given him. However, at this moment, Xiaochen was not as happy as Fatso made him out to be. In fact, he looked somewhat miserable. Xiaochen sat weakly on a wooden plank, drifting in a strange sea region. He had no idea where he was. Ao Jiao revealed herself and stood guard by Xiaochen's side, preventing the sea beasts from attacking. Then, she smiled at him and said, "Let's see if you still dare to speak such lofty words about reaching the blue-robed emperor realm within 2 years. Right now, you would not be a match for any martial monarch." Xiaochen revealed a bitter smile on his pale face. "How would I know that the item spirit of Neptune's crown is still around? Furthermore, it still hates the blue dragon martial spirit so much." Right now, Xiaochen was in a miserable state, too miserable to look at. After parting ways with Kim Tae-ho and the others, Xiaochen followed the clues Long Fei left behind and prepared to go to a forbidden land of the Southern Sea to obtain the Despair Throne. Originally, Xiaochen had been traveling smoothly, cultivating at the edge of the Southern Sea. Thousands of islands dotted the sea, looking bustling and bustling. However, at this moment, Xiaochen remembered that he still had Neptune's crown in his universe ring. Back then, after First Elder Han Qinghe interrupted him, he still had not left a mark on it. A crown-type secret treasure represented the might and aura of a monarch. It supported luck and carried the mandate of heaven. Normally, people without a sovereign bloodline could not wear such secret treasures. Such secret treasures had always been rare. The benefits were obvious, they did not have high requirements on the user's cultivation. Xiaochen thought that, as an emperor-grade secret treasure, Neptune's crown should have some other special effects aside from increasing the might and luck of a monarch. After leaving a mark on it and wearing it, it was as he expected. With Neptune's crown on, Xiaochen vaguely felt a strong might spread throughout his body. The vast ocean under his feet was his territory. Within a breath, Xiaochen could flip rivers and seas. His anger and laughter could kick up huge waves. A domain. The special effect of Neptune's crown was actually a domain of the ocean that spanned 500 kilometers. As long as there was an ocean under his feet, the area within 500 kilometers would be his domain. He would be the king of this world. As long as anyone entered, they would suffer from severe restrictions. That person would only be able to bring out 70 to 80% of their strength. Of course, cultivators with domains and powerful experts like Emperor Wu would not be affected. Aside from that, the crown could control the seawater within 500 kilometers at will, suppressing and taming strong spirit beasts. How strong was a domain? It was an existence that could not be comprehended. Even now, Xiaochen had no idea how to use his saber domain. After wearing the crown and exhausting law energy, Xiaochen could immediately form a strong domain, nearly doubling his strength. This domain even gave Xiaochen the confidence to truly fight the blue-robed emperor and defeat him. However, just as Xiaochen rejoiced, the item spirit in Neptune's crown woke up. When it sensed the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiaochen's body, it immediately turned into an evil spirit. The will of thunder entered Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. The domain flowed backward and filled every meridian in his body. Then, before Xiaochen could react, it exploded. Luck was ethereal, changing unpredictably. This crown also contained Neptune's great luck. Xiaochen's blue dragon king's luck clashed with it, forming bad luck and bad luck. This explosion injured Xiaochen's origin energy. The resplendent purple lightning talisman dimmed and became indistinct. Even his great perfection saber soul scattered in his sea of consciousness. The domain energy that spread throughout Xiaochen's body injured his meridians. The law energy in his dantian also showed visible damage. If Xiaochen could not recover from his injuries, he would not be able to circulate law energy. his cultivation immediately fell out of martial sage. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's will had the immortal attribute. Otherwise, this explosion would have destroyed his entire sea of consciousness, and his head would have exploded in an instant. The only benefit was that the item spirit in Neptune's crown was no longer present. Thus, there was no more bad luck. In the future, when Xiao Chen used it, something like this would not happen again. However, now that Xiao Chen's cultivation had fallen to martial monarch, he could not use it even if he wanted to. After the item spirit exploded, Xiao Chen fell unconscious. When he woke up, he did not know where he was. If one ran into an ocean current in the sea, it was possible to drift for hundreds of thousands of kilometers in one day. Unfortunately, Ao Jiao told Xiao Chen that he did run into an ocean current and drifted with it for 3 days. Xiao Chen was completely lost in this vast sea. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Although his cultivation had fallen, his physical body remained. 5 dragon force was sufficient to fight a grandmaster level martial sage. Right now, Xiao Chen was only in a rather weak state. After resting for a few days, his complexion would recover. There was no need to worry about his safety. Xiao Chen's injuries were rather complicated. His great perfection saber soul scattered, his will weakened, his meridians damaged, and his law energy shattered. Any one of these would be a bolt out of the blue for other cultivators. When combined, it would be a calamity that could destroy any cultivator's future. However, to Xiao Chen, the first few injuries were nothing. Xiao Chen's saber soul had been in the immortal will for a long time and was already close to immortality. As long as the saber intent in his heart was not extinguished, it would never truly scatter. Since the immortal will was called immortal, as long as Xiao Chen was alive, it would not disappear. The damage to his meridians was a small matter for his physical body. As long as Xiao Chen slowly polished himself, he could recover from this. Furthermore, he would be even stronger than before. The only problem was the shattering of his law energy. This made Xiao Chen frown somewhat. He heard from Ao Jiao that he needed an extremely rare medicinal pill to recover. Chapter 1019. There seems to be another ship coming in front. Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chen did not look at it, only answering casually. Over the past few days, many large ships passed by him. However, after a few glances, they all passed by, ignoring him. Xiao Chen was not in a rush. Since there were ships passing by, he just needed to drift slowly in the direction of these ships. He would eventually find a place with people. This ship seems to be heading for you. I'll enter the immortal spirit ring first. Ao Jiao's figure flashed, turning into a beam of light and entering the immortal spirit ring. Xiao Chen sighed softly and looked up. This ship was completely purple, made of purple cloud rock. It was huge but strangely streamlined. It was a peak sage ranked ship, considered a pretty good ship. However, it could not compare to the 7-colored warship of the 7 heroes of the dragon that Xiao Chen possessed. Compared to the Dragon's Gate's warship, the difference was like mud to clouds. A flag with an ancient M.O. embroidered on it was stuck in the bow. M.O. This surname is rather rare, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. As the purple warship approached, Xiao Chen heard some voices coming from the deck. Young miss, it is just an unremarkable martial monarch. Furthermore, he is significantly injured. He probably overestimated himself and failed his adventure in the Forbidden Sea. Ask him where he is going. If it is on the way, give him a ride. Young miss, there is no need to bother with this stranger. Furthermore, this trip is very important. We cannot afford any accidents. It's fine. Uncle Wang, you can ask him. A martial monarch is not a threat to us. The voices belonged to an old man and a young girl. The girl's voice was very melodious. When one heard it, it sounded like a mountain spring, very pleasing to the ear. She had to be a great beauty just from her voice. After the conversation ended, an old man who looked like a housekeeper asked rudely, "Little friend, are you going to Starry Cloud Island? If it is on the way, we can give you a ride. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this old man, so he ignored him. The other party's words were very rude. Even if he went up, he would have to listen to this person's expression. He might as well drift for a while longer. Seeing that Xiao Chen ignored him, rage flashed on the old man's face. He cursed Xiao Chen for not appreciating favors and withdrew. He whispered a few words to the young lady. Not long after, a beautiful figure appeared at the bow of the ship and looked at Xiao Chen with surprise. Xiao Chen caught a glimpse of her. She was wearing a veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, his gaze stopped on her chest and didn't move away. The woman's eyes turned cold and she quickly retreated. The ship quickly turned around and ignored Xiao Chen. Hee, idiot master, when did you start to like this? You scared the girl away, didn't you? Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, giggled. However, her figure is pretty good. It is just a little bit inferior to mine. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. It seemed that it was really a misunderstanding, but he couldn't miss this ship no matter what. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground with his feet and spread his arms. Then, he soared like a flood dragon and landed on the deck of the ship. How dare you barge into the ship? Kill him. The old man who looked like the steward snorted coldly. Two inferior grade martial sages immediately leaped off the ship and blocked Xiao Chen in midair. They revealed their killing chi and each executed a move at Xiao Chen. Their attacks were cold and emotionless, surging with killing intent. One used a saber, and the other used a sword. The arm-thick heavenly sage laws behind them moved like waves, wildly absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. If Xiao Chen were an ordinary martial monarch, he would die instantly under the lightning-quick attacks of these two. However, naturally, Xiao Chen would not do that. His combat experience and vision were very rich. Even if he was only a martial monarch and did not use his physical body, he would not be able to defeat him. Even if he was only a martial monarch and did not use his physical body, he could still quickly find openings and easily pass through them. Before the startled gazes of everyone on the deck, Xiao Chen seemed to have predicted the trajectory of the two's attacks. He waved his hands and moved like a dragon, landing directly on the deck. The feeling he gave was like the two inferior grade martial sages were like air, allowing Xiao Chen to pass through them. Plop! The moment he landed on the deck, before he could stand firmly, he felt dizzy. Pain came from the damaged meridians in his body. Xiao Chen's expression changed, and he fell to the ground uncontrollably. Damn it! I forgot that I am still in a weakened state and should not be able to use force. At the very least, I have to wait for my meridians to recover before I can circulate my quintessence. The two movements just now seemed simple and unremarkable. But in the space of an inch, a powerful explosive force, accurate to the millimeter of positioning. In those few movements, not only did Xiao Chen need to be highly focused, but his quintessence also needed to burst forth rapidly, exhausting a vast amount of mental energy and quintessence. In an instant, Xiao Chen's old injuries were aggravated. He was already very weak in the first place, and his body needed to rest and recuperate. Originally, Uncle Wang was still immersed in the miraculous scene that Xiao Chen performed earlier. When he saw Xiao Chen fall flat on his face, he could not help but laugh loudly. I was wondering where an absolute genius came from. It turns out that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Capture him. Even Uncle Wang, a superior grade martial sage, could not understand what Xiao Chen had demonstrated earlier, the mountain rampart technique. At first, Uncle Wang thought that it was Xiao Chen, who had a startling movement technique. However, Xiao Chen's subsequent performance caught him off guard. He thought to himself that he had nearly been fooled. Cassier. Cassier. The moment Xiao Chen flipped over, a weapon flickering with cold light pressed against his neck. The cultivators on the ship surrounded him tightly. The weapons pressed against his flesh and scratched his skin. As long as Xiao Chen made any strange movements, he would be decapitated and die without a complete corpse. When Xiao Chen saw such a lineup, he could not help but smile bitterly to himself. It had been so many years. Ever since Xiao Chen made his debut, he had never been in such a situation, with so many people pressing their weapons against his neck. Furthermore, these were a group of martial monarchs that he did not care about at all. However, his current situation was extremely dangerous. With 10 odd weapons pressed against his neck, if the other party really wanted to kill him, even if Ao Jiao possessed his body, it would be too late. However, given Xiao Chen's physical body, if these people did not use their full power, they might not be able to kill him in one strike. However, injuries on top of injuries were unavoidable. Speak honestly. Are you a member of the Lu clan? What is your purpose in waiting here? Uncle Wang did not like Xiao Chen in the first place. When he saw that Xiao Chen was restrained, he immediately berated him. Xiao Chen looked around and casually sized up the cultivators on the ship. Aside from the 4 martial sages, the rest were all martial monarchs. He immediately guessed that this was a rank 6 clan. In the Kunlun continent, this clan would only be a third-rate faction, not worth mentioning. In the heavenly starry ocean, it would probably be an unknown small clan. Hearing the old man's question, Xiao Chen replied calmly, "What purpose does old sir think a martial monarch like me can have by waiting here? I just want to ask for a free ride. Just give me a ride." However, this old man asked you earlier, "Are you deaf?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I use my actions to answer old sir. However, old sir welcomed me with a sword and saber. I wonder what your intentions are." Xiao Chen's words were flawless, without any flaws. However, Uncle Wang felt that Xiao Chen had another purpose. Seeing that Xiao Chen was indeed just a martial monarch, Uncle Wang waved his hand and said, "Toss him off the ship. There is no need to care about him." The group immediately put away their weapons and picked up Xiao Chen. Then, they prepared to toss him into the sea without any hesitation. "Wait a moment. Since it is on the way, give him a ride. Let him leave when we reach Starry Cloud Island." That melodious voice came from the ship's hold again. The cultivators immediately stopped what they were doing and looked at Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang thought for a while. He knew that his young miss had always been kind-hearted. He sighed to himself and waved his hand. "Clean up a room in the warehouse for him to stay in. I'm warning you, you'd best stay in the room and not barge around. Otherwise, it will not be as simple as tossing you into the sea." Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Right now, he indeed needed a quiet environment to recuperate. "Go in, then. This is your room. If there is nothing important, don't come out." The 2Mo clan cultivators led Xiao Chen into the room. After giving him a warning, they quickly left. Naturally, the room that was cleaned up in the warehouse was not much better. Aside from a simple bed, it was littered with junk that had not been moved out in time. A light flashed on Xiao Chen's forehead as he circulated the will of ice in his sea of consciousness. A cold wind blew, clearing the room once more. Then, he stopped using the will of ice. Right now, the immortal will of thunder was indistinct and difficult to use. The only thing that Xiao Chen could use freely was the will of ice that he had looked down on previously. "How is it? Are you alright?" Ao Jiao appeared in the immortal spirit ring. She asked out of concern as she held Xiao Chen's wrist with one hand. The scene just now had frightened her badly. Xiao Chen smiled and let Ao Jiao check his injuries. "Fortunately, I did not act rashly. Otherwise, if I really made a move, the injuries to my meridians would have been problematic." Ao Jiao withdrew her hand and heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, Ao Jiao returned to her normal self and joked, "Oh, right. Why did you insist on boarding this warship? Did you really? How could that be? There should be a pendant under her clothes. I feel that it was refined from one of the 7 thrones." Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock, "That can't be. What a coincidence." Xiao Chen said seriously, "Most likely. The 3 thrones in the cycle banner all had an intense reaction. As long as I take another look, I will be 100% sure. The 7 thrones were massacre, ruin, ruin, pain, grief, despair, and death. Now, Xiaochen had collected 3, massacre, death, and ruin. He already knew the location of the Despair Throne. It was in a forbidden land of the Southern Sea. If the pendant on this girl's chest was really refined from one of the thrones, then it should be one of the grief, pain, and ruin thrones. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "That is really a change in luck. The misfortune brought by Neptune's crown is completely gone. There is no need to worry anymore." Xiaochen nodded and thought for a while. Then, he said, "I'll treat my injuries first. Go out and scout out where exactly this place is in the heavenly starry ocean. Don't expose yourself." Ao Jiao smiled faintly. Then, her figure flashed, turning into a bolt of lightning as she left through the crack in the door. At the same time, in the most important control room of the warship, the veiled Miss Mo and Uncle Wang were discussing the new passenger. "Uncle Wang, with your eyesight, was that person's dodging 2 killing moves a coincidence or was it really that miraculous?" Uncle Wang smiled and said, "It was definitely just a coincidence. That kind of dodging in such a small space, the precise positioning, the skill and eyesight involved are things that even I can't do. How could an insignificant martial monarch do it?"